play goes haywire for either way. Oh, Crimson, public execution sets up the Dardock to steal the dragon right under Blue Otter's nose. Music is popped like a balloon, and CCG pulling a fast one over the eyes of Blue Otter. Quacker will fall next, and I just imagine that's just Otacon for free. And oh, Breezy, preemptive face call, and the knockup levitate is called out, and the Hound's pursuit will allow Dardock to close his fangs around Levitate's throat. Darkwing's looking for another play here. Weaver's Wall comes in, Spyrax under fire, and there's the seismic shove combo, but was not on top of the Unraveled Earth because he had flashed away before. Zamudo now comes into the flank. This is a Lich Bang Gwen. I want to see how much damage this guy is actually going to do, but he gets popped. Another 20 seconds on Kizno. All the damage that is in spades for Dark Zero. They've got plenty in supply, and Conviction have none in terms of the life bars. Spyrax approaching with the left flank, has teleported in, finds Darkwings, but is still looking for Chrome. But the rest of Conviction Esports are losing ground. They're getting pressure on both sides. Spyrax finds Chrome somehow.
Might be a one-way trip for the turret bounty.
Might be as they try to get this play. Dude, no, he doesn't even get it. Oh, the flash headbutt pull. Sazel, you dirty monster. Fear the beard. Tomio away. Keel should be able to just chase him down. Stray gonna have an angle here as well. And looking for the charge, looking for the punch, and Stray gets that one. Here comes Stray to make something happen, but now he's caught out by himself. The team can't be there to help him, and Zamudo has come from the flank with a giant flame spitter, and he goes unstoppable. Welcome back, one and all, to NACL 2025. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. We're here in week 5, day 3. I cannot believe it. I know I was here yesterday, but we're getting to the finality of week number 5, Cubby. It's absolutely crazy.
It is. So we got some big matches in terms of the standings today as we get further and further along that single best-of-3 round-robin format. Start to see matches matter more and more. I know that the second match, both teams not exactly where they want to be in terms of the relegation standing, will be a very important one for them. And then both teams in our early matches honestly fighting to not just avoid relegation, but also to make playoffs at this point. Yeah. So excited to see who can take our best of 3s today, as I think both have the opportunity to go 3 and should be 2 pretty competitive series.
Should be a lot of fun today with the best of 3s. If you want to catch up on any of that action that happened over the last couple of days or any of the NACL info, make sure you follow all of our socials. You have them right there at the top of your screen. Make sure you also go give some love, because it's been really cool to get to cover all these storylines that we've had going through as well. But speaking of those storylines, it's been an interesting last couple of days, I gotta say. We had a lot of fun, especially yesterday. We got to go the distance. It was my first time getting to go all 6 games, but that Conviction versus Blue Otter series, it was a doozy, Cubby.
Yeah, honestly, a big one for Conviction, as it, for me, really cemented them as a top half team, taking down Blue Otter. And for Blue Otter, I mean, it pushes them to 1-4. Of course, they can change that story today in their series later on against Supernova, but this is not a team that anyone really had being 1-4 with where they're at and in the standings at the moment. And a team that is going to need to start to pick it up, because I know that they still have 2 of the Titans on their schedule in Near Airport and Dark Zero. They have a series against Supernova and AMI that are really important if they want to avoid that dire relegation standing, which they find themselves being at risk of falling in right now.
I got to give some huge shout outs to game 2. I know we skipped by it very quickly, but Blue Otter's draft was absolutely incredible. It was the Oriana Shen around as well, and it was really fun to watch them try to pull that one off with the Neferi as well.
Honestly, same with this draft from Conviction. I love this draft from Conviction.
This draft was actually pretty good, but this is more meta, okay?
Soraka, man,
that's a Manui special.
Apparently it is now, man, as he continues to use some of those counter picks very creatively. I love seeing the Soraka. We saw a zillion from him earlier on in the year. It was picked at the right time, pun intended for sure. And then our later series, Pulse actually were able to pick up a game. They got a comp. I mean, Sejuani, Rumble, Yone, that's a top side that you can win with. I know Hubs Ezreal, part of one of the champions that he's really featured on his climb the ladder, being a top 15 player pretty consistently throughout the split. And Pulse looked all right in that game, managed to take a win.
I'm glad that they were able to get like the most S-tier meta comp and win with it. It was really nice, but it definitely felt like a little bit of a wake-up slap to CCG, because in the next 2 games, they absolutely dumpstered them.
They were the better team coming into the day, and they proved that by the end of the day. I do think that first game, too, even with the Pulse win, I mean, yes, they have 4 Dragons, but wasn't the cleanest. I think it was really important that Hub got fed early because he really did carry that team through some of those fights in game 1. And then you can see on your screen games 2 and 3. CCG locked in and made sure to take care of the business that Corporate Mundo always takes care of on the Rift.
He's just walking around the Rift, talking on the phone. It's fine.
Yeah.
He's handling business calls. I loved it, though. We talked to Array afterwards, and he was talking about the kind of new leadership role he has in mentoring Aljun. And Aljun had a great series here, but Array was popping off on his own. I think those are the kinds of growth moments you love to see behind the scenes, where it's not just about the mechanics, not just about the gameplay, but it's about how you affect the players around you. And that's a level up from Array that I'm very happy to see.
I know a level up behind the scenes that Dardox had for a while as well. Seeing him compete in a lot of collegiate teams and a lot of teams at this level. I know that might surprise longtime LCS fans, but Dardox definitely someone that I've seen have a really positive impact on team environments of late, and a positive impact on CCG on the Rift as well, as they move themselves to 4-2. And again, on paper and like just eye test wise, it really feels like that they are the 4th best team in this league, but continue to put wins on the board and kind of solidify that in the standings as well. Because of course our matches today, Lennon, we have Conviction versus Winthrop University. You can see them bunched up in the standings right off the bat. And then later on, Blue Water versus Supernova. You can also see them bunched up in the standings a little bit lower. So 2 series that are going to matter a lot in terms of positioning and posturing when it comes to the end game picture for NACL Split 1 regular season.
Yeah, the fact that we have so many teams within 1 win of each other, and we only have about 3 series left for a lot of our teams after today, it's absolutely getting down to the wire, and there is that little separation. 9th and 10th, they do have to go to promo relegation. 7th and 8th, you're chilling until summer. You're going to be back. You're fine, but you don't get to go to playoffs, so that's a little bit sad.
Actually,
top 6 do end up getting to playoffs, and so I think there is a little bit of distinction.
And everyone is 6 series in after today, and I know that with our schedule and just best of 3s, not every team playing every day. Sometimes, you know, it gets a little bit funky and weeks where it's not all synced up, but actually going to get a nice snapshot in terms of where we're at with really 2/3 of the split done 5 weeks in terms of our regular season. Of course, just teased out the matches that we have today. Shout out to Winthrop, by the way. We do have an update on them. They are currently in Florida. We're competing in the NACE finals. And I know that they dropped the runner-ups there, but did manage to do something that none of our NACL teams have been able to do so far, which is take a game off of Dark Zero's main roster. So I know that Winthrop not super high up in the standings, and they're playing at their home setups, but hey, potentially a good sign going into their match against Conviction today.
That, you know, maybe that's all that matters. The caveat of the caveat. That's what you get the dub with. But hey, maybe a little bit of momentum there, a little bit of camaraderie coming through. But I think these teams definitely have a lot in stake for them. It is interesting that Winthrop have to play in a different setup here. But on the other side for Conviction, I mean, you're just looking to take that momentum as well. I want to go ahead and take a look at this team because this Conviction roster has a lot of experience between them. They have a lot of firepower between them.
They're kind of young.
And, but they have experience in collegiate, which I think is the most important part.
They do. Young in NACL, though, of course, it is the debut split for Hoarder in the top lane, with Manui making the role swap to support. Kisno as well coming back. I know that he played with Lit Esports, but good to see him in the league with Dark Wings and Chrome being those experienced mainstays that we do have at NACL at this point, not in. But for me, Hoarder, that new face has been really impressive in the top lane. I know that game 2 against Quacker, you know, if I were coaching that team, I would maybe prescribe some Rumble games for Hoarder on a second account. As the couple times he's busted out Rumble, hasn't gone exactly the way that he wanted to. It was a tough one yesterday, too, with I think Rumble plus Lucian Milio is just a tough combo to play. I definitely saw that one come to fruition. But this Conviction squad feels like they're playing with decent direction. And in terms of the standouts, I feel like it really has been the solo laners, with Manui as well showing some nice flare picks from the bot lane. Teased it earlier on in our pre-show, but being willing to, you know, take picks like Zillion, like Soraka in scenarios where I think it's really good to show those picks and been able to execute upon them. I know Manui is very vocal in draft with this team as well, so the fact that he's able to take advantage of some of those angles for himself with later picks has been really a nice perk for this team, a fun feature.
I love your solo lane focus. I love hearing the hype around Hoarder. It's awesome. My man Chrome is shutting things down in the bot lane, Cubby. This man is on fire here with Manui. The combination has been really fun to watch, not only with the way they play through the meta, but when he's able to get his hands on very heavy carry picks, he absolutely is dodging all over them. So it's been really fun to watch this team kind of come together. And it's been a team that has had to go through some of those growing pains to get here.
Yeah, I mean, they've dropped games in series to some of the better teams we have had in the league, but in terms of losses, again, they have beaten everyone below them in the standings so far. Yeah. Their losses came to Dark Zero and near Airport, so we'll see if that can continue today, as it's a close matchup against Winthrop University, who again are hot off of just playing a best-of-3 in Florida for NACE. Shout out to them. We're runners up out of the 8 teams in the tournament, but now have to queue up again into NACL and see if they can take down Conviction and maybe ride some of the momentum off of that last best-of-3 series, where of course it didn't go their way, but also managed to take a game off of that Dark Zero main roster, as it was Maryville that won the tournament 2-1 in the finals. And that's something that no team in NACL has done so far. Take a single game off of that Dark Zero main roster.
Exactly. We'll see if maybe they have a little opportunity, a little change up in the game plan here. Obviously not playing from their home setups here, but it is a team that has been together for a long time, that has been working through a lot of their issues, and is now just trying to find a little bit of ground to stand on in the NACL standings. We were looking at them earlier, but this is a team that needs every win they can get.
It feels like this is a team for me where they play fast no matter what, and some games they are able to play fast and win. Other games they are able to play fast and don't end up winning. But for me with Winthrop, I mean, I think the story for them at the moment, actually, a lot of it's outside of NACL. I know that C-Law is going on right now. They actually were upset in their first round matchup, dropped to the lower bracket early on for C-Law. Been tested already in that tournament and will be tested again, as they won their matchup against Minnesota earlier in 3-1 fashion. That was yesterday. Pretty much no team in NA is playing more than Winthrop University right now, between NACE, lower bracket, and C-Ball in the games here, which I know this group's been together for a while, but I think there's real value to being recently battle tested. And as you called out, Lennon, we're still looking for this team to kind of consistently put it together. I mean, playing a lot of high pressure games together and needing to play your best in all those games. So far, I know that they dropped the lower bracket of C-Law, not a part of the plan, but since then, Winthrop has been pretty solid. I actually feel like it's had decent looks in the tape that we've seen of them outside of the league. So we'll see if they can bring that inside of the league in their matchup against Conviction today.
Yeah, I definitely, we're going to keep a close eye on this collegiate ADC matchup for sure. Yeah. I think it's a lot of fun between the two, but I got to say, we got a little bit of a new generational top lane bout going down here. Hoarder and Denethor are some of the biggest names that are coming through that tier 3 scene into tier 2 now in this top lane, and it feels like maybe that next coming of potentially finding, you know, the next tenacity, the next 30, the things like that. We're always looking for those next level players.
I will see. I think that Denethor was always a player that I was excited to see in NACL. We saw that last year, as he was actually playing with Darklings and Chrome on that roster. They didn't have the run they wanted to, but was still a decent top laner. It was really compared with Crimson a lot, as they were both rookies. This time, Hoarder coming in as rookie, I gotta say, Hoarder is playing really well right now.
Yeah, he is.
He is consistently finding solo kills in lanes. We've seen dives where he's been able to survive and turn in multiple games. I think that his ability to play the meta top laners, and he's always been a Jace player, but rocking the Ambessa newer champ where he's looked good. His Gwen was on fire yesterday, had a really good TP into for that end game fight, found a very winning angle for his team. What I like about Hoarder is he takes a lot of onus in terms of communicating his game, which you can hear. Props to him on Twitter. He's been sharing a lot of POV clips of him having fights in NACL, so you can go check that out at Hoarder NA. I'll give him a shout out there. But yeah, definitely someone where, for me, if there was rookie of the split voting right now, gotta believe it'd be between Hoarder and Aojun in terms of who would be hoisting that one, and that'd be a close race. So want to see more of Hoarder against the top laner in Denethor that I've always had a lot of respect for. So definitely a matchup we're looking on for today.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions here. Who we got going into this first best of 3 and see exactly what the split is going to be. It's all Conviction! Oh my gosh,
Convincing.
No hope in Winthrop.
Yeah, I got to say, Winthrop, they are not favored coming into the series, but I don't think that like the 5-0 prediction score represents how close I think this series will be. Again, Winthrop just did something hours ago that no team in NACL has done. That is take a game off the main Dragon or Darkseer or Dragonsteel roster, which they did in Florida as they were going up against them there at a LAN. Very fun. Shout out to that LAN as well for supporting our players playing. I know Music's going to be playing from there later on today as well for Blue Water. Of course, Illinois State was there. So, yeah, definitely something where I am expecting this to be a little bit closer than, what we had as Group 4 predictions, but I still personally favor Conviction coming in.
Yeah, well, we're going to take a look at the top picks in the league. We have some movement from yesterday. Rakan was extremely popular, out-seeding Vi now with 20 total picks on it, but the meta is the meta, I guess. It is literally just this.
And the interesting thing, though, is that Vi's sitting at 37% win rate, and Talia's sitting at a 35% win rate in this league, which is pretty wild. Rakan is much higher on that list. He's 13-7. And Corky as well, I believe, is not.
I love that you could make a team out of this top pick.
There's Corky. Yeah, Corky's 8-11. So a lot of these picks are and Besta 7-12 too. So a lot of these blinds.
The winner is not looking good.
Yeah, a lot of these blinds have not been super successful. One pick that has been successful is Gwen. Highest ban rate, rightfully so. When she gets through, she's 7-2 in this league at the moment. So definitely a pick to still look out for on this patch. But yeah, it has been interesting. I mean, I think Talia is a really strong champion, so I don't think that the win rate in this league is representative of where I have her in the tier list. But definitely a couple of those picks on that list are very commonly blinded, given the strength, don't have positive win rates. And we'll see who can utilize, either takes those blinds or utilize red side to counter those blinds today. It looks like
we get into it now.
Yeah,
I'm excited. We're getting game number 1 kicking off. 2 best of 3s locked and loaded. And Winthrop playing from Florida, of all places. Conviction going to start off on the blue side of things. They're going to ban away the Tristana. So maybe trying to focus in on that 2v2 in the bot lane that we said can be pretty important for this series as a whole.
They're not too far away from home. Shout out to the social team as well. They posted their road trip down to Florida, which featured Tesla recharging, and they were watching another one of their teams compete in Valorant. And also a Buckeye stop, which is very important if you're down there. A Team Buckeye stop is quality team bonding. As again, I gotta praise Winthrop. Like, I know that there are two sides of the coin where you can look at this as like, oh man, like they dropped the C-ball lower bracket early, that wasn't planned. But they've dealt with adversity of late well. I mean, they're playing these games really teetering on that edge of, I mean, this series could decide, is Winthrop competing for a playoff spot, or are they competing to try and avoid relegation, right? That's something that the series actually decide for them. But as a group that's been playing together for a while, they're pretty battle-tested of late, faced some adversity at the recent parts of the season. I think that's always valuable to go through as a team. Feels like Winthrop's done a decent job at answering the call under Coach Artemis, and we'll see if they can really up that level of play today against Conviction, as of course we've been ignoring the picks and bans. A lot of 80s taken away from
You've been ignoring the picks and bans. I've been ignoring the picks and bans.
Jace going to be first picked.
It is going to be first pick, so setting us up for success in that top lane matchup. I just love that Mobility gets 3 ADC bans in the first phase. Typically, we've been seeing a lot of those AD bans in the second phase of things.
Tristana's into both, to be fair.
Okay. Yeah. I'll give you that one, but still, love to see it. The Mbessa is going to be the answer into the Jays.
Yeah, I will say, I think both Hoarder and Denethor have been very good Jace players, and Hoarder, in his many Korea trips, has always played Jace a lot. So seeing that first pick, feel like that's interesting. Also interested to not see the Scion for Winthrop, but definitely Denethor usually preferring the carries, as we have him and Wilson picking up the Mbessa and the buy, and likely we're just going to have top sides locked in here.
Definitely not looking back to the stats that you said earlier and giving myself a little bit of a giggle. Definitely is a setup, though, that we've seen tried and true across competitive in the Mbessa Vi combination. The Sejuani with the Azir and now the Jace locked in for Conviction.
Of course, Azir being picked, the better Vi pairings are Talia and Ahri, so can somewhat dissuade a Talia, but still going to be the Talia 4-sword on the blind, so top side's locked in. That Azir for Dark Wings has always been a nice pick for him, and definitely one that he has seen some success with in the league so far, as he's only gotten it once, but was a pretty solid win for Conviction. But overall, really feels like Winthrop relying a little bit more on those R buttons with what's showing early on. Good pairings to play off the Vi with Mbessa plus Talia, whereas if those miss, the Jace and Azir throughout the fight can do some work, especially that Azir. So yeah, we'll see what kind of bot lanes we have. I do think it's a little bit more important to find a utility bot lane for Conviction, given that Azir and Jace can carry the majority of the damage if needed.
And I think that's the important aspect to think about going into the next phase, where we have more AD bans coming through. It's going to be 5 total ADC bans for the side of Conviction. And we'll see what that finality is going to be for Winthrop on the other side. They already banned away the Xayah, so they're trying to take away some of the safety from Chrome. But I think both these guys have a champion Ocean.
I wonder if they missed a ban there.
It looks like they did.
We'll get word from production if that's anything else, or if we have a reboot of draft. I will say the Ezreal, I don't mind the ban against mobility. I feel like that someone is protecting Ezreal for Chrome as well. So that's always a champ that he can play as mobility. Okay, he's going to lock in the Jhin. So
yeah,
gotta imagine that with a lot of 80s off the board, Chrome, if he wants to play MF, could be very vulnerable to all the Rs that Winthrop could throw out.
Maybe he's just hovering it because that's what mobility likes. But nope, he's locking it in. All right, well.
You don't like it?
I don't like it. I've not been a fan of Misfortune, even at the top level. I just feel like right now in the meta, there are so many things that don't allow you just to stand still for 5 seconds and do all your damage. And you look across the team, Winthrop have all those things. And so I think it's very difficult. You have to be very reserved, very patient with your bullet time.
Yeah, we'll see if and when Chrome's able to fire that. I will say that at least he has set up with Sejuani and Azir and a potential support pick is it's going to be a blind Poppy.
Okay.
I got to say, that's bold. Poppy's kind of fallen out of favor in this split, just given the lack of lane swaps, because she's not good in the early laning phase. There are a lot of supports that can really abuse Poppy in lane. One of them being Braum. That's not the best pairing with Jhin, so we might see something like a Maokai, which is a pick that only 35 for sure, willing to play at support. Wouldn't mind it. It gives them a lot of reach with that Nature's Grasp, and between the Jhin, the Maokai reach, and then the follow-up of Vi, Talia, and Bessa, man, there are a lot of ways for Winthrop to not only pull the trigger, but also play off each other in this game. So I'm really going to be on Conviction to try and protect this Azir and MF, and also I'm really worried about Jace in the side lane later on, because that's how you can win this matchup, is really attacking Jace with the Ambessa, Vi, and Talia. So I feel like a lot of tools at Winthrop's disposal to make things happen, but we'll be sitting at a little bit lower damage as a team compared to Conviction, just given the Jhin and Talia. So we'll see if that ends up making an impact later on.
Artemis might just be sitting there, you know, masterminding this thing. He's just got a heck of a draft for the team. Very good composition, a lot of pick tools for them. On the other side, trying to put this comp together, I mean, you have a lot of forward engage from Kisno, a guy that has been very good for the team when he is in that kind of directive spot. The Poppy does deny some of the Vi and Ambessa engages if you can time it right with Steadfast Presence, but you're really looking at trying to find the 2v2 pressure with the Misfortune. As I get a call from production, my curse from yesterday is going to continue. We have a tech pause. But I do want to talk about that 2v2 in the bot lane a little bit more, because when you grab MF, obviously the bullet time is huge, but you're really looking at kind of 2v2 pressure, and I do wonder if they're going to be able to get that off into this combo.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy's a pick that for sure doesn't help a ton in that category, so it might be contested. I still think the MF can be lane dominant if she wants to be early on, which opens up always those early rotations for Grubs could be good. I'm more so just looking at bot lane as, again, I feel like with Winthrop, this is a team that can and does play fast for better or worse, which I always respect when it comes to a team. But if you want to make that work, I really feel like it's on your jungle and support to consistently find good plays. And that has been something that for me has been a lot different in the Winthrop wins versus losses, where in the wins, I think that Wilson and Only 35 had some really good games, and the losses, they've had some games where their engages are negatively impacting the team, or they aren't able to find the same angles to possibly impact the team the way they do in the wins. So that duo, I'm definitely going to look out for in this game. And to be fair, that duo was really big in finding that win they found today against the main roster of the Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So again, I know they dropped that, but you can look at this glass half full.
We're going to hold on to that one win. You know?
Hey, you can look at a glass half full. They did something in the last 5 hours that no one else has done in NACL this split. So I know that Winthrop aren't as high up in the standings, but a good opportunity for them to find a win today and make it to 3-3 and really enter playoff contention and playoff talks for this team, where I think going into the season, not a lot of people had this team in this position.
Yeah, and they started off really strong. Obviously, had taken a little bit of dip after that, but it's been a little bit of a roller coaster ride for Winthrop and just trying to find that consistency. For Russer, that does have a little bit of experience together, has been the kind of growing pains that they've been working through as well. But I think that gives me a little bit of time to talk about Conviction on the other side that did come off of that, heartfelt win yesterday. A very tough series, but in the end had two really, really good games. And it was off the back of some personal growth from them. I know, coming through and trying to figure out what strategies exactly work for them, how they can kind of pick apart the meta a little bit. It was nice to see them play through that as well. So we'll see what we get on the day, as we already have game number 1 queued up, ready to go. Tech Pause is banished, and we're going on to Rift. Game number 1 between Conviction and Winthrop University.
Tech Pause banished for now. So you have been a curse to me, and you have been a curse parent.
We have been a curse, man.
It's been
honestly, I thought since yesterday, I was like, maybe it's just me, but I'm glad you're here to back me up.
It's pretty rare that we have like two hour plus pauses in the span of 3 months, which has happened to us.
Has happened. It did happen. We're not going to speak that into existence though today, because we're going to have a clean day of League of Legends. Speaking of, we're on to the Rift now, and trying to see how these junglers pan out the early game for either side. Very skirmish-heavy junglers, obviously very heavy meta focus in the Sejuani and the Vi that we've seen a lot here as of late, but still a lot of possibility for those level 3, level 4 ganks as well.
I think in terms of, I'm curious to see where the jungles start. I think the one really unique thing that whenever Vi's in the game, always have to be wary of those early Drakes, as denting blows can give you some extra mileage against those dragons, so you can take them a little bit quicker. That said, I'm not sure this bot lane of the Poppy versus the Maokai. I still think that MF can be the one that fights for the priority and is able to get it, but that could be a little bit different, just given the unique support matchup. And I feel like the weakness of both of these supports is usually they're just not good inside lane. So kind of fun to see them each in the same game, because obviously the kits of Poppy and Maokai are so valuable in fights when like the value of Nature's Grasp or Bramble Smash, and then the Steadfast Presence, the Wall Bang, the Keeper's Verdict as well. A lot of value later on. Just again, two supports that you don't see as commonly because they are very weak in the laning phase. So kind of curious to see just like what happens with this matchup and how it gets impacted that way.
And we'll keep an close eye on that as well. See who kind of leans out, getting the advantage down there. We are looking at the lane setup right now. I think the other side eye will definitely be Hoarder and Denethor. Those two up-and-comers. Obviously, Denethor a little bit more track record than Hoarder here coming into it, but Hoarder coming off a very good performance yesterday. And now we look at the jungle. It is going to be the same side start, so same pathing for both of them, but both super impactful in their own ways.
Honestly, kind of curious to see both junglers make their way up towards this top side. I think there would have been a real opportunity for Wilson to maybe look bot, as the Maokai a lot more sound engaged to support a gank than something like Poppy, where it's a little bit more conditional. And this lane up here, this is going to be Jay's favorite early on. I guess the Hoarder pushed in, so for me, a part of it makes sense is if Kisno paths up here, Hoarder can play this matchup aggressively the way it's supposed to be played. Make sure that he's covered. Wilson, though, trying to answer it. It looks like he's just going for the full clear. I just think that he's going to have to end up going for that bot crab and then playing this game out from there. Just given the top priority. Pretty confident that Conviction and Hoarder can pick this one up. I will say, in terms of scaling this game, we haven't really made a dead-on call. I think that this game almost comes down to more execution. When it comes to the scaling, I think it's just really, can Winthrop connect with these R's? Are you going to be able to pair up the Vi with the Ambessa, or play off of Vi Talia, use good Weaver's Walls to make things happen? Is that going to happen or no? I think that's what's going to end up determining this game here. As Manui walks up, gets some scouting done with his face. Now
here comes the dive. Get the Arctic Assault, the flash out of Denethor there. He might get away. Hoarder committing to the play, but doesn't get the kill in the end. He might just want to go for it. Hoarder walking into Denethor. I think they realized they need to pull off the play. That was a little dicey.
Yeah, that W gonna be enough to make sure that Ambessa gets out. They do get the flash off Ambessa.
Darkwing.
Meanwhile, Darkwing.
Wilson just walks right into him with the Vault Breaker, making sure they can't dodge out. And then that's going to be the double flash from Sword and Darkwing. So we do have some early action here, Cubby.
I will say that trade of flashes from Sword's a bit risky. Because in isolation, Talia being down flash against Azir can be scary. As Hoarder is going to get back in the lane and get a really nice trade against Senator. He does have second wind and it has a jungler though. Yeah.
All right.
So that gets Hoarder's flash, which is not bad. I think a little bit of an oopsie there from Hoarder being that aggressive, knowing that Wilson was still on the map. We'll say though, this does set Wilson behind a little bit, and you can see Kisno answering on the bot side, trying to get into Wilson's camps. Of course, he did go bot the top, and that was spotted. So Kisno at least going to get access to this Gromp.
With the help of Manui. Manui got caught earlier getting that early vision down, but it actually pays off for them as they can get that invade going off. Looks like it should just be the Gromp, though, as the reset did come through from Wilson to get back onto the map. The Dragon is up. We do have the Grubs coming up in less than a minute as well.
That's a good call. There's no swap from either bot lane. As Wilson will get the bad news about his Gromp here in a sec. I will say I think this is important, though, that Kisno was able to deny this, because it really means XP advantage for any potential Grub fight will be in the hands of Conviction and Kisno. So for me, that really dissuades a potential fight there. As
they
double
know
six
they
is
top.
when Talia has no flash, double six comes in, really vulnerable to stuff like Emperor's Divide, or just Sejuani like flashing on your face and trying to combo you down from there. So I think the trade of objective is the right call for Winthrop, and Wilson will be the one to proactively start that Dragon and take it. Meanwhile, Kisno Grubs aren't spawned yet, so going to yoink the Raptors as well. So I think Wilson overstaying for that top gank. Like, yes, he does get Hoarder's flash, but it led to him losing 2 camps and being a no contest on Grubs. He doesn't he will have Smite up shortly, so maybe he can 2-for-1 Grubs. I think that would be the best case scenario here for Winthrop, but nice punish by Kisno on the back half here to just take those 2 camps away and make sure that he's ahead in XP and really dissuade Winthrop from thinking about this objective.
And just utilize the clear strength of the Sejuani. It just feels so good to get rolling on the Sedge. And no response does mean it'll just be that full-on trade. There won't even be that 1 steal away from Wilson. They just willingly doing that. I think that the vision game has played a large part in how they're dictating the map. I think that little ward right below the Raptor pit, spotting Kisno going towards top, just made them feel a lot more confident in that play. But now the question is, like, okay, you get the curtain call a little bit skewed there by mobility.
It's for the wave, you know?
Yeah. And the question becomes, like, does Winthrop, or I guess, are they forced to play around that next spawn of Grubs? Are you okay giving this composition 6 Grubs in total?
I would want to play around the next spawn. I think that Jace with Grubs can be scary. Azir too. Azir isn't rushing Nashor's Tooth, so won't be as detrimental, but going to be a tankier build for Darklings, who will be trying to survive the onslaught of Arkeys that Winthrop could potentially throw at him. But yeah, definitely have to keep our eyes on that bot lane, Mazel, as mobility only 35. I think any Grub play from Winthrop going to be with them shifting up. So far, Conviction, I think, off to a pretty sound start. Big thing for me, we have a couple flashes still down from our solo laners. So now with the objectives down, wondering if we see either of our junglers look to make a play, Mazel, before these flashes come back up, because those flashes are going to be up in about a minute to 2 minutes time here.
And getting those flash timers, as time goes on, going to be more important. So I think we've seen the kind of first iterations maybe go through the wayside here, but honestly, look at this. Only 35. He's leashing the wolves so they can get a little bit quicker clear speed. Both him and Badui. Very interactive with their junglers so far in game number 1. That's what I love to see.
And again, these supports are not very useful in the laning phase, so
got to be useful somehow.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I always talk about Maokai jungle. You know, the Q gives some extra nice juice to the monsters. Is Manui not going to find the potential wallbang on the sword? I will say, you want to really get into the metagames here, Mazel. So that sword, he traded his flash with Darkwings. Well, he does have Cosmic Insight, so that flash is already back up. So there is a window where they can actually hunt for Darkwings. If,
there is. Maybe that was part of the big frame plan all along.
It could be, because again, I don't prefer that flash trade. I think Talia can be very vulnerable to Azir in those scenarios, but that flash is back up, and Azir is still down for another, I think it's like a 50-second cap. It looks like Wilson actually kind of looking for it. There's going to be a control ward that spots him here.
Yeah, will be spotted out
Cover
there.
from Kisno, too.
Gotta say, it's been a very calm early game for two teams that are definitely going to have to start contesting over some of these objectives sooner rather than later, and especially that next spawn of grubs that'll be coming up in a couple minutes as well. Do we
Ooh, this
have
is
a
spotted.
situation where maybe we get this dive off before this is going through with the sapling providing that utility? There is the curtain call for the wave yet again. Mobility keeping a good job of even state in this 2v2 that Conviction wanted to take advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, while all this is going on, I do think that Hoarder has grown his lead a bit.
Yeah.
I will say that the Jace and Bessa matchup, Jace should be up, but Hoarder's a little bit ahead of schedule for where I'd have the Jace. So props to him. I know that he got some help getting Denethor's flash out early, but of course Denethor survived that. We'll pick up a big wave as well, but that is at least one point that Conviction could use and could rotate around. Is was curious to see where Hoarder walked after his base. Looks like he's still going top, of course. Option for both teams here to maybe swap their bot lanes up top, as we do see the Jin Maokai walking mid. Of course, that second spawn of grubs that you were teasing, Mazel, might be important for Winthrop to at least snag a couple, as they did give away those first 3 almost on the map.
This is not a composition I feel like you really want to give over all those grubs. I mean, Azir will absolutely melt those turrets later on as Hoarder getting engaged on by Wilson. He's saving the cease and desist. The combo comes through. Hoarder with the flash, waiting to use it. And Kisno comes in with a saving grace. The public execution used by Denethor. Kisno, the bodyguard Hoarder needed to save his life.
Yeah, but that was the side step from Hoarder, because public execution goes to the furthest back target.
Yep.
So just not the right angle for Denethor. And a good sidestep from Hoarder to get out of that one. That said, that will be enough pressure to secure the second grub. So I think it's still a win for Winthrop.
Absolutely. That's what we said. They needed to find a timer on. The fact that they offset it, went with the play beforehand, and forced the number game. Will be a nice pickup for them, evening things up in the grub department. There is the other dragon on the other side of the map, though, but not going to be an immediate response coming through from Conviction, though they are wrapping around that way, and so is Winthrop.
Yeah, I think that or it looks like Kisner going to skip over a couple of his camps. The earlier start, the better here for Conviction, as, of course, no cease and assist available for Wilson might be just enough to dissuade any potential fight on this. And
Sword has ult.
Manui's hunting, though.
Oh, the flash
flash
play.
flash.
That was bold. I like it. The immediate flash from Sword. That'll be worth it.
I think it was a good play from Manui, and I love the reaction from Sword to get out of it, because if he gets stuck there, the follow-up from Darklings, again, can be very sound, but now this is something that they can't pressure Manui.
50-50. You talked about that space providing. The Nature's Grass going to come through. It's going to be Kisno versus Wilson in the pit, but Wilson just goes for the fight as well. Into the bullet time, chunking it out, smites it away, and Winthrop will get their second dragon of the game. Conviction left wanting around the dragon pit.
I really like how Winthrop played that out. They use their tools to slow down the dragon for Conviction, let them eat the damage, use the range to make sure they were able to set up something. And I know they don't connect with a kill. The fact they deny that dragon, I think the slow play was for sure the right call for them there. You don't want the 5v5 fight with no cease and assist and your jungler down a level. The fact that they were able to pressure them and find the yoink was a big win. So really well played by Winthrop.
It was indeed. And they'll take the 3 grubs and the dragon stacking. So now they'll be on one more till Soul Point, which is very nice on a Cloud Soul map for this composition. I know Jin will be very happy. But looking at the side of Conviction, it's a dead ball game. It's pretty even, you know, like 700, 800 gold either way on side of Conviction. Are we okay with this map state for them?
I think so. Darkwing's feeling pretty happy right now.
He's just chilling, man. First items gotten easy.
Yeah, I feel like Jace Poke's going to stick later on, too. So the fact that Conviction solo laners are ahead, and I think that has been a real positive for this team, Marcel, is both Hoarder and Darklings have been pretty solid as solo laners in this league. I think that's really what, for me, has cemented Conviction as like that top half or 5th place team. As we did have them as favorites today, going in a close match against Winthrop. Again, Winthrop playing to reach that 500 mark, Conviction playing to avoid it. And a win for Winthrop here would be really important, just avoiding that relegation spot. I feel like 3 is a magic number right now with the teams that we have. So would be really big for Winthrop, as of course every team in the NACL hoping to earn that ticket back at minimum before you can start thinking about playoffs and more.
And going 2-4 versus 3-3 is a much different stake. Again, you'll be one game out, as now Winthrop going for their play, looking to keep the tempo going their favor. Steadfast Presence going to buy a lot of time, but it was not enough. First blood at 14 minutes, but Conviction want to follow it up. Chrome with a really nice bullet time. Going to clean up a couple kills for Conviction. Kisto gets one of them as well. That's Hoarder TPing, now Mobility under turret. He's a little bit of a bold TP. Kisno chasing down Wilson in his own jungle as well. And Conviction seem to have just pulled the trigger onto Winthrop.
Yeah, I mean, again, we saw all of Winthrop's tools connect, but they were all used onto a Poppy. And with the Merc Treads, with the Steadfast Presence, the bonus resistances that you get from that W, especially when you get low, everything had to be used to take down the Poppy. And that was enough for Conviction to turn that. So I think it was a nice call from Conviction to recognize that. Be like, hey, we lost Manui, but look at everything they burned to get that. We can make a play off that. As now they're going to make another one.
Public Execution also going to go wide, as he's just going to die to the turret. Last shot will do it, and Feats of Warfare claimed by Conviction.
Great sidestep by both Manui and Darkwings. First tower goes down to Hoarder. Darkwing's going to continue to make work on that top side. Has cover right now from both Manui and Kisno, and that top turret was low for the waning phase that Hoarder was up in. So just like that, off of one play from Winthrop, where again, they burned all their R keys onto the support. Conviction played that one out. I think Denethor made a mistake in that top lane, was definitely overextended, but a really nice play from Manui on that respawn to go straight top, find Denethor with Darkwings, and turn the map upside down in favor of Conviction.
I mean, almost a 3,000 gold lead now. And I got to say, the more and more that we watch this team play, the more their name sticks out to be just the absolute meaning of how they play. They have such conviction when they find their win conditions, when they find their strategies. They know how to dictate the map in their way. And it's been really fun to see across the last 2 days. Obviously, with that little bit of a stinker in game number 2 yesterday, but it has been pretty clean from them, knowing how they can tackle this game in game number 1.
And again, cease and assist, Weaver's Wall, the first flick, all used. And then this turn from Kisno, only 35 is really low. It's a really nice angle on the ult from Chrome. I think he could have angled it up a little bit more.
Yeah.
That's getting picky, though. Was still able to do enough significant damage to really, again, create a winning scenario for his team. Hoarder's TP, I think it was okay, but it ended up being unnecessary, as the fight was already over when he came in, and it ended up being a Conviction win. So, again, Winthrop, we really put an emphasis on these R keys. They have a lot of big tools they can use to try and set up these fights. You know, control the terrain with the Weaver's Wall and Nature's Grasp. A lot of potential there. You just want to see them used on not Manui. That's not the target you want.
But when you provide so much lockdown, it's hard not to focus on Manui when he's just throwing his body into the mix and forcing you. I know, but hey, I'm just calling it how I see it. And Winthrop need to find a way to call it another way. And now the Dragon going to be started up by Conviction. Yes, Winthrop were able to get the last 2. Looks like they're going to commit to a fight here. Sword does have the Weaver's Wall to cut off any section they want. Manui a little bit set up here, as he is not spotted out until just now. Mobility going to step up. Nature's Grasp is there. Into the pit. Into the Dragon. Isn't going to go enough. No, Wilson cannot get it. Wilson will fall. And it's going to be the big curtain call coming out from Mobility. But the bullet time going to separate the rest of the fight. Conviction and try to back away now that they did get the Dragon. And Winthrop licking their wounds a little bit here, as it is a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, I mean, Manui goes down, but that's not too bad. Wilson also went down trying to yoink it. I mean, honestly, pretty nothing fight, Mazel. I think that we give some credit over to Chrome, who that bullet time did net a flash and bought some space for his team to get out. But these tools being used, I don't think Weaver's Wall was quite available yet for them to try and, you know, trap Conviction up against the wall and then use Nature's Grasp. I think that's definitely something I'm looking out for. It could be a lot of pressure on Conviction, their ability to control terrain. But at the moment, it feels like Darkwings is a little bit too big and Hoarder's a little bit too big to deal with.
That Jace first pick locked in, and it's paying off. It's crazy. It's crazy how many just blind top laners are working in B1 here as of late in the competitive.
Yeah, I mean, it really has been the meta, right? I mean, you're covering more LPL than I think anyone right now, Mazel. And what's the meta over there? It's like, unless Varus is up, it's just first 3 top sides like slammed, right?
Sion got slammed last night, literally 1v9 the entire game. It's great.
Yeah,
it's good time.
Like, there's a lot of top laners right now that just feel very blindable. So it has led to more creativity in terms of bot lane picks. Definitely see it this game with both these supports that are very team fight centric. We'll see if they can have a big impact as this game goes on. I know we've seen Manui get called out a couple times, but I feel like it's been in benefit of his team.
Yeah, I agree.
So I will say that Manui posturing very aggressively, but definitely something I'd like to see as Manui continues to kind of grow into this role swap. I know that they had a scare in OQs as this was a favored team to get through when they were Tempest at the time. Manui was streaming their POV. They'd lost an early series, dropped lower bracket, had to make the climb. I think that series they dropped was kind of on Manui. But we haven't really seen him improve as sport is.
They go into Hoarder. Nice combination there. He's pretty tanky. They have 4 members in the 4th shot from mobility after his flash will end up getting the kill. Deadly Flourish going to follow up on a Manui, but that should be all they get from it. Really nice pick off on a Hoarder and his flash burnt. And we'll see if they can make something out of it.
Yeah.
Denethor taking a side lane turret too.
Definitely an oopsie from Hoarder as his team was taking the Rift Herald. He took an aggressive path to try and answer this bot lane from Denethor, ends up getting punished. He was gonna flash, I think it had to be over the Raptor wall as well. But a mistake from our rookie top laner. He gets caught out in a pretty bad spot, and that does enable Denethor to pick up that bot turret and so much needed gold back in his pockets. As he's getting close to that Spear of Shojin, which is always really nice pick up as Ambassador.
And we are getting on the second item pickups now. Primarily for Chrome. Bypassing the boots, going straight for the Essence Reaper second. Going to have a lot of damage packed into a little package.
I like the LDR. I think
I think you have to.
When you go into a Sejuani, definitely have to. So that third item will be a really big spike for mobility, picking up that Infinity Edge. Jin gets some bonuses out of that one too with the 4th shot, of course, always being the guaranteed crit. So...
Okay, we're getting ready around this bot side. Still about a minute and a half till that next dragon. Would be soul point for Winthrop on this Cloud Soul themselves, but maybe trying to take a little bit preemptive sack is though fully watched putting down the Rift Herald, but they are just going to look to take some standing gold in this mid lane, take this outer tower down, easy peasy, as Conviction will give themselves a little bit more room to work with around this dragon.
I really like that Herald from Conviction. I know it's early for the dragon timer, like some people might see that and say that, but the side lanes were set up really nicely where Winthrop had to and has to respond. They're just throwing it down there to get the mid outer is something I actually really like. Take that free gold, because now you actually reset with it and use it for the dragon, as we're going to see Manui take a base right after Hoarder. Resets a little bit desync, something you can patch up a little bit as Conviction, but still, Winthrop, they're taking vision right now with where they're at on the map, but it might be too late for them to reset, so could be a pretty decent inventory advantage here for Conviction if they do decide to take the resets. That said, it looks like only Hoarder was able to get back and complete that mirror mount, which is a nice spike.
That's big. I mean, that's really big.
Denethor was going to TP back for Shojin. I think that's completely worth it too.
Yeah, and I think we go back to that conversation we were having earlier where both teams have good strengths as time goes on in the game. It's not like one team is outscaling the other, but it definitely comes down to execution. And I primarily look at Denethor. If he can find access onto these squishies, he can use this kind of public execution to get backline access, which we haven't necessarily seen so far. That is a ticket for Winthrop.
I love this setup from Conviction. Again, Winthrop, they cleared out the vision late, but it meant they were going to be late to get back here. So the Azir and the Jace are the ones that are holding space. It's really tough for Winthrop to kind of fight into this. They have Arkeys where they can break it, but this setup and this choke, you can see the poke adding up from Conviction as the Jace and the Azir are doing some nice work. Winthrop relegated to having to play through the bot side, so Conviction can pull this dragon up a little bit and should have decent battle lines drawn.
I like this from Conviction, man. They are just picking Winthrop's part. They are going to get the reset here. Winthrop are now going to take primary position. They're going to go with a dual engage. Manui goes on a 1v3 with the Keeper's Verdict, and they pick up only 35. Immediately, Denethor and Wilson coming back to the fight. The flash is coming back over the side, and Chrome gets himself a double kill. All of a sudden, you look, and it is Conviction taking their second dragon of the game, and a couple kills on top of it.
Shout out to Manui, man. I did not see that play. That was bold, but it ended up being a great call. He completely split up Winthrop, and I think a big difference in this one, again, we've talked about the R-keys from Winthrop being needing to be proactive and being used. With Manui taking that engagement in his own hands and splitting the fight with the Keeper's Verdict, look at the R-keys for Winthrop.
Yeah,
Weaver's
they're
Wall
all there.
still up. Cease and desist still up. They were never able to get us set up and actually find their execution, because Manui went in early and broke it. I'd love to take another look at that, because it looked goofy at the start, but I think Manui actually played that really, really intelligently.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I really think that Manui has, I know we didn't get to elaborate a little bit on when you were talking about him earlier, but Imagine as an ADC player switching to support and just throwing your body around on the Rift. That's what this guy has been doing, and it's been really awesome to see, right? He has had such an impact to this Conviction roster, not only through his wacky picks that we even knew him for in the ADC role, but now coming into his own as a support. And I loved it because he said, you know, the time is now to have the support swatch. We've lost so many of our good supports. And he's making it known that he is here to stay. Hoarder in a lot of trouble. Feels like we've seen this a couple times. Maybe you cast the curse the hell out of him to start the series off, but it is Denethor picking him off in the side lane.
Interesting take, and I would talk more about Manui, because I think that he's the player, just personality-wise, was really set for the support role swap. Always wants to be a big part of the team. Never really had the hands, I think, to be an elite AD, but has the brains to be an elite support. So adding those hands definitely helpful. See if he can make a difference here. He's got Keeper's Verdict still on cooldown, so not available. This is going to be bursted down. The
magic resists are gone, and you have to be careful for Winthrop, but they do end up getting the GAs. Now they feel like they can go for the fight. Public Execution onto Darkwings by himself. Glacial Prison's going to go wide, and they get the shutdown onto him. No GAs have fallen just yet, and that curtain call is going to slow down Kisno. He's going to have to get out of this one. Fourth shot does connect. They do have the Make It Rain to back Winthrop off, but now they can just go for this Baron potentially. You know they're threatening it, and mobility of the rest of the team is going to start it up.
I don't love this from Winthrop. I did love that fight because they got Darkwings before the Emperor's Divide went down, but now Hoarder's back up. The poke's going to hurt. Manui can look for a pinch.
Like fish in a barrel. Shock blast hits across, and now all those GAs are about to get popped. Bullet time across, and that's a 3-man knockup coming through as well from Manui. They're going to take back the control over the Baron. Chrome about to fall, but ends up surviving. The Baron is getting Manui low. One more auto won't do it. Chrome and the rest of Conviction, they're going to take the Baron off. Manui dies! Only 35 will get the kill in the end, but that'll be 4 purple cakes to Conviction.
I think it was a couple of really nice plays from Winthrop to get into position, but the Baron just wasn't the call. I think it was a reset and then trying to make a power play for the outer turrets that exist on the top side of the map. Going for that Baron, Hoarder was able to rejoin, and the pinch from Manui was fantastic, as that Keeper's Verdict was so good to keep people in place for the bullet time. As I know it doesn't show on the scoreboard, but Manui's been having a great game on this Poppy.
He's been having a couple great games so far in a row. Yesterday, having some really pivotal moments and willing to whip out the Soraka of all things, but it really has been a really nice come up from Manui, a guy that we know has a really good mindset when it comes to improvement, when it comes to gameplay. Is now Winthrop going to go for some gameplay themselves onto this bot side. They're all inning here onto Hoarder. They will take him out. The Weaver's Wall buying a lot of time. There's only 35, healing up a storm here. Now Darkwing's going to pop the Sun Disc and bot side. Chrome is on his way. Darkwings was looking for the Emperor's Divide, wanting the Shurima Shuffle combo. It's going to be the seismic shove to get them away, but only 35. Still going to get caught, still going to be brought down. Darkwings goes ahead and puts on his lumberjack here, and he's going to go for another play now as well. And Sword going to dodge out of that Keeper. Is now actually the Glacial Prison, and Sword now going to fall to the rest of Conviction. After a very long chase down, it's Darkwings that comes away with 2 more kills.
Yeah, a bit of a oopsie of a combo there from Kisno, but Manui able to clean up as Winthrop. I actually like the idea attacking Hoarder. Again, Chrome was stuck, he was mid, but the chase down ended up being too much for them to deal with, as Conviction were able to keep on walking forward. And man, as this game has gone on, I know we had a lot of action in the last few minutes, but the big benefactor has been Darkwings.
Yeah,
this here is really big. I love the fact that Darkwings, he skipped the Zanyas because he still has Seekers available, so he rushed that death cap. Early death caps, yes, they're expensive, but it makes all the ability power that you get for the rest of the game more and more efficient if you're able to pick up this item early. So now with the Zanyas, Darkwings is really big in this game.
And I don't know, maybe this is, I'm going to show a little bias here, absolutely, but I've been a big fan of Darkwings since his time on Dignitas, since all the storylines coming through. His comeback into Tier 2 has been awesome to watch, right? I know the guy has a really good mindset when it comes to like what has happened in his past and how he uses it to move forward, but he has such a jovial attitude, and he could just out-hands you on so many different levels. It's been a pleasure to get to recover this guy in Tier 2.
Honestly, it's been fun. Oh, hold on, Wilson. Hard to move against Poppy.
You can't move, and that's why you picked the Poppy. We questioned it. We were wondering what it was for, and it was absolutely to put down Wilson and Denethor.
It's dangerous blind, but again, you get it out of lane. It can be really valuable as Conviction going to clean up their 3rd dragon with the back half of their Baron. So not a lot of turret taken by Conviction during this Baron, but did amass a gold lead. As yeah, I think the thing about Dark Wings is he he keeps going at it, man. Like shout out to the
He keeps
perseverance.
going, man.
Yeah, as you're gonna get a flash from only 35, but hold on.
Okay, well.
It was a real
Fighting
flash
little
from the
bit
Nui.
aggression. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an oops.
It's a little bit of a trouble, but they will end up getting the tier 2 in top, so more standing gold going their way. And now they're circling around an 8,000 gold lead here, almost 30 minutes in.
But for Dark Wings, again, this matchup's kind of fun for me because a lot of these players were at that Cyto Combine in the offseason. Dark Wings was one of them who made that top 10, as of course Parth was the one heading that up. Flew some of the best prospects out to the FlyQuest facility to play for a weekend. And Dark Wings just feels like, you know, early on in his career, he could play everything, but he wasn't the most, like, he was never just, like, great at something, right? It felt like he was kind of missing something in terms of hands or mechanics. But I think that his commitment to really trying to improve upon that, a skill that we oftentimes talk about comes naturally to players. It was one where Dark Wings, like, hitting that high ceiling you need as a professional, it hasn't come naturally to him. He's had to work on it. But he continues to get better and better and really climb up that mid-lane ranking and standings every single time we see him in NACL, which is really fun because I know that when Proving Ground started, he made the first 4 on 4 different teams. So like, early on in his career, it feels like he was never really valued to what he could bring to a team, and now he's being valued now. We do have
Winthrop valuing Chrome's life here. They wanted him so badly, they're going to find him. Big shutdown goes over. Kisno has to use the defensive Glacial Prison. He's going to try to get his way out using the Cloud Soul Rift. Get a little bit of movement speed, but Winthrop, they absolutely have the tools to chase this one down. Steadfast presence going through. They just need to turn the fight, and they do.
Nui.
Double knockup from the Keeper's Verdict as well, but Nui is having himself a hell of a game. Darkwings now untouched, is a big boss man here on 3.5 items. Winthrop realized that, and they back away.
I know it's a 1-for-1, but they could be eternally chased there. The turn from the Nui, Kisno going down, that's okay. The fact that they traded junglers, they stopped the push. Now they're going to try and stop the take of the mid-outer turret, which will happen successfully as both TPs being used by Conviction to try and reset their map right before this Baron spawns. I will say, it is something that Winthrop might be able to punish here. So I feel like the TP mid was somewhat justified. TP top, I don't think was actually necessary from Hoarder. He's going to get that wave in really deep, but I think you only do this if you can, like, hit Baron now, which Conviction can't do because, of course, Baron's not up on the map yet. So 2 TPs up now for Winthrop. We'll see if they can make something of it.
We are on 3 items for majority members across the game. Sword still slacking just a little bit. Very close. Waiting to try to get that last one, but Serpent's Fang also completed for Hoarder. You have now almost 4 items for Chrome as well as mobility. There's a lot of things coming to a head, and it definitely feels like Conviction have the better Baron take here with their comp.
Yeah, take a little bit of a pause, though, as, I mean, the setup's just going to be all Conviction favored. It's really just going to be on them for how much poke do they want to lay down before they feel comfortable going, and does Winthrop look to break this at all? I mean, right now, they don't know it, but Chrome's in base. And keep in mind, Chrome is no sums.
He's on 4 items now.
He
just
is.
Completed it.
I think that the real value of that last fight, though, for Winthrop, we saw mid. Yes, they got Chrome early. They also got both his sons. So if they want to hunt for Chrome now, it's going to be much easier. The hard part is just going to be getting through Darkwing's on Azir, who, of course, can't really be the target, given that he has that Zanya's Hourglass. So they're going to have to find a way to deal with him later on in the fight, which is going to be tough, because he's level 18, and he is very large in this game.
Yeah, large and in charge. Darkwings, guy we talked a little bit about earlier, but so funny seeing him on the Azir, obviously. So that he has played already this split, so that he's played in the past. But
best Azir skin, too, by the way. Shout out to him.
Very true, very true. Shout out to Darkwings.
This skin is undefeated. I don't care. I don't have many opinions about skins. This is one I do have an opinion on.
I appreciate
Everyone using Eternia Azir, I don't get it, man.
Eternia is so good. He's a judge.
So overrated.
All right, now, unfortunately, this might be a little overrated for Winthrop, as only 35 will go down. That immediately puts a massive space-buying tool off the table for Winthrop, and Conviction will scoop up the Baron easy.
That's just it. Manui's going to deny the plant. They're going to hold the line. It looks like Winthrop giving this one up to try and play to deny the soul. So this Baron take looking very easy.
They can do both, though, right?
I don't know if they want to. Of course, Hoarder's top lane, and he's down TP. So it looks like Conviction's just going to threaten the Baron and use the waves to try and draw Winthrop away from that dragon. I wouldn't be surprised if Wilson just solos it. That looks to be the call while the rest of Winthrop defends.
Oh my God.
Definitely going to lose.
I don't think they
two
can do it,
inhibitors.
man.
Yeah,
I think they got to get back. There's some alarm bells going back in the base right now. They're losing everything.
Okay. All right, a little bit late. Shout out to Conviction. Good call by them. They get control of the map again.
Wilson just sending it. Goes straight onto Chrome. They find the public execution too, but the Emperor's Divide Dark Wings has been untouched this entire time. We said he's the big man in charge and mobility, trying to even the odds here a little bit. He does end up getting one back with that fourth shot, and it will be the back initiated coming through from Manui. He's going to stop that back as one turret is very, very low here. See if Darkwings wants to step up and go ahead and take this one. They do end up doing it, and Conviction maybe looking to finish the cave here. This is a little bit heavy, though, as they're going straight for the turret. Darkwings dashing away is going to get away from the Deadly Flourish. Darkwing feels like he can end it. Just going to go for the last Nexus turret, and Conviction should back away.
They're tracking flashes. They know that no one can be flashed upon. If you are Conviction, I love the way the Darkwings played that. Just prepping the soldiers behind them, or behind him, so he could slink his way on out of there when any tools were thrown his way. Or very well managed by Darkwings is now. Those TPs we saw burned by Conviction earlier on, they're back up and should ensure that the soul goes over to them. They're a little bit late. There is a chance for Winthrop to fight this, and frankly, I think they need to. Sword is, if he spotted top lane, that's going to be Cloud Soul gone. Okay, it's gone. All right, this is going to be tough.
That's tough. I mean, they're already down 9,000 gold. I think it was always tough, but I agree they definitely wanted to try to do something proactive, but it's almost impossible.
It's just that, like, at this point of the game, you have one more try to really, like, throw things out. Like, you got to flip it at some point if you're down here. Yeah. Maybe flipping it before they get Cloud Soul is the right call. I don't think it was this time around, as they're really trying to get top wave in, because they know it's just going to be a 5v5 defense for this bot inner, so... spotting Conviction on the push. Winthrop going to group up as 5. We'll see if they can hold the line against the Condition, which, as you called out, 9K goal ahead of the moment.
Hold the line. A very meta comp coming through from Winthrop. Not working out for them in game number 1, but Conviction using some momentum from yesterday's series in their favor. Everybody performing well. We're seeing Darkwings and Chrome step up. Manui having a hell of a game on this Poppy, and now they go all in. This is the last-ditch effort. They don't end up getting anybody off that initial phase, and the Keeper's Verdict going to separate the rest of Winthrop away. The final inhib falls. Weaver's Wall to come across to buy time. Darkwing going to get a couple shots to the face for mobility. He's not going to go down just yet, though. Porter getting a little bit low. Conviction not necessarily confident to step up. Mobility willing to step up, though, and only 35 starts to fall. That means the dam is starting to break. The water is overflowing, and Conviction will take a game 1 win.
Man, I got to say, I think on the scoreboard, Darkwings, he is the MVP, but my MVP that game is Manui, man. I thought the Poppy, the way that he played that one out in the mid-game, it was fantastic from Manui. And again, that pick, blinding Poppy support can be kind of scary at times. They didn't take a lane punishing pick to go up against the Poppy, which would be like an Enchantress or a Braum. Not the best pairing with Jhin, so I don't blame him for not taking that. But the fact that Manui was able to get out of lane, then the impact he had in some of those fights. I mean, man, if you play the replay tape of the value of Poppy in some of those fights, it won the multiple dragon fights, it saved the Baron, and Manui was doing this really proactively, looking for the angles and the aggressive Keeper's Verdicts. Prevented Winthrop from finding those R-key setups their comp really needed. Really props to Manui with how he played out that game. Darkwings was the big carry at the end of it, but really feel like Manui got them there and really helped get Conviction that game 1 win.
The leader takes hold as Manui, a big voice on the team, showing up big in game number 1. We'll see if Winthrop can bounce back after that devastating loss and see if we can go all the way to 3. We'll be back after a short break.
My brothers and cousins were playing, they like downloaded it in season 3, and I mean, we just all played games. I came from like Xbox, you know, playing Call of Duty. So all the like OG Call of Duties from, you know, like the OG Call of Duties, and then we got on League, and I just had a laptop and would play sitting in my bed, and my bed was my mouse pad, and I would just play like that. And I started as support because that was just like the position that my friend or like my brothers and them like needed to fill. And eventually, like, me moving to AD carry was because my brother that I always laned with, who played AD carry, he just stopped playing a lot. So I was like, oh, I'll just play AD carry then. So that's how it all like kind of started. definitely Doublelift back on CLG. I really liked. Started watching in season 3, and for NA it was Doublelift, but then around that time it was like SKT1, and so like obviously like people on the SKT, I really liked watching Worlds, and then yeah, it was like Doublelift slash CLG, and then SKT slash Faker obviously, and then Fnatic with Reckless, and then that whole OG team was fun to watch. Yeah, that was definitely that. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's like most people's favorite team of all time. That TSM team, 2016, 2017. That was definitely fun to watch.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL 2025. We're in week number 5, day number 3. Game 1 of the day going the way of Conviction versus Winthrop University. Gonna need a comeback now to get us all the way to 3 games.
Yeah, and it's pretty rare that, I get to throw out an MVP vote, or at least feel strongly about it, to a support. I really feel like Manui on that Poppy made a big difference that game. I know the Dark Wings was being farmed up, was dealing the big damage later on, but Manui was the playmaker early on. And even, being the...
Did you say boom boom damage?
Yeah, I do like boom boom damage. It's a nice phrase. Shout out to Wolf and the LCK for that one, as that stuck with me for the last 3 years.
And now it's stuck with me.
Yeah, and hopefully it sticks with all of you at home. But yeah, I really felt like Manui. I mean, like some of the fights that he had, this one was a wee bit of a stinker, but I think the next Dragon fight, if they show it, this Poppy was a big difference maker in the game. Of course, a lot of dashes in that top side for Winthrop. The way that they were able to use it to play around it was quite good, as Manui, I felt like, was the playmaker that got conviction of the later stage of the game, where Azir took over.
I think it was very clear that he was the Emperor of Shurima this time around. I think Darkwings had some really good angles. I think there was a lot of distractionary tools. Primarily, I will give a shout out to Hoarder, who was absolutely the focus of a lot of these fights.
Yeah,
leaving a lot of room for Darkwings to kind of do his work.
He got caught a couple too many times
He
that game.
did.
I will
It's
say,
fine.
I think he played some fights decently too. But at least it was a good laning phase from Hoarder, who
Yeah, he had like a 30 CS lead.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that we came in kind of hyping up the top laners in that matchup. Like, this wasn't a game that really ended up centering around the top laners. I don't think either of them had a brilliant game here, but we'll see if that changes in game 2. And definitely confident in the fact that Darkwings, for me, was a real standout in this one. Big difference maker.
Yeah, both him and Manui combining very strongly to set them up well. But I will say, we have confirmation. Shocker, Winthrop will be on the blue side. So changing things up a little bit here, but also maybe giving Winthrop a little bit more something in the draft to work with. And I personally would love to see mobility with a little bit more onus towards him.
Yeah, I feel like mobility, when you're Jhin, sometimes you're not really a focus. I felt like he was just kind of doing his job that game.
Yeah.
Where, again, the big difference makers, I think a lot of the times Winthrop, they're a team that likes to play fast. And at times, if only 35 and Wilson get the sync up, that for me is when this team has looked quite good. Other times when we haven't seen them look like sync up, that's when we have seen them have some misses. I think that really the first Vi to Leah combo was, I mean, thrown on the Manui, and then we didn't really, it took a while to see some clean executes where it felt like in that time, Winthrop were falling behind on the map before we really saw those clean executes on the stuff like Chrome in the mid game, or Hoarder later on too. So I think that 15 to or 14 to 20 minute mark, the game really stalled out, ended up being in favor of Conviction, as I thought they played out the map really well, used that grub advantage they had really well, Mazel, and made some good work of the game.
Well, if you want to catch up on all that action from game number 1, make sure you go follow all of our socials. Check in on x.com as well as multiples others. You'll see it on the top there, right there on your screen. But I think we get a little shout out from our production to call it Twitter. But it is a situation where we have to kind of zoom out and refocus in on why this series matters so much. I know we hyped it up coming into it. I think today has a lot of very important matches, but both these teams going to only have 3 series left after this one. For Winthrop, the pressure is absolutely on because they still have to face Near Airport and Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So trying to get any win, trying to get to that 3-win marker that you called earlier, very, very important.
I mean, that's the difference between competing for maybe going to playoffs or trying to avoid that relegation spot.
Yeah.
3 is kind of the magic number to avoid being relegated and having to play your way back into the NACL. So really important for each team is, I feel like a win here, Winthrop, if they find the 2-1, would take them from being a borderline, maybe we're going to see this team relegated, to oh man, this could be a playoff team, right? So you got 3-3, they have tough matches coming up, but never know what can happen in the back half of the split. And then Conviction, they notched that 4th win. You got to assume that might actually lock them into playoffs here, which would be huge for that team, who, again, the only 2 series they've dropped were to Dark Zero and Near Airport. So only have the Luminosity Gaming as those are really the 3-headed Hydra that we have in NACL this split that all the teams are trying to get through. But
when you say that, I immediately start thinking about the meme, and now I'm trying to figure out which one the dumb one is.
Man. I don't want to meme on the Dark Zero sub squad, but that would have been an easy one this past week. Anyway, it's one where, again, Conviction with the win here really cement themselves in that playoff discussion. So I think that this series is pretty big for the stakes, and we'll see if Winthrop can continue and find some momentum they had from NACE, where they did make the finals, and again managed to do something that no other team has done in NACL, which is take a game off of that Dark Zero Dragonsteel roster. They did so earlier in the day, so we'll see if Winthrop can channel some of that, push us through game 3.
biggest question, it's always a 50-50. It's like, does playing games before your series give you a warm-up, or does it make you tired? It's always the kind of difference between, it's a lot of games.
Not the home setup.
It's not the home setup. You're somewhere different. Winthrop need the wins here in NACL. And here they go on the blue side. We're going to see potentially some changes to their draft strategy here. Again, I want to see mobility maybe given a little bit more carry potential than the Jhin. Obviously, the Jhin not going to be available because we are in full Fearless. But it is going to be the first ban coming through as the Rumble, followed by the Varus as well by Conviction on red side.
We'll see. Again, for Winthrop, I mean, I know that this is a team where I feel like you can look at this team right now glass half full or glass half empty. I very much choose to go glass half full because there is no team in North America right now that's played more games in last week than Winthrop. When it comes to, tier 2, tier 3, C-Law, these guys were the early lower bracket entrants for that unfortunate loss they had. They've really had to play their way with backs up against the wall for a lot of this. And for me, Winthrop's been answering a lot of that adversity that they've been facing, where again, seasoned team, they played together for a while, but hey, when you play and every match matters, like in one way, yeah, that pressure can get to you, but so far I feel like they've actually handled that pressure decently well. Making NACE finals is really impressive. And that's a really competitive tournament with good college teams there. Again, C-Law lower bracket, the way, since that loss, they played their way out the best they can, and that's going to be a banger match if you're a C-Law fan as they face the loser of St. Clair versus Fisher College in that next round. One of those teams going home earlier than what other people thought, so that's going to be a big one. This team's going to continue to be tested as we move forward, and we'll see what ends up happening with them as they answered the call earlier today against Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and we'll see if they can answer the call today against Conviction.
Yeah, we're going to catch up in the bans here. We did get a little bit of change in the bans. It is the Rumble, the Callista, and the Zyra ban by Winthrop.
Gwen?
It was the Varus, the Lucian, the Ivern ban, and the Gwen still fully available. Might just be giving Winthrop a tool of success.
Shout out to our production company in Liga Ace. They made a nice graphic for us earlier on, featuring some of the most popular champions we've had in NACL. Gwen was on top of that for the ban list. And when Gwen has gotten through, she is 7-2 in the league. Hoarder managed to pick up a win on her yesterday. So Conviction trading that out for Rise, and
they have to have
Tristana.
An answer, right?
I gotta say, this puts that Tristana in bot lane. I know that Hoarder can play the Rise, but I don't know if you want to play that into the Gwen. So I feel like they're losing a little bit of their flexibility early on in this draft as well. And it might enable, I would really like a Hui pick here for Sword, potentially.
Okay.
If they want to, try and find that range in a good matchup in a Rise. Or Orianna, yeah, that's a Sword pick that this works in the Rise too. Can outrange it, out-interact it in fights later on.
I remember the first season that Sword was in, his Orianna was dirty, man. It was actually disgusting. And now they will have a really tried and true safe combination with the Xin Zhao and the jungle pick as well.
We'll say this is where, someone like Music likes to play Jax jungle, which I would really respect this game from Kisno. I'm not sure if that's going to be a Kisno pick, but good interactions in the Xin. I don't like the top lane matchup for Jackson to Gwen after the changes as much anymore. I think that Gwen with the Q changes deals with Jax a lot better. It will be the Pantheon coming in for Kisno.
Bridge builder.
Yeah, the point and click, and Pantheon's a really strong pick right now. This is definitely something where you can stay on top of Gwen. I will say, though, referencing some of our other leagues we cover, Mazel, it feels like one of the common answers we've seen in the LPL for Gwen is actually taking displacement. We've seen a lot of Azir's mid just go dive bomb Gwen, push her out of the Shroud, and then deal with her that way. That, of course, is not available. The only displacement available at the moment is Buster Shot, and if you're in range to Buster Shot Gwen, that means that you're in danger.
Danger.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening.
This Pantheon is absolutely trying to bridge this early to mid game into the late game scaling that the Tristan and the Rise is going to have, but now it's about bringing the rest of the composition together. We get supportal focus for Conviction in their second phase. They ban away the Braum and the Rakan. It's going to be full supportal focus as well for Winthrop with the Nautilus and the Leona ban.
Alistar is, I think Alistar is just a really strong pick right now. To the way 2 matchups you can play. Because of the ultimate of this champ, you're pretty much guaranteed to get 2 rounds of cooldowns off in a fight, which is so big. And Alistar, of course, can bring enough CC to just fuel an entire team. So like this lockdown, we talked about displacement for the Gwen too. Definitely a pick that can deal really well with Gwen and the Xin Zhao. We'll see what ends up, how they round out this comp, of course. Yeah, Rel, to be expected here. So that Rel-Orianna combo, that power play, going to be really big. We'll see if it ends up being that Ezreal, potentially, for mobility.
Could see it.
Because again, I think range kind of nice here. And they don't need a frontline tank buster. You have the Gwen that can do that.
The Ashe, maybe? Okay, it's going to be the Corki instead. So going with a little bit of flexibility in the damage profile there. But honestly, this comp's looking strong from Winthrop.
We'll say the Corki makes for a much better laning phase into the Tristana, but wow, it ends up actually being the Hoarder Rise top. Again, this is a pick that into Gwen, you can try and set it behind, but for me, this puts a lot of focus on that top lane matchup because it's a volatile one. Rise is at risk of being ganked by something like a Xin Zhao. And the front line for Conviction, like, Alistar can be that nice pseudo front line. He has that ultimate to try and stay alive, but it's pretty non-existent. And they're going to have a really, like, it's really going to be on Manui to be the one that stuffs and denies a lot of these shockwave combos that you're going to see. So that's something I'm really looking out for to see if they can deny that the ball combos that are going to be coming in from the Zen and from the Rel with the shockwaves to follow. And I think that the onus is really, like, this is a difficult comp for Conviction to execute for me. They have a lot of scaling, but a lot of the onus is going to be on Winthrop to make good early plays and definitely have the playmaking to do so.
And an important series nonetheless for either side as well, but an important one for Winthrop more so than anything. Trying to get this one to an even state, trying to get this one to 3 games. They have the comp to do it, and honestly, I'm looking at Conviction and having some question marks. Did you really want to let all this through? Do you have the answers? Well, the time to answer those questions is now, and it's going to be a tough matchup. I know Conviction coming off a massive win over Blue Otter, but as well that massive win in game number 1. See if Blue side is any kinder to Winthrop as we kick off game 2.
And I gotta say, I like this draft from Winthrop. I think that they really have the potential to, like, push this game forward and snowball. I like the idea behind the Conviction draft of, hey, we're able to shift Rise and Tristana on this team, but I think it's really difficult. Like, you want space makers when you're playing the double marksman comp. And I will say that, like, Chrome and Darkwings can for sure handle themselves, but there's not a lot of answers in terms of preventing that shockwave combo from coming through. So I think another game where we're going to have to see if Manui is able to shine and really recognize his role in this game of being a disruptor, being the one that either can prevent the shockwave combos from coming in, or the one that disrupts the backline of Winthrop that's trying to follow up on the shockwave combos. So he buys space for his team. I just don't see a lot of ways that Conviction get to play this game out early outside of playing through this Pantheon. I think that they really want to keep their lanes stable, and wherever Panth goes, that's where they're going to try and fight. Whereas Winthrop, I think they have a lot of fights and a lot of ways to make plays early. So a lot more options for Wilson in this game. Uh-oh.
Conviction. Conviction definitely going to be leading on that factor I talked about. Manui just throwing his body in there. From last game. Gonna have to do so even more in this one for sure.
Gonna have to be smart about it. Like, again, he's gotta recognize where that ball is. Can I get the ball out of the fight? There are multiple targets that can be those ball carriers. You got the Xin, you got the Rel. If you want to get real adventurous for mobility, you know, can be a one-way trip for Corki. Unlikely, but, you know, last resort, yeah.
Yeah, last resort. That's fine. We did get the level 2 game 1 by Conviction on the bot side. It will be those same side starts from both junglers, so pathing up towards that top side, and that's where we can readapt focus to this, what I call new generational top lane bout between Hoarder and Denethor. Obviously, Hoarder, the newer of the two, but 2 guys that are looking to be those next big names in Tier 2 in NA.
And definitely kind of fun, especially in that top lane matchup, right? With Denethor being that rookie last year, now in his second split, sophomore split, going up against Hoarder, of course, in that first split, who I actually talked to a LTA GM who said, you know, Hoarder, he's taken a lot of trips to Korea where he's been high elo. Like, you'd assume with the solo queue rank on paper, he would be a little bit more sought after than where he actually is. The way they phrased it is Hoarder actually good? All right, can he prove that he's actually good in the league this year? Which is definitely going to be something to look out for. As Conviction, they did just snap level 3.
Does have the CC chain. Chrome looking for the kill back. The 2v2 turned on its head, and Chrome taking first blood. Better respect that name. It's the collegiate duo. And it is going to be the better of it in Chrome. Him versus Mobility has been something we've watched for so often, but Chrome getting the 2-0 to start this one.
That was all Manui, though, with how he played that one. I would love a replay if we have a potential to have that on that fight, because Manui, his ability to just buy space again. They were level 2 to level 3, so Winthrop seeing that, like, hey, we can fight. Bought the space, dinged the 3. I think Manui flashed out at a brilliant time. And again, was able to re-engage on the Alistar. Is a pretty big mistake from only 35 in mobility. That's 2 early kills going over to an Ezreal of all things.
That's so tragic.
Yeah, early tier. I mean, you can really start to push around the Corki in this matchup too with the range advantage. And yeah, you can see Winthrop, they instantly swapped out.
We're going to take a look back at that one here. And this was after all the shenanigans beforehand. This was the step up by Chrome.
The flash out from Manui, for me, was actually the really, really good play. Because again, after that, they were able to ding 3 and turn it. And really good juggling of the health bars coming out from that Conviction bot lane. And man, I got to say, Manui, of course, it's his first split playing support. We saw OQ's a couple of growing pains and struggles there, but he's really starting to grow into this role.
Okay, they are biting off a little more than they can chew here. Wilson coming around the corner. Chrome on the wrong side of this fight is just going to sacrifice his life, giving Denethor his first kill and giving Winthrop a little bit of something in the game.
I'm not sure if they had the jungle timers there, but if so, I don't know where they spotted Wilson, but Wilson, of course, went bot to top.
Oh,
that's
no,
that's a timer
Manui's
where
getting
Wilson can
baited.
be around.
Oh, he's going to go down too. That is so tragic. Oh, my God. Oh, say tragedy strikes on both ends. Do you like 2 kills to the Ezreal more or 2 kills to the Gwen?
I like good gameplay more, and I like the gameplay I saw from Conviction in the first clip, and I really didn't like the gameplay I saw from Conviction when we got back to live. How about that?
There you go. That works.
That's big, though. 2 kills onto the Gwen, who, of course, is like the power pick on this patch, Mazel. In the hands of Denethor. Carry top laner, a real rock for this team up there in the top lane, too. We'll see what he can do.
They're looking to punish this top side. They are not seen yet. Kisno is hovering. Only 35 steps up. This is a lot of trouble for them. They have a lot of damage. Manui just going to pull the trigger early there. He's not going to find it. Goes on to mobility instead. CC chaining coming through. Really nice good knockdown from only 35. Right now, Hoarder is backing as well. And Manui and Kisno just going to have to back away.
Yeah, they're swapping up the lanes. That's an oopsie from Conviction. Great disengage by only 35 as Manui and Kisno will walk away, nursing their health bars. But Manui, I think, was a really nice first play. The last couple plays, maybe trying to be doing a little bit too much than what is required. That chunk's going to be expensive. Winthrop have a very heavy health bar advantage. If they want to play aggressively for these grubs, it's an option.
Yeah, the early game has been wacky and wonderful so far, but now it looks like we're getting to the normal state of the game where Grubs is going to be of utmost importance here, at least coming up soon.
I actually think that Kisno's like misreading the map in this play right now. I know I said that Grubs could have been an option for Winthrop. I changed my mind. Mobility's out of mana, and he hasn't recalled in a while. Look at the item differential on the ADs. I think that Kisno should have been on the Grubs here, and these Grubs do go down for free if you play off that top lane pressure. Instead, Kisno on his bot camps doesn't have the 6, so yeah, he's clearing, but I think he's really passing up a free opportunity on Grubs, because I'm looking at the map right now. I mean, if he's on Grubs, Darkwings has push, a health bar advantage, no TP on Sword. Mobility was had the base, was down a full stage, really, to the Ezreal. That was the timer for Grubs that Kisno just missed.
I'm not gonna lie, I love it because I'm pretty sure everybody in this entire game just got completely turned around, right? Like both teams are so hesitant to pull the trigger on either side of things. I think we're gonna get back into that comfortability of the map state, but kind of giving those 2 kills to either side of the map is offsetting, you know?
I'm here for the best league possible. I'm not seeing it. I don't love it.
This is tier 2. This is developmental league.
Yeah, and we were making the wrong decisions. We were hoping for better. That's okay.
Dragon is going to be taken by Conviction now.
Decision to do the Dragon that is there for Conviction. So, of course, Grubs passed up upon. Kisno was able to clear out a couple camps, and the pressure the Hoarder had on the bot side was able to snag away the Dragon. I will say, despite some of the oopsies that we saw from Manui and Chrome, their bot lane is still up and still on the top side. So I'm wondering if Kisno is going to be able to kind of clear his camps here, like Gromp Wolf base, and then maybe think about the Grubs.
The fact that Grubs is still up 8.5 minutes in is very peculiar in this current age and meta. But now we are getting a little bit more focus that way as well. Redeploy coming out from Wilson towards this top side. But honestly, with this kind of setup, I do want to bring up the conversation of kind of that scaling aspect and the fact that it is a situation where Kisno really does have to be the bridge builder for the rest of his comp to really find efficiency. And Winthrop, they're just waiting for items.
I think that, yes, Kisno is the bridge builder, but I don't think that Winthrop should be waiting for items. They're actually a team that I think if they fight early, they have, like, they're in pretty good shape. Yeah, like, again, like, the Corki Trinity Force spike, it's going to be later than the Ezreal, which hurts, but that's a big one. Orianna into Tristana, you'd rather fight early and find those shockwaves while you can still actually, you know, kill, one-tap, and combo some of these backline carries. Whereas as the game goes on, I mean, you're going to be dealing with the Rise as the completed Roa and Seraphs. Good luck getting through that later as an Orianna, right? Gwen's does scale really hard, so that's going to be nice. But there's a lot of range to try and deal with Gwen, too. So I really think that the onus, again, is I said going into this game, Winthrop has to be the team that makes the plays. At the moment, taking those 3 grubs, that is nice for them. So a good play to snag those away from Conviction and Kisno. But still looking to see some of these shockwaves come in. Because at the moment, if they play out these lanes in isolation, I mean, the lanes aren't fantastic for them. So I really want to see Kisno, and only 35, you know, try and make some plays in these lanes to bust out, find some combos, and get ahead of Conviction before their scaling kicks in. And I think it's going to be really tricky to deal with this Tristana Ezreal later on.
How we feel about the top lane matchup, though? I mean, this had to have been a mindset from Conviction, right? They had to have known that Gwen was going to go over, and this is their answer into it, which we don't get to see often because Gwen barely makes it through. But when it's let through, it's always curious to see what strategy is pulled out to counter it.
I mean, this is a bit of a unique one. Rise should be up in the lane phase. He's honestly not up quite as hard as he should be, but part of that was Winthrop swapped into the 1v2 and off the bot lane play, right? So they had the Corki Rel landing into Rise a little bit. He did pick up a CS. I think the big thing is they want to keep the Gwen at bay. Because Gwen, again, very, very powerful champion that we've seen, Mazel. But if you're able to kind of keep your range, so that Empowered Rune Prison, you have Phase Rush, also the wave clears, so that Gwen gets less free time with the turrets when she later on eventually gets an Ashes Tooth. That could be good too. Because like against Gwen, you get push and then you get moved. So as long as this matchup's kept in isolation, it's good for the Rise. Again, I think the onus is on Winthrop to make plays. Like, they can attack the Rise now. I think that's a good play for Winthrop if they send the Xin to that lane and try and find those knockups, or even better, send the Orianna too. I do think that Rise, before he gets the Roa stack, before he gets the Seraphs going, is vulnerable to being overloaded upon. And we haven't seen them really try that one yet.
Only 35 and Manui walking each other to lane. TP does come out from Hoarder up towards this top side.
Interesting.
And we're going to get the resets coming through from Conviction, so changing up the lane states a little bit. Look at all the little kitties.
This very much tells me that Conviction, they're the one proactively making the swap and burning the TPs. They want to play for this Dragon. Dragon spawning before Grubs, as of course Grubs spawned faster, but Dragon was taken well ahead of Grubs in this game. So Conviction putting their focus into the bot side of the map, and we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, first items coming through. Pretty much everybody. Just lacking a couple here or there. Realmorph going to come through from Hoarder.
Good play.
Reset the wave and get that going for himself. And maybe some readaptation, a potential back coming through if Mobility can finish that Trinity Force. But again, like you said, he's going to be a little bit behind.
I like that a lot from Hoarder, actually. He like, not only Realm Warps out, which is smart because it got him out of the play, but he also tried to kind of fool around and buy some time. And Winthrop is stuck in this play now. They're going to go for the dive against Hoarder, who is scouting this out and pushes him off. So, again, Hoarder on this Rise is actually able to buy a lot of time and space for his team, who are trying to do the Dragon at the moment. As Darkwings jumps in. He's going to jump on out. He'll be okay. He has the wave and some help with Kisno, but the flash on Wilson, see if he goes.
And Wilson wants the angle in Darkwings. Kisno right behind Darkwings to provide him some pressure if he goes too far in. Dragon is spawned now. Next spawn of Grubs. It's coming up quick, but you're going to have to turn that very quickly. I don't even know if it's going to spawn, if it's just going to be Rift Herald. As now it is going to be a little bit of calming of the state. I thought maybe Conviction would push the tempo and go for the Dragon, but they aren't going to do so just yet.
I do want to get Darkwings that reset, but with no Shockwave on the sword, again, a couple of waves where that's a big cooldown missing for Winthrop. That cooldown more important than Buster Shot for sure at this point of the game. So I think that might actually be an angle for Conviction to look.
They are going to start it up, pull it out. This will be second Dragon for Conviction. Using some of that prio in bot side. There won't really be a trade from Winthrop across the other side of the map. A lot of vision as well, giving Conviction tons of information into the red side of Winthrop.
Look, I like this from Conviction. I know that I was a little bit critical of them maybe missing out on the first 3 grubs, but this Dragon focus, I think of the wave clear they have between the Ryze, Trist, Ezreal, and the lack of range on Winthrop. I think it's one of those games where you would rather have the Dragons than the grubs for sure. It's Denethor.
And Starfall right in the Denethor. You might be immune, but we're in your circle and we're in your area. Conviction gonna get the shutdown. Manui claiming the kill. Will get out, and that'll be turret going down as well.
All right, good use of the Alistar there as pops the ult, gets the free dive, and that will be 6 grubs going over. But again, Conviction going to rely on the wave clear and the scaling they have, and the lack of range for Winthrop. So like, okay, we can give over these grubs. We'll take the play. We'll try and shut down the Gwen, get our top laner going, take the first 2 dragons, and understand we're giving up 6 grubs. This can be risky, but I think that this is one of the games, one of the drafts where you actually can do it. So be an interesting one to see what Winthrop can get. Again, any winning play for Winthrop, they're going to win much harder in the back half of the play. And a real opportunity for Winthrop to try and overload one side of the map and kind of do these turret races. I know they lost out of the race for first brick. When you have 6 grubs like this, a 4-man push is just more valuable for you. So curious to see what Winthrop's going to do is, at the moment, hitting the red buff, which is spotted.
A chess match. As Kisno gonna have to burn his flash out. Realm Warp coming in, bring Manui and Hoarder. I think they were a little willing to flash over the wall there. I'm just going to say the Hex Flash coming through from Manui, obviously, but not going to follow through on that one. Winthrop do end up getting out. There is the Rift Herald spawning very soon as well.
Not bad on the defense there. As Manui.
Oh,
he's gonna
push play.
Oh, no.
He doesn't have Unbreakable, so he will just end up falling slowly but surely. It goes to Sword as well, so giving some gold over to the carry of Winthrop.
Yeah. You can see Manui thinking about that one. Ends up taking a look into the brush a little bit too much before he got his ult up. Gonna get that get out of jail free card cooldown up in time. That will be the Herald.
Is that one of those you're just like, I knew that was gonna happen?
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely see it on the screen, right? He was thinking about it. He kind of bluffed towards that brush once, then walked the second time. But that'll be an expensive Herald to give up. Keep in mind, it's a 6-grub Herald, empowered here for Winthrop. And you got to believe that when you have 6-grub Herald, it doesn't really matter what health that outer turret's at in the mid lane. If you drop it at the right time, it's going to fall.
Then getting some of that standing gold would be very nice as well, because there's been a small lead developed by Conviction. It's been like 1.5 to 2,000 gold, but being able to get some of this standing tower gold would be pretty massive for Winthrop. But now it is a situation where we're getting on to those second items closer and closer. Both teams starting to rub each other a little bit more. It is going to be that second item spec that I want to talk about. Does it change anything in the stance that the gameplay gives us?
I don't know. I think it's like with Herald, right? It's kind of a wait and see. And of course, we do have a soul point spawning in. So I think that, like, if anything, there's a little bit more pressure on Winthrop to try and contest this next dragon. Again, I think earlier on in the game, I want to see Winthrop try and look for more plays. Like, the fact that Conviction's up right now, for me, that lead is bigger. Like, a 2K gold lead for Conviction is bigger than where this game should be, where I think that given the drafts that we have, Winthrop should have a slight lead as they have more strength early on in this game. So I have more faith in their champions to be strong right now, so we'd love to see Winthrop use it and take advantage of some of these shockwave combos before, again, some of the pieces of Conviction get too tanky enough to deal with.
Oh, they're a little bit extended now as well. Manui going to tank a ton here. Going to pop the Unbreakable Will. Chrome coming in. Jumps going through. Wilson about to be the reset city for Darkwings. Not willing to go forward. Blast Cone gets Winthrop a little bit further away, but not much else going to come of it. And a big pick onto Wilson.
Honestly, a lot burned there for not a ton. I think that they will get this outer
turret, though.
Yeah, but again, a lot was burned before the dragon here. And outside of the Keeper's verdict, I think everything's going to be up. And that's no TP on Hoarder, no flash on Darkwings. That's a big cooldown that you can look to punish. So, yes, it's a winning play for Conviction, but potential angles for Winthrop to look for now that we're going to likely see a dragon fight. Which, again, I think that Winthrop needs to start making their mark felt on this game. If not, Tristana Ezreal, like, this duo is so tough to deal with later on, man. Like, just how slippery these carries can be, and like how much of a menace a late game Tristana can be, who gets accelerated with the solo XP. Of course, that matters. You get more range with every level on the Tristana too. So, and Darklings is really sitting pretty. I don't know if Winthrop's done enough to really pressure things here. So I think this Dragon fight really important for them in this game. Not just to deny the soul point, but also a fight in a window where you're still strong.
Yeah. And a lot of stress, a lot of pressure on Winthrop. Not only is this season, you know, coming to a close here, 3 games, 3 series after this one, but Winthrop need a win. They need to get that 3-win mark, and they are on the edge of potentially going down again. But Manui gonna burn half his health bar. Conviction got burned on him to only own 35, and he's already down. It will be the trade. Kisno's down. Denethor has been unlocked. He has been unleashed. Is it gonna be enough? Winthrop trying to get the pick on Manui. He's going to flash away now. Darkwing's a little bit caught out by Wilson here. He's going to try to get the 3-talent strike going forward. Wind becomes lightning. Is not going to connect. Manui throws his body into the mix. Now Chrome have an arcane shift away. Darkwings, is he going to survive? Mobility finally put onto a carry. He's going to find a shutdown. Finds 2 kills, and Winthrop are right back in it.
That's a nice fight from Winthrop. I think Manui going over to the wall there was a bit of an overextension. Kind of difficult for Conviction to fight over that terrain. And again, a fight that I don't think Conviction really needed. As this is a comp, I have confidence that as this game goes on, Conviction, it's not the easiest comp to play, but they have really good scaling compared to the likes of Winthrop. So I think that that's a Dragon where you could have looked at like, hey, we can give this, get gold elsewhere, and try and fight later on. Like, we don't need to pressure for the soul point now. The Conviction grouping up. They fall vulnerable to some good plays from Winthrop. I think it was a really nice fight there from Wilson in particular.
Yeah, just following through on the Xin Zhao is always a super important task, and being able to do that there really well executed. Also
nice that only 35. I know he went down early, but he got that ult off before he went down. So that was a big crash down Magnet Storm that really did help set Winthrop up. But with all the blood that we just had, the Dragon looks like we're just returning to the scene of the crime. Of course, it was taken by Winthrop, but Otacon now on this bot side, and Oriana showing top.
Oh, the flash play coming out from Kisno. They're surrounding the rest of them, as now it's a full focus on a Kisno. He went a little bit ham and gets paid for it. Unfortunately, he will fall. Now Winthrop taking advantage of it. And that means maybe they threaten the Atacon. There's no jungler for 30 seconds. He will have the Grand Starfall when he comes back if he wants to join.
It's kind of 2 plays at once, and it just ends up being... whoa, good flash from Hoarder. Thanks, Manui.
Oh, 4-man knock up there from Manui. Was it worth it? I don't think you can follow that up. Just going for the dopamine play, apparently, as they get one back. Chrome goes on a killing spree now, and this is where Ezreal thrives on the follow-through. Hoarder looking for the speed up. He just got his Roa activated as well. Not going to be able to go forward anymore, but Chrome picking off the slackers.
Honestly, that was a really good play from Manui. As with the terrain there, Chrome was able to just free fire. And I did like the initial play from Winthrop. I think it was a split play from Conviction because we had Darkwings and Chrome going after mobility. They got his flash out in the trade, but the rest of the group, it was Kisno that was stuck in the range of the Gwen, kind of split up as he was trying to follow up on the play with Manui. And these two guys, I mean, you're going into the meat grinder if you're diving into Gwen, right? You have to really be careful about fighting there and fighting around the Shroud, because that's really the one big cooldown where you get a lot of mileage out of it this game going up against the double marksman. Zenithor going to have to be very particular and disciplined about when and where he drops that in fights, because if not, this Tristana later on is going to pump out the damage and make sure that you can't deal with it. So I feel like it's just like trades going on, but in the end, I actually favor Conviction because Manui traded himself for a priority kill. And now with the ult from Kisno and a TP from Hoarder, they're playing really hard for this.
This is really bold. I like it. Their magic resist is going to be chunked if they stay in that hole. They have to be very careful. Wilson coming around the corner, only 35, getting buffed out there as well. Darkwing's going to escape. It's a trade already. Atacon is going to be turned back onto 50-50 here. Denethor trying to separate it. It goes the way of Kisno. Now they have the GAs. Now they can continue pushing. And Hoarder once more. He's hungry. Go ahead and feed him some more. As Chrome goes on a rampage, and Conviction can do no wrong.
That was a really sick use of Realm Warp 2. He got Chrome to the other side of the fight, as I thought it was going to be more Conviction favor than it ended up being. It kind of ended up being a flip at the end. Conviction critical that they won out because it wasn't the roses, it was the respawn. So that fight goes heavily in their favor. And a really close back and forth bout here, Michelle.
Really close, but there has been one thing that's been raiding over all of this. And it is Chrome, 6-1. Now, third item completed. This guy has been on a tear, and there's a reason why he's the 2024 CLOL champ.
And not a Shojin, but a Sorelda's, which honestly might be warranted this game, just trying to apply those slows and buy some more space, and lean on some of the range advantage. And, oh, man, I know we can't get a second look at that one, but, oh, man, that was a really close fight. You gotta imagine, if Winthrop takes that Otacon and gets the revives, we had a completely different game on our hands. So the fact that the flip went over to Conviction, and they open up a pretty big gold lead now as they've taken down 5 turrets. Keep in mind, this is a team with 0 grubs too, Mazel. It really speaks to some of the pushing power that Tristana can bring, as they've been doing some work. And again, as this game goes on, I think it just gets more and more difficult to actually get on the Tristana, get on the Ezreal if you are Winthrop.
And I gotta give a heartfelt shout out to Winthrop. We covered it so much before, but they are obviously not at their home stage. They're at their Florida stop off here when they were playing in NACE, and to be able to have this long day of games and still try to put up a tussle against Conviction in a series that really matters for the rest of your split. I know it's got to be a little bit heartfelt here coming through for them, but they still have a chance. They still got a lot going for them, even if they are 6,000 gold down, just about 5,000.
I mean, Baron being tickled here by Conviction, but we have a flank from Manui.
Okay, they just go straight in for the engage onto mobility. He's going to get Buster Shot out. Wilson going to buy a lot of time with the pressing guard. True Shot barrage across multiple members. Only 35 gives his life for the crash down, and it might not have been worth it. Conviction still have their GAs up. There's Dragon now on the table and could be soul point for them.
And these things are expiring soon. I credit to only 35. I think that he played that one out about as well as he could on the disengage, but I just wasn't able to get anything else as Conviction will clean up this soul point for themselves. And you got to believe that with the support down, no confidence in looking for the Baron. Praise the Conviction, too. They have really good vision control over this top side. The double control wards were walked over by Winthrop and not spotted. Or not being able to be taken down here. You see a lot of info that Conviction's playing around with.
Order's mind gaming him now, man. Just go ahead and throw the back up and give some thumbs up. See if he wants to full engage onto you. And honestly, I'm very... We do another check-in. We checked in at like 10 minutes. We're now 26 minutes in. Thumbs up from the Rise counter into the Gwen. Thumbs up. Like, I'm happy with it. It's good. I think it works.
Okay. Like in isolation, I think this is a matchup that's really good. I was a little bit surprised that Winthrop didn't try and put more pressure on it, but of course they did swap out of the lanes pretty fast. Given that bot lane they got double killed early, right? So they felt like that was the best way to play out the game from there. This is a pick that for me needs to be attacked, or else, yeah, in a silo, it's pretty good for Rise. You get range advantage. Gwen can't really deal with that in Powered Rune Prison, right? And you can't even, like, you're guaranteed to get that off, right? It's not like you can throw it into the untargetable and it evaporates. It's a point and click, so.
You can't deal with them in the side lane. Like, literally, I don't think anybody can deal with them unless you send multiple members now.
I think they could take him down, but again, he has been allowed to scale in this game. As talked about how you got to take down Rise early. If not, we tease the Seraphs and the Roa. You have options at the third item. Looks like Order is a big fan of going golden, as that Zhonya's has been completed. And that's another defensive item that's going to be used to try and get out of the wombos and the combos from Winthrop. And really another step of safety in terms of Conviction, cleaning up this game and finding this 2-0. We got to start talking about Conviction, man, as this is a team, like, they were a 6-5 game score coming into the day. The losses that Conviction have had, they 0-2'd the NA and Dark Zero, and then they dropped that game to Blue Otter. But again, a team like Hoarder's a rookie. Manui first split in a role swap. Kisno, a younger player. They're playing really well here in NACL and are starting to really cement themselves as a team, but we're going to see in playoffs.
And it's been steady development for this team, kind of coming together. And I can say, at least from listening to them in their interviews and some of the behind-the-scenes stuff, like the vibes are high for sure.
Oh, it's
Conviction,
a Bach team.
Going to ride that into it as Baron started up.
Good vibes, always.
True.
If it's not good vibes, then, you know...
something has gone wrong.
I was a little bit biased there. I worked with Bach on a project with Supernova, actually, in this past, about a year ago now. God, that's crazy to think about. But, yeah, I really enjoyed Bach working with him. I was very open to my schedule kind of being a little bit flexible. And we add as much as we could to the team as adding to this team fight. There's no early flash out.
That's a really big knockup. Only 35 goes for the counter engage onto the right side of the fight. Kisno is still alive on the left side. Denethor is in a 1v2 now, but it's Winthrop that ended up cleaning out. Mobility left out by his lonesome now as Darkwings cleans up Denethor. And now Darkwings looking for the engages. Look at this pincer they have over them. Winthrop gonna have to escort themselves out of that fight. It is just gonna be a 2-for-2.
Little split. I thought that the fight was going to go south for Winthrop because Chrome got out of the Shockwave combo that only 35 and Sword put down. But a good fight from Mobility, frankly, who I think really stepped up at the right time. As Corki, you got to be bursty and really utilize those Triforce procs when you go for this build, and Mobility made really good use of it in that fight.
I mean, he has been stellar 80. I know we were having even kind of side eyes to it when he was subbing in for EGC all that time ago, it feels like now, and wondering when he was going to get like his full shot in NACL. And I will say there's been some fluctuations, but this guy has always been a constant for Winthrop as a team. And it's nice to, again, see in the next game, off of that Jid performance, we see him given a little bit more resources to work with.
And you have to take a pause here as, of course, we have Soul now coming out of the map for Conviction. Again, things, the last few minutes, Mazel, we haven't seen that gold lead expand for Conviction. But it feels like we're a little bit further and further from Winthrop, finding that foothold in the game. I will say that last fight, Order did burn Flash. I know that he does have the Zanya's up, but a more appealing target for that potential combo coming in from Winthrop to connect and have a big impactful Shockwave, which I think Sword's been doing okay with those Shockwaves, but we have yet to see one really completely change the fight.
Yeah. We are on third item for Mobility. Close, but not there yet
big
for Sword. Definitely want that one ahead of this Dragon fight. It is Infernal Soul for Conviction. Minui just going for the initial engage. It's a three-man True Shot Barrage from Chrome, and immediately Wilson has to pop the Crescent Guard. It's just going to go down. You've lost your jungler. The Shockwave was not nearly enough, and it's Conviction sending Shockwaves through the structure. That is the collegiate powerhouse of Winthrop. You might be in Florida, but you're going to need to take a vacation from this one. Conviction is going to head straight down the mid lane and look for a 2-0.
Man, Hoarder's Rise. Some of these Realm Warps, like the mid-fight Realm Warps, have actually been really clutch from him. As Winthrop, they weren't able to do enough early for me with this composition, and Conviction ended up putting the finishing touches on a pretty convincing 2-0 as they move to 4-2 and really move into our playoff talk and contention here, Mazel, with this win.
Yeah, them and CCG. That next rung right under the top three, maybe even pushing them a little bit more. It is nice to see Conviction come to a head and find this win streak for themselves. 2-0 win over Winthrop and a 2-0 week from them here in week number 5.
Huge, a lot of momentum that they can take with them into the finishing weeks. Again, moving to 4-2. And they've got Pulse on the calendar, which is pretty, I'd say that's a pretty favored matchup for Conviction. But in that last week, Luminosity Gaming and CCG, two teams that a lot of people are power ranking above them in the standings. I really want to see if Conviction can take them down. I think we're seeing some good games from them. And would love to see a team kind of have a surprise before we go into playoffs. And playoffs are the conversation we have to have with Conviction, because I feel like that's what they're bound for.
Yeah, and that's the cool part about seeing these kind of little steps of growth within the players, but also in the play that we get to see out, is you get to make that little step forward to be in that guaranteed kind of top 6 position. But it is looking good from Conviction. They're going to walk away with a 2-0. We're going to step away for just a moment. We'll come back. We'll have an interview and get ready for that next series.
Those are obviously the funnest times, just like playing like remember like season 6, I think it was, like dynamic queue and you're like 5 stacking with your friends, or being able to duo back then and playing, like, definitely the old times were more fun. But for competitive, the most fun I had was probably this last couple months of 2024 with my AoE team. That was a really like good mix of like friends and like actually being good at the game, like business, like being a good team. And that's probably second. I think the AoE second. I think the most fun was 2023 Winthrop. We went like the last couple months of that year. We went on we won every single thing we were in, it felt like. And it was also like we were good friends out of the game, so it was just a really good time. After seeing the schedule and seeing, I mean, all the stuff that's happened, I think it would be really disappointing for me to not be like at least top 3. I mean, that's like minimum to me. Obviously, like for me, like literally, like in my head, like when I wake up, I think, well, we can be number 1, but like top 3 minimum is how I feel. I'll save some of the trash talking for future interviews. I'll definitely be up on the interview a lot this split, I'm expecting. I think like shout out to my teammates, shout out to all the fans, thanks for watching. Shout out to all the casters, everybody that does everything to get this league going. Yeah, hope you guys support us.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL 2025. We're in the tail end of week number 5, and we started off our day with a 2-0 convincing conviction win over Winthrop University.
Yeah, I gotta say that Conviction, like, this was a team where we were pretty hopeful for them. Like, I mean, players like Kisno, they've had really good solo queue achievements. We thought Manui was the right archetype for a role swap support. We've seen Aaron, or Chrome, I should say, and Darkwings, win stuff like Seawall be okay in this league, but I feel like everyone's really leveled up, and for me, Hoarder's been the really impressive player as a rookie, with Manui of late being really good at support too. I thought it was a really great series from Manui today, as he continues to really level up in that role at that role swap. So seeing moments like this where he gets a little bit caught out, but seeing more big plays than not, and that's how I always like my supports. I always like to use the phrase here, sometimes the biggest griefers make the best players. You look at players like Jojo Pion and Busio have come through this league. That's definitely applied to them. So to see Manui, playing aggressive, playing with real, I think, I don't want to say conviction, but playing with direction,
But that's the thing.
Nice.
Like, it's so funny to me that they're literally living up to the organization's name in a lot of ways. And I think it's been really nice to see. And it has been that flexibility Manui provides at the support role. His Poppy in game number 1 was insane. But it's not just this series, it's yesterday's series as well. It's been kind of the cohesion of this conviction squad that has worked so well for them. I think in all of this, the thing that I really love about this series is it showed us a ticket to potentially dealing with Gwen that barely gets through, and Hoarder has to get some massive props for the way that he was able to dictate that lane, and especially the side lane.
I mean, they gave up a real power pick, the strongest pick in the patch, the most banned champion that we have right now. Took the Rise, they teased the Rise Triss double flex throughout the entire draft, ended up connecting in the back half. And Hoarder used that option really well. I thought that, it wasn't just the laning phase on the Rise. Of course, things got a little bit goofy there with that early bot lane double kill. Lanes got swapped kind of early, but these realm warps in back halves of fights were really impressive to me. Like, that's really good presence of mind and vision. Like,
I think
look at
it's
this realm warp
one,
that he
right?
casts. Yeah. Chrome ends up taking this one. Like, this is great. I mean, he was able to, like, really set up for Chrome to actually find mobility in the back half. And then I believe it was, this fight, like, really sound just getting involved. Managed to find a priority target here. at least was looking for the one in Sword. I thought this was well played by only 35. He did go down. But yeah, I like that's the one thing about the Rise that really impressed me. Definitely put some time into it, and good to see Conviction, who are showing that it's not just Manui that has some of those creative picks up their sleeve.
Exactly, and that's the other thing is like we could probably spend the rest of the time. I think the person that had the quietest series and honestly still had a massive impact was Kizno, and that's saying something because this guy still had such a massive impact in the games. But also, I have to give some massive love to Chrome. I think he is showing that he has shown a lot of growth in the way that he approaches the 2v2 itself, but also the way he carries these team fights. His positioning has been really good over these last couple days, and you got to think what happened in kind of that off time that they did have to see if they could sync things up there for themselves. But this team has been good, and it's finally nice to see them kind of performing to that level.
And I will say on the flip side, props to Winthrop. No team right now is playing more than they are. With the lower bracket of CLOL playing from Florida for these games for NACL playoffs. I know they took a game off of that Dark Zero Maryville roster earlier in the day for that tournament. Something that no team in NACL has done. Couldn't find the win today, but still a team that I can say, I know that they're kind of on the borderline of that promotion relegation, but for me, like, they're looking good enough to not be one of the teams that gets relegated. The real key is just, can they find wins to actually get to playoffs? Because this was an important series for them, because looking at their schedule, they have Supernova next week, which they're above the standings in at the moment, but that last week they have Near Airport and Dark Zero, which is really tough. So we'll have to see what ends up happening with Winthrop. They're going to need to bring their A game if they want to notch that third win and really guarantee they aren't flirting with promotion obligation.
Exactly that. But now we get to go to our interview, and it's with the Rise aficionado himself. We got Hoarder joining us from Conviction, and we're going to go ahead and bring him in. Guy that's been playing so dang well. Do we finally have the answer? Is this what everybody's been looking for? Is the Rise the saving grace of the Gwyn lane?
Hi.
Maybe.
Do we got you, Hoarder?
Did you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't.
No,
realize
you're good.
I started. Yeah, I've always liked the Rise Gwen matchup. I think that it's a solid lane. Like in the early game, Gwen can really like pressure you, especially if she takes grasp. She can do some like serious damage and kind of dictate the lane from there. But when I loaded into game, I saw you had Conquer. I was not too worried about the lane at all, and it was just gonna be free scaling, and I was gonna take over the game from there.
Gotta say, I've seen you compete in Tier 3 for a couple splits. I've seen a lot of Korean boot camps where you've gotten to a really high elo. It's your rookie split of NACL. For me, you're one of the front runners for rookie of the split, along with Aojun. What's it been like being in the league for the first year? And like, how do you feel like the competition is? Is it better or worse than what you thought? Are you surprised at how well you're playing? Like, where's your head at as you guys moved to 4-2 at the 2/3 mark of the split, and you guys playing really well?
So, I mean, as a rookie, I think that this has been an amazing experience. Just like playing in Tier 2, playing with and against all these high-level players. I gotta say though, I wish that it wasn't during my exam season, because I actually have an exam in like 15 minutes. So if this series went to a game 3, I would actually have to leave.
Wow. What are you majoring in here?
I'm majoring in math.
Math? Okay,
yeah.
That's okay. I was gonna maybe throw out a question for you to prep, but I'm not gonna pull myself on.
Nope, don't do it. No math on broadcast.
That's a casting rule. No live math. But
yeah,
right,
I mean, I knew.
Good to see you balancing school though. That's important.
Yeah. But I knew this game, like this series, honestly, I had a good feeling that it was just gonna come to 2 games. So despite my tight schedule, I knew that we could get the win and I could still make my exam. So I'm really happy about that.
I like that. I like that confidence at least. Do you feel like you've had any big learning moments? Has there been anything that's happened during the split so far? Obviously, with still 3 games left, that has held on to you that you've kind of been bringing to the table every day?
Yeah, I for sure. I think I need to work on, like, there's still a lot of aspects of my game that I need to work on. But we saw it here today, like in my first game. I think that my mid game is really shoddy. I'm getting caught a lot. I'm just not where I'm supposed to be. But I think that there's a bit of a learning curve to that, of course. And I'm really happy with how my early game has been playing out. And also, I think my team fighting has gotten a lot better than it has before. Like, I'm back clicking, I'm making sure I'm not like over pushing in, all these kind of things.
For any players at home, Hoarder, that might want to look at their own tape or mid game, like, what's the process for you if you feel like you have to work on something and going back? In this case, you highlighted, hey, I feel like I'm getting caught out a little bit too much in mid game. Is that, you know, so the review is that going over it with your coach in Bach. Like, what's that going to look like for you after, you know, you hopefully ace this math exam?
Yeah, I mean, I usually like to do reviews with a coach, ideally, but I think that anybody at home, like anybody can just do it with their solo queue games. They can like identify what kind of issues they're having, because there's usually a pattern to these things, and then like they can use like some kind of method. Like for example, I think I remember it was Bippo who was doing it, where he counts heads in a team fight to make sure that, you know, he knows how many people are currently there, or like who can be there and who can't be. So I think like a method like that is, you know, really ideal.
I like it. I like to get in the mind here of one of our new superstar top players. Hoarder, it's been a pleasure to get to cover you so far. I want to give you a chance to give some shout outs. Anybody you want to talk about before we let you go off to your math test?
Yeah, we give you a 5-minute break, you know, grab a snack, hopefully.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, shout out to my teammates, you know, all of them. I think they played really well. They carried me the first game, I'd say. Shout out to, you know, my parents, and shout out to my friend Tommy Pipular. Shout out to my friend Yusuf. And yeah.
Appreciate you so much, Hoarder.
Also shout out to my
play,
coach. My coach.
Good last shout out. Just so you know, maybe an extra VOD review comes in or so. Thank you so much, Hoarder. We'll see you soon, man, and good luck on your test.
I appreciate that.
Alrighty, we're gonna take it back from him, and what a series, what a guy. Love to see the new faces of the league making a little bit of wiggle room for themselves, and I definitely got to keep an eye on Hoarder moving forward, and especially looking at playoffs now that Conviction are the real deal here.
I mean, I gotta say, like, he's been really impressive for a rookie. I think that what he's talked about in terms of his early game landing phase and fights, I really feel like we've seen that on the tape. And to have a young player be really realistic about where he's at, saying like, hey, I'm doing these things well, but not doing these other things well. And that's why he was a high solo queue player, has like gone up, high up on Korea, and why some of us were pretty excited to actually see him enter NACL. And as someone that was excited to see Hoarder play in the league, he's really surpassed my expectations that I had for him. So a lot of credit over to Hoarder and Conviction as they continue to look good. But yeah, we're going to have to dive into, I guess we have an MVP to reveal before we dive into the next series, Mazel. Reveal who it was.
It's Darkwings, the MVP of the series. Obviously, we base it off of KDA, and that Tristana was popping off in the end, and ends up coming out the victor with the MVP.
I will say, I feel like across the two games, it's a somewhat justified MVP for Darkwings. He was solid. I think like game 1 MVP would be Manui, and then game 2 would maybe be Chrome or Hoarder, kind of split between that. But Darkwings, always someone that is so consistent, so solid no matter what he plays. One of my favorite stats I ever had about Darkwings was I think the second split that he played. He went from Dignitas Academy in 21 to Zeus Gaming, who almost beat C9 with RBM. Shout out to the GOAT in the jungle. But in 41 games, Darkwings played 21 unique champions. It really feels like he's always had that flexibility, and hey, we saw it in that game, right? It was Ryze Tristana right off the bat. We know that Darkwings can play both those champions. Ended up going for the Trist. They utilized the flex as they got creative with what they ended up finding in the back half, and was used really well. So shout out to Conviction, continue to look good. But Mazel gets to go a little bit further down the standings for a series that arguably has higher stakes. We're talking about relegation when it comes to this match between Blue Otter and Supernova.
Yeah, and I know Blue Otter is going to be feeling the sting from yesterday, having to play back-to-back best of threes, but that one not going their way. This one has a ton of standings implications, not only for Blue Otter, but Supernova definitely needs something to hold on to try to stave themselves away from that 9th and 10th slot. So definitely wanting to see some performances, some consistency from both these sides, and I do believe we're going to go ahead and start looking a little bit introspectively at this Blue Otter team, because this team had some things going for them yesterday. Again, they did end up going the distance in their series. It did go to 3, but it felt really bad to see the way that it ended out, and I think some consistency is needed from this roster.
Shout out to Music, who I believe is also playing from Florida, as Illinois State was eliminated 1-2 against Winthrop on their run in the NACE playoffs. But for me with Blue Otter, I know it's been a little bit different this split, as this was a team that really surprised us in NACL last split. Their team cohesion, their identity was really sound. They played map really well. I know behind the scenes this year, it's been a lot harder for them to scrim. They have a couple different time zones and a couple different school schedules to work with. And sadly, I think that we've kind of seen that on the map, because this was a team that was like greater than the sum of their parts last year. because of how well they play together as a team. And I know that they've had a little bit less time behind the scenes to practice and prep, and I don't think that we've seen the same team cohesion that we really came to expect out of this squad, which is not the path you want to go towards, and a team where you have been playing together for a while.
And I will say, Beatdown had gotten to talk to the team a little bit, and he came away with the information that, they came into this week feeling like they had an epiphany of how they wanted to play the game, how they wanted to execute, and they felt like it's good to find that, but it was hard because they felt like they had to start over from scratch and try to rebuild how they play the game. Unfortunately, that epiphany didn't work out for them yesterday, but we did see very clear, tried and true strategies from them, and it just came down to a lot of the execution there. So I want to see if they can maybe utilize that epiphany on the second day on the week.
The Quacker Shen special has been landing so far this split. All the epiphany is going to play. That's 2-0. Landed yesterday. And again, I think that Blue Water, like for me, it's just been like, they haven't really put it together. Whereas for Supernova, like, if I had to draw lines on the map, like, where things are going wrong, Blue Waters would kind of be, like, around the river, right? I don't think they've had, like, fights that have gone their way or setups that have gone their way around the river. For Supernova, it would be on the enemy team side of the map. Because I feel like sometimes this team just overextends and makes a couple of dumb decisions that really sets them behind for the rest of the game. But we have still seen really good performances out of Shogo. Shout out to Stray, who I actually think has been much better in the last couple of series as well. But we're just... this is a team with a little bit more experience outside of Asiwa that we're looking to, not have the identity and weaknesses of teams that I think are like younger. Because we have seen a couple moments where Supernova just really overplayed their hands, and that's been what has killed them in a few games where they've had leads. They're a team that likes to play bloody. I'm okay with that, but when you're playing bloody and making mistakes on the enemy side of the map, it can be very punishing. We've definitely seen a couple series where that has been the case for Supernova.
And these clips from their win over AMI, obviously the only win they've gotten, a series win at least so far in the split itself. But it always comes back to the conversation when we talk to their coach, when we talk to kind of the players themselves. They don't want to beat themselves. They want to make sure that they put themselves in a good position to stay even keeled and be able to kind of be at that safe spot in the games. And we have seen them slip up on that here. So in this matchup that is so pivotal against Blue Water in that stake standings here and trying to keep Supernova and Blue Water out of that 9th and 10th spot, it's the time to really realize those dreams and wishes.
Yeah, and again, like the stakes behind this matchup is you're kind of hinting at that. And I'm going to read off the schedules for each of these teams because I feel like it really does drive home how important this match is. Blue Water, their remaining series against Near Airport, Dark Zero, and Winthrop. Those are two of the three Titans that they've got to face in the league. At one win, that's going to be two really hard series to win, so it puts more importance on this series. For Supernova, who have they yet to play? Winthrop, Pulse, and Luminosity Gaming. So one Titan to go through. A lot of teams, you might feel like Pulse is a scheduled win, but they have been looking stronger of late, and that is in Week 7. So I think a lot of importance on this match for each team to try and get a notch above the other in terms of that relegation standing.
Yeah, I think the last one is AMI for Blue Water in the end. But I do think that we have our predictions going here. Yes. I think it's going to be a little bit more contested than the last series. At least I'm pretty sure. I would expect it to be
Hero mode Hawk in this one. It was spoiled.
Is that what we got going on?
Hawk was our sacrificial lamb.
There you go.
For being like, I think the series is going to be closer than a 5-0 prediction. So we're going to go Supernova. I know Hawk has some belief in Supernova as well. And frankly, this is a series that I'm kind of expecting to go 3. We haven't really seen a fully clean series from either of these teams outside of Supernova, who have taken out an AMI. And I got a hint while we're talking about the standings. The tiebreaker, of course, in the single round robin best of 3 is not head-to-head. It is game score. Blue Water sit at 4-8, whereas the only wins that Supernova have had have actually come against AMI in that one series win. So they're 2-8. So any wins here that either team puts on the board could be really important outside of even just a series win to trying to miss out on that looming relegation that faces the bottom 2 teams at the end of the split.
And I know actually coming into the season, there were actually some good expectations for both these teams. I mean, this is the Old Miss squad coming in as Supernova. There were some big names on here. Shogo's first entrance in NACL. Getting to see this guy work has been awesome in CeeLo, but what does it transition like? On the side of Blue Water, they built their name last year and came into the expectation here this year with a little bit more on their shoulders. but needing to rise to those expectations for both sides here as they both are getting down to the wire, both with those 3 series left on the season. Supernova going to start this one on blue side. They're going to ban away the Samikin Zoe that always has to be there.
I think that's a great shout, Lennon. I know that there was like last year, both these teams were higher up in the standings, right? As well, with Blue Otter being impressive and Supernova being kind of outside that like top 2, top 3 that we had. There was actually a world in the off season where there was almost a partnership, I believe, between Supernova and this Blue Otter roster. Like they're trying to go after this core because they really wanted to stay together. Of course, ended up staying with Blue Otter. Supernova, of course, ended up partnering with Ole Miss. As Blue Otter now partnered with TL, which is notable. So definitely kind of fun. There was even a really, they tried to make it cool, but I will call it lame social media war between these two teams last year that wasn't revived for this year.
It wasn't revived, which made me sad.
Yeah, it was.
We're all wholesome now. We're all.
It was
wholesome.
the worst of friendly banner on the X.
It was so funny. It was so.
It was kind of lame, but the effort was there. And I will give Blue Otter Socials credit. They always like to have a good time. As well as credit to their old partner in C9. Shout out to Porty. I don't know if he's in here.
Going down all of it. Huh?
No, hold on. It's Porty's last day at C9. I know that Porty and C9, they actually did help the Socials team for like Blue Otter and help them, build out their identity. And you can definitely see that on X. So Blue Otter's a fun follow.
Oh, they've been awesome to have in the league. Also, one of the only orgs that's actually putting out content as well, which has been really fun. Now, we are already getting into the first picks. It is going to be the vibe. But before that, we had some peculiar bans to quit on blue side, actually, of all things. We also had a lot of AD bans from the Varus and the Corkies. So trying to set them up for success. But we'll look at the jungle matchup first and foremost.
That's my first pick. Is we'll see what a Finn nephew Phil has for us. Because, of course, there was a tweet from Blue Otter saying that until they win their second series.
Yep.
That was what they brought back, which, to be fair, it did win last year. Now, shout out to Greek Chew for pointing that one out to me. One of the coach streamers that we have, but of course that Vi going to be answered with the Nefiri Talia. I gotta say, that's not the best setup for Nefiri. It's a good champion for Samikin, but opportunity for Asila to go for that Ahri. I've been a little bit critical of Ahri at times during this season, but by Ahri, a really sound combo and a good matchup against Talia. Would be surprised to see Asila rock that here. And then we'll see.
I love all your analysis. I love your deep hitting stuff. It looks like Nefiri's head is the arm of Talia, and I just can't get away from it. Look at it! It's literally perfectly lined up. Anyways, it is the Victor.
Just
so
imagine like an Ezreal like pulse cannon, like Tony Stark with the Nefiri head.
Face. Incredible. Yeah, our production says like Godric. Gotta love
that's
it.
That's a good reference.
It is
right
going
there.
to be the Rakan to follow up the Victor, so they are going for some team fight potential here.
Yeah, Victor brings a lot of range and late game safety. It is a really good matchup against Talia. Just takes a little bit more time to scale than something like an Ahri where you get that playmaking off the buy. So we'll be rounded out with an Anthessa. I will say that Rakan pick in particular, a bit of a deny from Robax. That really is his most played. Wouldn't be surprised to see an Alistar ban thrown out at Robax as well. As I'm expecting a few top lane bans to try and protect that Anthessa against Stray. Likely to take away Jax from his pool. And Stray, of course, always a GP specialist. But
kind of picked into him last time around. I'm just saying.
Oh, that was that Zamudo? That was a big game.
Yeah, that was
yeah. We were on that one. Zamudo went pretty big in that one.
That was a banger.
Yeah.
That was a banger. All right, we're in the second phase. We do get that Renekton banned away by Blue Otter. It is going to be the Alistar locked away as well. So you're talking about some of the big premier picks coming through from Rovex. Going to be locked.
Ooh. Okay, I like
Zaya.
I'm expecting Jax then for Stray on the top side. Whereas you could take away something like Rel here, but I think that they're going to try and deny more setup for Talia, so maybe a Nautilus ban even has a pretty positive matchup against Rakan. Would allow for you to reach Victor. Also an option, but okay, could it be the Rel? I would actually grab Nautilus if I'm Blue Otter. I like Nautilus this game. You have positive interactions into Rakan. You can cancel the Grand Entrance. Also really stymie Rakan sometimes on the engages if he's not a terrible target for depth charge. And would allow you a way to actually reach the Victor as well. Potential for them to maybe protect an AD pick. That being said, we don't see a ton of Poppy anymore. But with Rakan showing, okay, I like the Poppy. I think this is a really good scenario for it. Saw it work from Manui in game 1 of our first series, and we'll see if Rovex can do the same.
I like it. I honestly like it. I think there is some wiggle room in that 2v2 for maybe Supernova to take advantage of it now that they still have the choice for Shogo. And they do like to go for a little bit 2v2 dominant matchups there for themselves.
I don't think it's the best Aphelios game for Shogo, but
Smolder. Okay.
Okay, we're really going late here.
We're going late, man.
Okay.
Victor Smolder scaling here
Okay,
for Supernova.
I want a frontliner now. I think you kind of have to take a tank for Stray. If they just slam the Scion, I'm okay with it. For me, a lot of times Smolder scales off of how big your frontline is, because you need to cycle your Qs. That's like
really
where
like
a lot
the
of your
Scion.
damage is. Shout out to Kelsey Moser, who had that read very early on when it came to Smolder. So,
The Jace.
okay, not exactly a tank at the top side, but still Jace a real strong power pick. Gotta believe though, Poppy gets a lot of value this game against Jace, Vi, Rakan. But definitely something that Smolder can punish. Just curious what AD Levitate wants to go with. It might be a game like I like when Levitate plays the Kaisa and has some mobility. I think it's a nice game for him. When I think of Levitate, I always think he's best when he's able to be mobile on ADs. I think his Zeri and Kaisa is really that sweet spot for Levitate, where he's rounded himself out as a player since then, but that's like when he was coming up, what I really associated with him. So a good Kaisa angle, and Kaisa into Smolder, no matter how fed Smolder gets, you're able to find Smolder in the back half and execute him. Definitely something that Shogo's going to have to look out for as a potential setups with, of course, you can cheat the Weaver's Wall with the E, but that can also set up for the Poppy, can set up for the Ambessa too. So we'll see how slippery Shogo can be with that E, and then how well Supernova scales, because there's a lot of scaling they have between the Victor and the Smolder. Just hoping that their front line is big enough to really give those champions the time they need to pump out that damage.
And for Supernova, we've talked about it before, we'll talk about it again. They just got to not beat themselves. And that's especially important in this one, because you cannot be behind at this comp. You definitely want to kind of scale into the game and not lose out early. And Blue Otter, they've got the full dive comp. Once that level 6 comes through, if somebody's caught straggling, if somebody's caught out, they are donezo. We're getting into our second best of 3 of the day, and it's a tight-knit one in the bottom of the standings, but an important one to stave off of that promotion relegation tournament. It is Supernova versus Blue Otter.
Oh, sunk up right with the graphic popping up, Mizel. You know, I always feel awkward talking after that with you, because, like, you know, you give some extra gas at the start of the game. And then what can I do after that?
Yo,
there's no way I can top that. I can't match the energy. I can't match.
you're here for the brains. All right, that's where, because I don't got none of that.
Voice.
So
that's all right. You know, that's sometimes what makes us an endearing combo.
True. Brains and the yells. I was gonna say Braun, but that doesn't really work in this situation.
Early on, though, you were a big Smolder fan. You put a lot of games in the Smolder.
I was.
I know this is a matchup, like, we saw a lot of this in the LPL when Smolder was considered, like, Thanos level, must-ban OP. LPL was pretty willing to give that over to play Kaisa into it, because they always were able to dive the Smolder later on.
Yeah, at first they would lose, and then Smolder got nerfed, and then Kaisa started finding a lot of advantages. But
yeah,
it's
nothing
the question
Smolder
mark,
pre-nerf.
man.
Smolder pre-nerf was gross. Nothing beat that, yeah.
But it's the interesting matchup because, again, Shogo, we've been waiting for this guy, man. There's been a spot at the table with his name on it that we've been waiting for in NACL. And Levitate is just coming off last year, the Rookie of the Split nomination. And I think both these guys have these kind of cresting careers coming into Tier 2 as well. And it's a situation where Shogo's got to take a little bit of a back foot here. He's going to look for early trades, try to get these stacks going, but it's going to be a while until his passive comes online, and he is that game-defining Smolder.
I will say, shout out to Shogo, as in their 11th game, Shogo playing his 8th or 9th unique champion.
That's crazy,
for SN as well. We always know that Shogo likes to reach into his bag. Actually, Shogo, there was a CLOL run on University of St. Thomas where he said that he's going to play unique champ every game, and did so and won. So that I think is a nice, you know, in a nutshell, sometimes the confidence of Shogo, and also the skill of Shogo, who has always been a player on the ladder that has garnered respects from the likes of Double Lift and other ADs, and has always really been on the radar of GMs, but was never really sprung for just because of the visa, and because they weren't sure if he could be a top player in Academy that they could then, you know, use for buyouts or use for their own team. But he was always rated really highly. I always had coaches saying that, like, wow, this guy interviews really well. A lot of people wanted them on his team, so it's a much overdue debut in NACL for him, but still great to see this player finally enter the league, because skill-wise, one that should have been here for a long time, Sal.
It should have been here for a long time, that's for sure. This is a matchup that we have seen for a little bit of a long time now. Keel versus Music, two guys that really like to push the boundaries of the current meta and a lot of state of things, obviously playing very meta champions right now. But two guys that also dictate a ton of the pace of play for both their teams, the teams they've been on as well in the past. And going to this one, going to have a heavy hand in how these early games go and if that scaling really can come online for Keel and Supernova.
I gotta say, Nefiri is 10-2 in NACL, which is pretty wild. We'll see.
That's
if
a hot dog.
Yeah, we'll see if Music can continue to, make sure that he's got that mustard going on. As he's going to take the bot crab and maybe look bot. A lot of trading down there. Meanwhile, Keel going to look mid. We'll see if he burns the flash on Samikin. Not going to be the case. Actually, just going to cycle around to the Raptors and deny that respawn camp from Music. Good passing from Keel.
They're both wrapping around this mid lane, both at the same time. But Keel has the angle. Samikin gonna fall to Asila. First blood goes through. Music flashing in, trying to kill Asila. Asila's gonna flash away, missing both the darkened daggers, and Music will not be able to get the return.
Not gonna be able to get his camp either. Does have smite up, but Keel should take this one away. As really good play from Keel. Able to make sure that he snags that one. Good Q flash, very sound on the Vi. As Music now. Samikin's rotating. Right, Keel's no flash, but I think, okay, Samikin's just going to hover, make sure that Keel can't pressure this camp, which will be spotted by the ward. Music should be okay.
Keel is on a ward now, going to be seen walking back over Music. He is going to end up getting that Krug, but the spawns afterwards a little bit dicey. Music getting low, going to pop the untargetable. Cracker is here, and guess who else is coming? Samikin from the mid lane, try to get a redemption play. Keel's going to make his way out here and nothing else coming of it. The roam's not going to be enough and in time for Blue Otter.
I think this is Keel at his best, honestly.
Agreed.
He pulled, I think pulling Samikin on a mid was actually pretty significant because that wave is frozen for the Victor. And with First Blood being on a silo, that's a chapter versus a tier in a matchup that's really positive for Victor. So a great angle from Keel. My one beef with Samikin on that play, not respecting what side of the map his jungler was on, as Music was on the bot side. So I think that Samikin needs to hover his bot side instead. As that camp was respawning, Keel with a reverse clear could have been there. He lands the Q flash and connects on the Samikin. So really nice play by Keel, who, again, with this team, it feels like Keel really is the driver, and at times has overcooked on this roster. But again, at other times, this was a guy that was in our most valuable prospect race at one point in time. Like, he was number 3 out of the 5 when he was playing on wildcard. And had coaches the likes of Spawn, who was like, this guy should win, right? And Mirror, like, some of his own players were in the running for it, right? So Keel definitely has garnered a lot of respect, and I'd like to see him return to that form.
Yeah. Even looking back to AoE Ginger Turmeric, that's a throw back there as well. But nice little play in mid lane, 3v3. Rovek's going to find that knockback. Keel goes down. We caster cursed him here as the Chaos Storm is not going to be enough to get Rovek. Asila is completely caught out now, and Weaver's Wall just going to dignify this play from Blue Otter as Asila looking for the exit, and Music will find him. They might actually do it. He does not have the flap coming through as he's going to try to flash out now. Gets away from that steadfast presence, so really well done to get away, but still, Blue Otter coming out on top there.
I think if Rovek's channeled that Hex Flash faster, they could have gotten Shogo, or I could have. That's a tough reaction, right? With the Hex Flash wallbang being right there. But this is one where I didn't really see the setup of Supernova because, of course, like we were in a replay. But I like the fact that Blue Otter, they found a winning 3v3. Rovex was there, Rhino was not, and they were able to flip that mid lane matchup again. Really important when Victor is down flash in isolation that you attack that pick. If this matchup is left in just in its own little silo in the 1v1, Victor will brutally smash Talia. So I think it is really important that Blue Otter find a way to actually help and manage mid lane. So I really like that play there.
Music gonna steal away one of the grubs.
Keel had no smite, so
yep.
Little 1 for 2 action.
Be able to even that one up. The feet's gonna be that much further. Rovek's getting low in bot lane. Shogo not gonna have much mana left here though. Dragon is not gonna be at all a focus in the early parts of this one though.
Yeah, when Keel clears his way back down, it's maybe. As we do take inventory, we'll say Stray up a wee bit in that top lane matchup. Not up as much as you'd want to be in terms of like where that one's at. And Quacker for me, always good to see Quacker, bring out some new champions. I feel like he's a player that actually really benefited from the addition of Fearless, just being forced to play more. Like, we've always known Quacker as a player that can play his picks and plays them well. We know he plays the Olaf, the Darius, the Cassante, the Renekton, like to a really high level. But Last year we saw him pick up Rumble and Udyr, and those were starting to be like must-bans against him in Blue Water. And now seeing him with the Ambessa, see if he can get out of this one.
Got the Unstoppable out of the cease and desist. Keel is also going to try to get that angle, but Quacker gets out of there, and that's a lot of resources burned in topside. At least the cease and desist down. A little bit of focus on bot side by Blue Water.
Yeah, this should be just a dragon look coming out. As Rhino going to pickle that one.
The leash.
But yeah, warded out. Rhino and Supernova a little bit suspect.
Take
but
it a
Keel
little
does have his
slow.
bot camps up. I think this is okay for Blue Water. Oh wait, no, hold on. There's a play actually going on bot. I saw Shogo.
Yeah, okay.
He burned the barrier, so Levitate ulted in, used the barrier himself, but saved the flash. Gonna get Shogo out of the lane, and with that chunk, that's gonna be enough to take the dragon. Shout out to observers for catching that one. I thought it was a little bit bang play. Able to catch some of the action there in the bot lane.
Double barriers down now, but it's still a little bit of a push advantage for Blue Otter off the back of that dragon take as well. Music looking to be a little bit aggressive. He was spotted out though on that ward. Nicely played by Supernova. Trying to get that ball breaker, isn't going to connect. Music going to jump his way out of there at the back, being completed by Levitate as he goes back for that BF sword. And now in mid lane, Weaver's Wall coming across. CC chain, Asyla's going to flash out of the side shove. Needed to, or everything else was going to be piled on top of him.
I really like that play from Samakin, because again, you have to revisit that. If this matchup is left in isolation, it is all Victor. You outrange Talia. Eventually, you get a little bit of extra move speed when you get those evolves, right, with the Q to try and get out of the flick itself, where you may not even have to use flash. So important that Blue Water interacts with this matchup now before Victor gets bigger. And Samakin opening up that opportunity. I think it's a really good use of Weaver's Wall. We'll see if it's attacked now by Blue Water after these resets come out.
And I know we were a little bit hesitant to look at this mid lane for both these guys. Obviously, we're going to take a little bit of a pauser on that because Keel's looking at topside, but he is on vision.
Quacker, no ult.
It's coming up soon. It's going to be very close, but I think he's just going to go down before it's even available. He's looking for the play on the Stray, who's going to start tanking it. Keel does take the first shots, and that'll be well executed by Supernova on the top side.
Samakin, he has flash. Good
gonna get dodged out of. Yeah, really well sidestepped from Stray.
Chase.
Has the speed up there. Is it going to be enough? Rovex has made the roam as well. And Stray's just going to commit his life into the alcove. And that'll be some good alcove gaming. Feats of Warfare completed for Blue Otter.
Stray will have TP up. Quacker does as well, but Quacker can afford to walk back. It looks like a lot of focus being put on these second grubs for Blue Otter, as I know that they're down 2-1 in the grub. I like the idea from Supernova. I also like the answer coming out from Blue Water, and they rotated around the map actually really nicely to clean up all the waves as Quacker TP's bot to the one wave that they were not playing. Now Rovek's going to have to do-si-do his way out of here. He's being very aggressive here.
And now, all right, we get this set up really well. Blast coned out. Rovex even missing the keeper's verdict.
Hold on.
He still makes it out alive. And now the seismic shove. You miss one, you miss two. You're bound to hit the third. And Samikin will get the massive pickoff onto Asyla.
I mean, it looked a bit goofy from Rovex, but actually it ended up being the bait of a lifetime as Keel goes in.
Oh, they go right back into the fight, though. This is a 1v4 for Keel, trying to get the pick on a Samikin. Samikin going to get brought down low by Mob from Shogo, so they at least get some more stacks and a kill his way now that he's hit first item as well in the Essence Reaver.
Well, not the first time Shogo's used the power of bombs as he picks up a kill there. Will mean that Grubs do go over, though, to Blue Otter, so they went out on the skirmish in the back half. Do like the fact that Samikin, again, punishing Asyla being down flashing. That was a goofy play that Rovex, I thought he was just kind of stuck in Narnia, but actually ended up kind of closing the cabinet on the rest of Supernova Ole Miss squad as they were able to get something. It was kind of creative escape from him. Music smites away the last one. It's a 4-2 split. Grubs being up for Blue Water.
We're going to take a look back at that initial fight as well. The pickoff onto Asyla was massive.
I think the only angle is maybe Rhino can proactively use that heal to help Asyla get out of there, but Asyla was too far up.
Yeah.
And we kind of missed the escape from Rovex. This re-engage from Keel was very aggressive. It looked like Shogo wanted to go mid lane. If Shogo's here immediately, maybe it's something. So a little bit of a split call there in the back half, maybe from Supernova's. You know, Keel was going one way, Shogo was going another. Yes, they recover and get the kill over to the Smolder, but a bit of an awkward trade. As Samikin, of course, did go down, but it's not like he burned his flash, whereas Keel did flash to make that play. So with the silent Keel, Stray missing flashes, I would love to see Samikin have an aggressive Weaver's Wall. I know he's 0-2 on this Talia so far this split, but he's a good Talia player. And would love to see him, with Blue Otter use the direction to punish, whereas right now he's the one under siege from Rhino.
And getting an update from our production, 120 stacks here for him. So getting a little bit closer to that next mark, but looking for that 225 as always. And this is also where we can kind of bring in that conversation of Supernova absolutely have a scaling comp, right? Like they have a Victor and a Smolder. How often are we okay with them kind of taking these early fights and keeping pressure on the Blue Otter, who definitely have the kind of ball in their court?
Gold's close. My one concern for Supernova is, yes, they have a ton of scaling with this comp. They don't really have a front line. And that might be tricky against Blue Otter and Kaisa. As the Talia, again, if you're able to hold the line with this, could be really valuable. We'll see what happens with Smolder later on. But again, the front line's so important for Smolder because the damage of this champion, you got to rotate out your Qs in the cooldown and get those burns stacking up. If you have more frontline, you have more time and space to do that. With the frontline being a little bit low for Blue Water, or Supernova, we have to pause though, because Keel's looking.
Yeah, Keel just walked his way in there, isn't going to get the dragon. Has to back out now. Robex is looking for a heck of a flank. There's a TP coming in, the pincer maneuver, and the Mountain Soul. Oh, I thought he was going to wallbang him there. That would have been massive. The Weaver's Wall coming across to cut off the rest of Supernova, and they're going to find the public execution there. Levitate gets the kill in the end. The rest of Supernova have to run towards mid lane, and this is starting to get a little bit out in front of them here. Blue Otter with a 1,000 gold lead and 2 dragons in their belt.
I will say a lot was burned for that play. Supernova was able to play out their lanes, but Stray, that's not a warranted recall. You're still being hunted.
He's going to hex flash into him. He's going to go in. That's 4 members bot side. Blue Otter make the play.
I love it. They catch Stray, trying to push an extra wave. Silo was the one that's on the weak side of the map. He's going to get a lot, which is really big for the Victor, right? One of those scaling aspects. So I don't think it's a complete loss for Supernova, but it is a win overall on the play for Blue Otter, as they used their tools, burned the TP, and managed to find a really nice Weaver's Wall and setup from Samikin. That was followed up upon by Music, so well played.
And the execution really starting to come alive for Blue Otter. I know they're going to want that series back yesterday. It was very close until it wasn't. And they did have some really, really good moments there and trying to build into that and off of that here into Supernova. Again, a very important setup for both these teams, where they sit very even in the records, 1-4. And at this point, with 3 series left, 1 win can make the biggest difference between you going to the promo relegation tournament and you being safe moving into summer.
Again, like Supernova, they do have Pulse on the schedule, which a lot of teams, you might say like, oh, that's probably a win, right? Pulse is you have to take a series, but Pulse looked a little bit better in the last couple of series. You got to give them a little bit of credit here. I thought Hub had a really nice series yesterday, even in the loss. Yeah, you have Winthrop, Luminosity Gaming, Blue Otter, again, even with you in the standings, this series really important for posturing for the promotion relegation. Oh my god, Samikin just took Keel all the way back on a rocket trip.
Yeah, he did. Gonna try to get the solo play. Keel flashes out. He's getting some moves here in Music. Coming to make it right. Gets the reset, and here goes that hot dog. Better put some ketchup and mustard on it and call it a day. Stray's getting ran down by the dog pack, and Levitate's coming to join over onto Rovex's engage. Levitate goes on a killing spree, and Stray is going to be left to the Wolves, or maybe the Hounds, or whoever Blue Water wants, because that's a double kill for Levitate.
I mean, Supernova, Samikin, I really just made them go blasting off again, as Keel went all the way back, following up that Weaver's Wall. We've seen that interaction used in LTA a couple times. Shout out to APA, I know it's pulled that off this split. Samikin using it to work wonders and put Supernova in just a terrible position, as they weren't willing to sacrifice just Keel. They tried to follow up on the play, but Blue Otter followed too, and their follow was a lot stronger, as Music is quietly getting very big on this Nefiri, cleaned up a couple of kills there, and have really put them in a tough spot.
They are in a tough spot now, almost 4,000 gold down. A tough spot to be in, even with that scaling. And this was some of the question marks we had. You're picking so much for this late game. You have to make sure you make it through the early game. But Supernova, they don't have that respect to have made it through the early game. They've had a lot of tough series, man. And giving themselves this timer of a later game is definitely not paying out, as Sammy gets dragged along, or at least dragging along Keel with him back to his base.
Not the cease and desist that Keel was looking for. Great reaction by Samikin, and again, Keel overextending. Supernova trying to follow up. That's too much done, too much tried. Just puts the team in a terrible spot. And again, we kind of set this up earlier on, Mazel. Like, if we had to draw the lines where teams are struggling, for Blue Water, it was in the river, right? Objective setups and fights not exactly going the way they want. For Supernova, that line was on the enemy side of the map. They're trying to do too much in a lot of these games, pushing too far forward when it's not necessary. And Keel going for that play, outplayed by Samikin, made him and Supernova look a little bit silly. And that gives Blue Water a pretty significant lead, because not only is that the Fury big now with the Spear of Shojin completed, but of course that last kill being fed over to Levitate, he's going for the Yuntal's build on this Kaisa, and starting to get pretty far ahead of the curve here, Mazel.
We almost have 2 items for everybody on Blue Otter already, and another dragon coming up in 30 seconds will be Soul Point on a Mountain Soul for Blue Otter. So Supernova, they're starting to run out of options. They're going to go try to get on to Levitate. That's the Smite Burn. Not going to pop the trigger on him just yet. Rhino
play.
Going into supportive play into Rovex. Look at the flank from Quacker, though. He's waiting for it. Has everything available for him. Rovex going to get the wall bang. Now they go with the double knock up the Keeper's Verdict, and they get Levitate with another kill, who goes unstoppable. 5-0 on his signature Kaisa, and that should just mean Blue Water take the dragon.
Supernova tried to play that one around the wall. If they want to help Keel, who I think was a little bit too far up, they have to play through the river. And oh my God,
Rhino is just gone. And Stray gonna join him. Shogo also, and you might call it a Supernova, but it's an explosion, that's for sure, as Blue Water are blowing this game out.
Samikin gonna look for the cleanup. Good hop.
Easy.
The Spear. Oh, he doesn't quite get out of there. That's a big shutdown that goes over to the Victor. But a good attempt from Samikin, as they're still gonna take the mid outer. They're still gonna take Soul Point on this Mountain Soul that has spawned onto the Rift one in, and Blue Water continues to take more and more control over these games.
And it's been led off of back-breaking performances from Music and Levitate so far. I think Samikin has had a lot of really good in-between moments, but Music having some clean decision-making now as he gets stopped on his back because of his dog. It has really been a continuation of some of the things that looked good from Blue Water yesterday in their series, even though it ended up in a loss.
Yeah, and again, that series, a Conviction for me has kind of cemented themselves as a pretty solid team in NACL. We saw Blue Water be able to play fast with the Shen, which was quite nice. This time around, coming into the series, it's kind of asking for, I don't know if we got this out in the pre-show, but for me, the members need to step up is just Rovex and Music as a tandem. I know that they're the talkers on this team, and look, I thought Rovex was fantastic last split of support. This split, a little bit less so. Also, Samikin at times has struggled. Rovex and Samikin having a really, really solid game and solid performance in this game, which has really helped Blue Water. Massive big lead. I feel like Music and Levitate may have been the real consistent performers on this team, too. Music really clean on this Snafiri. And no complaints here for Blue Water as they've really snowballed this game quickly out of control. And that scaling that we teased for Supernova is being able to kick in. I mean, you're down 5k gold and you have to fight every dragon now to prevent a Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
That's not setting up the scaling the way you want to set it up, right? It feels like they played a little bit too quickly, made a few too many mistakes, and Blue Water really punished them.
And I'm going to give a little bit of praise to Levitate. We were hyping up this bot lane matchup. It's definitely been a little bit one-sided. Now we're going to see a little bit more of a one-sided fight as Weaver's wall comes across, separates everybody, and Music's going to get the resets now as well. Quacker catches Shogo over the wall. And exactly as I was going to speak about Blue Water, they just make more magic happen. Riptail are going to be popped in top lane. This lead is just going to get gargantuan. And Levitate's coming off a Rookie of the Split performance in summer 2024. The guy has an incredible growth-oriented mindset. And to see him pop off on Blue Water in these in-betweens, even though the season hasn't been the greatest, I still think this guy deserves a ton of praise.
Oh, for sure. I think he's been a really consistent factor in this team. But for me, Samikin, Samikin has had some games where in the sophomore split, it hasn't been as strong as we wanted it to be for Samikin, given what he showed in the rookie split. I know that Talia is a good pick for him. Seeing that be 0-2 in the league was a bit of a surprise for me, but this Talia is the one I'm used to seeing from Samikin. Is, man, these Weaver's walls are on point for helping them snowball this game. Got Shogo stuck on the wall, then he flashed over Quacker with a great follow-up on the public execution. I gotta say, Blue Otter, this looks like the Blue Otter from last split going up against Supernova today. This is a team that's firing on all cylinders, taking really good fights and really good plays.
Oh, Rovex. You might have
that's a
spoke a little too soon. He's really within deep. 4 people of Supernova, and Rovex will just end up falling, giving some more stacks over to Shogo. Bit unfortunate.
That was disrespectfully deep from the Poppy.
It's so funny though, because like literally our big storyline yesterday was them coming into the week saying they've had this epiphany. They've had this kind of enlightenment of how they want to play the game, how they want to function, how they want to win games. And I don't know if we necessarily got all of that in the first kit of yesterday, but going into a second series on the week, we are seeing the clear draft strategies come through and then kind of try to play around that, and I really appreciate it.
The press R and we can win strategy.
Exactly, it works.
Whacker.
As here goes those pressings of ours. Here comes Mom over the top. The turret's already gone. Supernova now looking for the fight as well. Music a little bit by himself now, as Shogo has hit his stacks, and maybe it's just enough to get him over the hump. Stray's gonna get the kill, and Supernova, they've hit the mark for Shogo.
Quacker didn't connect with his public execution, and really Blue Water don't connect on this fight. I will say a lot of tools burned before we have this dragon. Importantly, Kill and Stray burned Flash on top of Quacker and Samakin. So targets that each team can look at, as that was the fight kind of leading into the dragon. This dragon going to be a much more important fight for both teams, given the Mountain Soul is on the table.
Mountain Soul super important. And now these team fights maybe starting to lean the way, even though Blue Water ahead, with Shogo having the pop off. Maybe it's enough. Maybe this team that has been centered around Shogo a lot in the past, at least in Old Miss, as do want to see if they can actually pop through here with this fight over.
Word that Smolder's at about 250 stacks, so we saw the executes come through in the last fight. Of course, that burn can still add up. Any poke on the levitate is exactly what Supernova wants here, as he is the high-value target to try and poke out. Does not have access to lifesteal in the runes or his build, so any poke that goes onto him will stick. Supernova, a nice job of using some of the range. Again, they have Jace, Victor, and Smolder. Range important for them. Question is, can their front line be sturdy enough to survive, especially with this gold deficit? And can they even get in here and contest this dragon? Okay, they
it's
know
already half health. Rovek's going to try to back them away with the Keeper Verdict wall coming across, and that's just going to be the Mountain Soul going. Can Keel do it? Can Keel get the steal? It's not enough! Mountain Soul secured by Blue Water, and now they will just be ravenous. They're looking for more. The 4 remaining members, besides Keel from Supernova, will make an exit, but this could also mean going to the Baron or securing more on the map for Blue Water.
They'll have to be careful of the Victor Smolder poke on a Baron. I think that if they hit this, they want to turn. This isn't going to be a hit and stick unless Supernova really botch it.
That's the thing about their comp. They can do that easily.
Yeah, a really nice flick from Samakin half on the bottom of your screen.
Oh!
That found him. Yeah, goodbye, Shogo.
Oh! 2 quick kills.
That makes it easy. Yep.
Yeah?
Yep. Again,
I guess all she wrote.
I'm in for this comp. I just don't think the Jace was the pick for the top lane. If you're going to play Victor Smolder, you don't need more damage. Just take a tank. And I know that Ambassa can shred tanks, but man, Sion is so strong right now.
Yeah,
if
Sion
you have
would have
a
been
Sion,
nuts here.
like behind a Smolder, I know that Kaisa can shred you, but it would just enable so many more lasers, so many more Qs, and for Supernova to play these fights out so much slower. Because you're seeing that Blue Water, they want to play the shotgun fight. They want to use their Rs on the Kaisa, the Ambessa, the Talia, the Fury to dive and have the fight end there. And Supernova just, I know they're down in the game, but even the champions they have, there's not nearly enough HP to, or not nearly enough tools to try and dissuade this.
And now this Blue Water team, a 8,000 gold lead, just about, a little bit more. 3 item spikes aplenty across the table, and the Mountain Soul on top of it all. They can have their cake and eat it too. And the fact that we did end up getting that response, I mean, it was a clear strat from Supernova. Grab that buy early, try to build around it, go with that Smolder, go with the scaling for them. But it's the fact that Music was willing to take this to Fury that has such a high win rate, that has such dominance, and was unpicked by Supernova, and just make them pay with it.
Yep. I mean, again, kills by pretty solid. Can't blame him for that one. But yeah, we missed this one a little bit. Samakin and Fog. I mean, he was spotted there by the laser from Victor. Just I mean,
man.
Shogo can't walk there. I know the Baron's being hit, but that's what you have your support for. You know, send the endangered species in Rhino first, as he does not go.
That's unfortunate.
And the endangered species of the dinosaur, unfortunately, gets taken off the rift instead. So, anyway, Mountain Soul. Baron secured, $120 left. Blue Water always pride themselves in their Baron plays, as they're going to play out 2 lanes and try and make this one work, with Ambessa having the base to answer the Jace, but TP up for Quacker if he wants to join.
A little bit of side lane pressure from Supernova with Stray.
I will
Taking
say,
down.
tough to break SN's comp sieging. Like, the Smolder
True.
Victor can really hang on. So this might go to Elder, just given the champs that we have. And again, like, Smolder keeps on stacking. It's not like the scaling for Supernova is bad by any means. Just a lot for them to overcome at this point.
It is. They are going to lose their inhib turret. Not the inhib itself. Music going to go untargetable out of the grand entrance from Rhino. So they will get away from that for now, but won't have that for just a little bit. Have the lane state being reset by Quacker in the top side of the map. Push coming in, and another seismic shove instantly. Levitate jumped in, and now Syla gonna have to flash out. Gets wall banged in the gate. You shall not pass.
Oh, Rovex the Yordle finds the wall bang, takes him down. Syla definitely been the target this game. A lot of ability for Blue Water's comp to attack, and they've spent a lot of it to attack Syla. Meanwhile, Music being attacked here. Weaver's wall.
Music going untargetable, and it just sets up the wall bang again from Rovex. The combination of Rovex and Samikin has been lighting it up, and now Levitate finds a flank as the Kaisa. He's under turret, though, and he's going to go down to a massive shutdown. Now Shogo buying a lot of time here, trying to get away from the rest of Blue Water. Samikin is cleaning up the strays here, not able to get Stray himself in the end. Going to try to get the flash play potentially. Goes for it, can't get it. Rhino with the predict, but now Rhino is susceptible to the rock damage. Will end up getting out himself, but Blue Water, they're playing with their food at this point.
I gotta say, Victor's up, so I don't know if they can end. They'd have to find a fight execute on the Victor, and we're kind of down all to Levitate. He flashed in to try and get Shogo, did burn Shogo's flash, but Shogo burning both summons, able to survive and kite out the Kai'Sa, so bit of an oopsie there on the execute from Levitate, as he wasn't able to clean that one up, and that will be what keeps Supernova alive.
It's a big shutdown. Levitate taking a bold angle there, but I like it. Just strut your stuff a little bit. You're almost on 4th items anyways.
I didn't see what happened. I'm not sure if he didn't have ult up or if he was not able to ult between the two. It was a little bit of touch and go there. Overall, the idea from Levitate is right, side the Smolder, but turrets were still standing. He overextended.
Hey, you're over 9,000. I mean, not now, but you were.
Yeah, but you should have
so
ended the game off that push.
With it. All right, we're having a little bit of fun. We're having a little bit of fun.
This is the difference.
It's definitely not an important match or anything. We definitely
Yeah.
not set the stakes over and over again and talk about how important this is for both teams.
We're definitely, this isn't a game where we're talking about potential relegation on the line. It's a Mazel solo queue game where it's like, screw it.
Oh, no.
It's fine.
We can't be bringing that in here.
Yeah, well,
we're going to take a look back.
Prophet can't stop referencing Flux for whatever reason with me. So, I got to... This isn't me taking out on you, it's taking out on him.
I see.
Speaking of taking out on others, Robex, nice wall bang on a Syla there.
Dude, that is so... It should send you through it. I feel like...
I mean, he found the edge, right?
Yeah.
He knocked him off the bridge, so that's how he wasn't able to pass that time around. But we have to go back
we didn't. We have to go back in the live because they go straight on an engage, but he immediately gets burned down, and now you're already without your big engager. You're losing bodies left and right, and Shogo's left out to dry. Big public execution, and Supernova have gone kaput. Blue Otter have found the full clean team fight, looking for a Syla to make it a clean ace now too, and he has no saving grace. Going golden is Samikin, the rest of Blue Otter come down, and it's like a pack of wolves, but they're just a bunch of otters. A game 1 win from Blue Otter to set the stakes and set the tempo of this best of 3.
Blue Otter looking like they were the team that we saw debut in the last split of NACL, as they have a resounding victory in this one, Mazel. We can highlight good plays from everyone coming out. I gotta say, Music was probably the highlight for me, as came into the series asking for him and Rovex to just do a little bit of a better job working together, and then for Samikin to really step up. I feel like we got both of the things on our wish list for Blue Otter as they put together a really solid game 1.
All I'm saying, I might have been a zookeeper in my previous life. Otters look cute, but they're carnivores. They eat meat and they are mean. So,
I mean, they were chunking shells
otters.
there,
They were chunking shells.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. A very impressive performance from Blue Otter. And again, a situation where it just feels like Supernova aren't able to get the start that they want and fall prey to some mistakes there for sure. We'll see if they can bounce back and come back in it, see if we can get 3 games on the day. We'll be back after a short break.
I can do my Discord picture, like like I got one more in me, like I can do that.
It's- Alright, that's it. That's all I got. Yeah.
Maybe I'll try to make the PogChamp face. It's sold, but here, I'll just do the PogChamp face if I can do it.
Favorite internet meme. I don't know. To make a heart, maybe. That's fine.
Oh, you know the meme that it's like wood, but just a period, where it's just like wood, and it's meaning like some things. I think that meme's pretty funny. Usually it's like a guy like being held back by a bunch of people, and he's just like wood. So I don't know how to recreate that, but I use that meme a lot.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL 2025 as we take a look back at the highlights of game number 1 of our second series here in the final day of week number 5. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and it was definitely an Otter-favored season.
Honor favorite?
Otter.
Otter. Oh, I thought you said honor. I was like, what? Like,
Enunciate the T's.
It's like there's an honor level in the TR client. Oh my god.
There is. Everybody's fighting for it. That's what we're really
you need to get a level 5 honor now to pingborn comp. You know.
Could you imagine, man? Could you imagine?
I feel like that would really nerf
wild.
the typing from AP and JoJo. You know.
I think so too.
Anyway, that would be no fun. Speaking of no fun, Supernova. Last 10-15 minutes of that game really felt like no fun as they threw a lot at the Blue Otter composition early on. But again, I think the threat overload of Blue Otter, they had so much dive available to them and just not enough tools to really peel off the dive that was showing from this Supernova squad. That and some overextensions like the one we saw here. Beautiful
Hey,
Weaver's
come
wall.
on now. That's... Oh,
It was a
I
beautiful Weaver's
understand,
wall
but the fact that the Weaver's
yeah.
wall dragged him across the entire map is just hilarious.
It is.
It's like a moment of all time.
Yeah, it is. It's like the old Akali flip that would follow TPs,
Yeah, going
you know?
back to base.
Yeah, some unfortunate ones there, but anyway, I feel like Blue Otter, I mean, really put the pieces together. You said behind the scenes, I feel like they've had an epiphany, as this is a team that, again, their identity last year was one where they really played well together as a squad.
Yeah.
I know behind the scenes that they've struggled with like different school schedules, different time zones to really be able to consistently practice. Different teams for some, as of course Music's playing these games from Florida with Illinois State, right? Being a very good collegiate squad as well. But man, this is a game where this is part of the reason why we loved Blue Otter last year. It really felt like a team that was, I feel like, greater than the sum of their parts, that also discounted. I like that phrase for them because I feel like it's true, but also discounts some of the good individual play that we see out of them.
Yeah.
The likes of Levitate, Samikin, who I feel like had a really good game. I feel like this might have been Samikin's best game of the split so far in this Talia. I know he went down a couple more times than he would have liked, but was a huge playmaker for Blue Otter on this game.
His Weaver's walls were insane. Like, absolutely game-defining. Splitting off a lot of Supernova's comp. Because the way that Supernova wanted to play this setup was keeping Victor and Smolder back behind their front line, right? And every single time, Samikin would cut them off completely and kind of leave those front lines to be stragglers out. This one was insane. I'm so sorry, Isla. I don't understand what happened. That should be a gate. But still really good clutch plays for Blue Otter as a whole. And that is from red side as well. So I'm sure Supernova will be on blue side again, but it has to be a clean game from them. We talked about how important this series is for both sides, sitting at 1-4, needing to keep themselves from relegation of 9th and 10th. And they really need to try to turn this one around.
Well, getting confirmation from our production that if they want to turn it around, it will be from the blue side for this next game, as Supernova is taking blue. Not a huge surprise here, but still, yeah, I like the fact you highlighted one, and not just the fact that, of course, series score, as both of these teams are tied in series score, both sitting at 1-4 apiece, but game score matters more for Supernova too, because keep in mind that is the tiebreaker. And Blue Otter have won 5 games on top of 1 series, whereas Supernova has only won the 2 games of the series that they won. They've not won any other games here in NACL. So, again, we're almost at the 2/3 mark of our split. We will be after this series wraps up for all of our teams.
Yeah.
And with Supernova, you gotta imagine, that game score is going to matter. I mean, even if they find a 2-0 against Pulse at this point, let's just say that happens, right? Blue Otter would have more wins than them. If they win this series, or if they win another series. So, I mean, every game at this point for Supernova really matters. And again, a team that going into this split, when you have teams like Pulse and AMI, I mean, Pulse fielding a roster that didn't even make it through the OQs, AMI fielding a roster that no one thought would make it through the OQs, and then a Winthrop team that a lot of people grouped with the bottom 3, but of course, have really proved that they're more so in the middle of the pack. We didn't have Supernova at threat of relegation going into the split. No one really thought that they'd be here, but it's looking pretty dire now. Every game really matters for the squad moving forward.
You know what else really matters? The socials. As you have to check it out, we do have it right there on the top. Go check out Twitter. We'll see everything that is to do about NACL. Make sure you give us a follow. You can catch up on all the information, anything that you missed here. We're getting back into the action. I think it's important you highlighted Winthrop, or at least moving forward for the side of Supernova, because we're seeing Winthrop falter a little bit. Maybe that's a win that Supernova can pick up. They still have Polestar. They still have LG, which is a tough one. But on the other side, like, this is of utmost importance for Blue Water because they still have to face the big two in Near Airport and Dark Zero Dragonsteel, as well as AMI. Throw that in there for them as well. But trying to pick up any win matters in the last stretch of this season.
I mean, again, you don't want to be in that world where you're playing for your spot in NACL. The goal is to be playing for a spot in LTA North, and that can only happen in the summer split. So you got to be here for summer in order to try and net that spot that all of our teams are gunning for. Honestly, I mean, even looking ahead, I think that our top 3 teams are so strong right now. And especially, I mean, I don't want to spoil, but we just had Niles give an interview at NAC saying that he thought that this was the last time that Dark Zero team was going to play together as 5. So for any LTA North fans or any fans of NACL, that's a pretty big quote to be given out by the head coach of that Maryville University and, of course, Dark Zero Dragonsteel squad. Might open up an opportunity for other teams to, try and fight for those top spots maybe, as Dark Zero has been really the Thanos team that we have had in NACL this split. Good to hear that they're maybe getting looks from other squads, but also everything very interesting and fluid here in our Tier 2 league. We'll see if we can get any changes here as Blue Water found their way to a fluid win, whereas Supernova still looking to really find their footing and put together better performances than the Rift, quite frankly.
Yeah, and we're getting into game 2 now. Blue Water will be back on that red side, but we see a lot of similar bans, at least, to kick us off in game number 2. See if Supernova want to go with something a little bit more proactive this time in the draft, especially not going to go with that double scaling carry setup they did have. It will be the Zoe, the Aurora, and the Gwen banned by them. Blue Water on the other side going to ban away that Varus in the Rumble so far.
Yeah, Rumble respect ban towards Stray definitely earned. And of course the Zoe, Aurora, Gwen bans will remain the same as Samikin. Everyone says, always ban the Zoe. I gotta say, I know that Kalmer over at Supernova is very proud. He is the only person that has taken a game off of Samikin Zoe on stage. That pick, involving Collegiate 2, I think it was 25-1. If anyone questions why Zoe is always banned away from Samikin, he is the Zoe player. So it definitely earns that respect ban from everyone. I want to say, I mean, that pick right now is 100% banned against Blue Water, which is crazy to think about. It's pretty rare that you get a pick that happens like that.
We do have first pick, though. It is Keel's pick of the Zinzao, so that'll be 2 games in a row, but they give him one of those skirmish-heavy junglers. The instant answer from Music is a Viego, and you're immediately giving this guy so many tools.
It's funny, you said that there's been an epiphany from this Blue Water squad.
Music?
I'm about to read off why it might be. I'm looking at his champ pool. He has 2 games in a Fury, now 3 games of Viego, and 1 game of Lilia. Outside of that, it's all pretty supportive junglers. I kind of net Zinzao and that split between carry and supportive. He's definitely more the supportive jungler. So yeah, I mean, I think the Fury, Viego, and Lilia are the hard carries, playing 2 of them here. And then also early picking Samikin's way. This is something that Conviction did yesterday on the red side. Actually picked this away from Samikin. Samikin, of course, traditionally that artillery mage player. Of course, we already talked about Zoe. Play another really good pick for him. Lux, a pocket pick that he's always had as well. But he does love his way. And this already lines up well for the Blue Water identity, as we have Orianna and Sion to round out that top side. And that Sion was definitely something we felt like was maybe missing in the last game, but shows its face in this one. Very strong pick in the meta and will make it very difficult for this Viego to find resets.
Yeah, I love it because in the interview, Darkwings talked about taking that away from Samikin in that last game, especially. It is something to think about as well. The Shen is locked in, so we get that pick yet again for Quacker.
He's 2-0 on the pick. This goes back to last year for Blue Water. They were playing Shen in some late Fearless games, like games 4 or 5, when no one else was playing Shen, and Quacker and Blue Water were winning games. So he takes Ignite, he takes Flash, and he'll play to sack a little bit on the map. They're going to play to win. I gotta imagine, I think Rel goes up in priority, given the poppies out of the pool, and the shield break can be really valuable already this game when you go up against that Shen ult and also a Sion, and get a lot of value there. So curious if we actually have any setup for a potential Rel for either team, or an early pick maybe for Rovex. On the flip side, I like the Aphelios ban. I was calling out Sugar's Aphelios last game. I think that there are angles where Aphelios is kind of missing in drafts. This is definitely one where with the Orianna, the Zin, the Sion, that's enough space to create for Aphelios. So I like that we're taking that away from Shogo, as he is one of the few players that plays it and plays it to a really high level.
His game-breaking ability on the Aphelios definitely goes through the roof. The Tristana is going to be the ban over on the other side. See if any more aggressive style carries are going to be the focus. I also maybe want to see some supportive bans coming through. It's just going to be the Callista to take away any of those 2v2 options for Shogo.
I'm looking at the pool and thinking about what we can grab here is, okay, Lucian. I think Lucian ban makes sense when Aphelios is out of the pool. Definitely an answer. So do like that one from the Supernova squad. Just wondering if we get Ezreal with... Yeah. Of course, Corki being taken away. That's been very targeted at Shogo, who has really pioneered this Bloodthirster Essence Reaver build on the Corki that a lot of players are starting to adapt. Some of the changes made with AD ratio has been much better. Okay. Oh, going to be Protect the Jinx. I got to say, Scion's a giant meatball to get through, and you're kind of missing percent HP damage on Jinx, but this is very reset-centric for Blue Water here on the red side.
It's something they're willing to go with
Take
as well
Alistar,
before.
please. Yeah, get as
would be
beefy
massive.
as you can get if you're super.
So much beef, man. How much beef can you ask for? The Kog'Maw comes through. This is a classic for Shogo, too.
We could see Milio, could see Lulu. Either way, I think it's going to lead to a Nautilus must pick for Rovex if they want to actually play this game. Again, the Polymorph could be really valuable against a champion like Viego. This does make you a little bit more vulnerable to the Hwei and some of the range, but this is a Shogo Rhino special. They have a lot of 2v2s and pocket picks. They used a great effect in Collegiate. We haven't seen it as much in NACL as we haven't seen as many games, but to see the Cog Lulu make an appearance here as Shogo is now playing his 10th unique champion in 12 games. So yeah.
That's crazy. The guy's got a champion Ocean, but has much more, I guess, akin to what he had last game. A little bit, maybe more 2v2 action there, but it's still late game scaling.
Blitz is the fun pick. I think Nautilus is the right pick.
I think Nautilus is going to be that one.
The shield break from Blitz, some value this game. You know, I'm a Blitz, big Blitz fan, but and comp having that point and click depth charge very important. If you're going to execute on this comp, man. I like it. I know, and I like the identity here for Supernova. I think that they have a really strong meatballish comp that's going to be really difficult to reset on for Blue Water. So for me, Supernova, this has been a team where we've seen them get a little bit ahead on their skates a little bit. And that has not been a good look for them. Just playing too fast and too furious in games where it feels like they almost beat themselves. This is a game where if they scale, I really favor their comp later on. So I think it's really important that they chill in this early game and make sure they're playing out their lanes soundly and are able to scale up. If not, the only way I can really see Blue Water get going is if they get resets early on in this game. The later this game goes, the harder it's going to be for them to reset. Lulu not only can empower the Kog'Maw, but also Lulu's in, really powerful combo as well. So I think this is going to be a really difficult comp for Blue Water to break through if their first few plays are not clean.
Yeah, and they need to find some of those advantages with Viego as well. Unfortunately, Jinx is a hyper carry, but Kog'Maw a little bit more so. Literally built for the thing. And I think it's going to be really fun to watch Shogo and Levitate kind of go at it in that late game if they get to that point. But this is also looking back at the track record. You can't just look at the comps and think it's just going to be played out like it is on paper, because it is a situation where Supernova have kind of tripped over themselves in the early games, not setting themselves up for the success. The wording being beating themselves. You can't have that here. You've set yourself up with a great comp. You're at the precipice of being in that 9th, 10th spot. You've got to find a win here for Supernova, and Blue Water looking to shut that down as we go into game number 2 of the night. And in the game 2 of the second series, it's going to be a bloodbath.
At least for me, I know that, you know, Supernova, that first game comp was like, hey, they don't have a big meatball to create space for the Smolder. At least this time around, they were able to find it in the Scion. I think that their identity is sound. It's just, for me, a lot of the onus is going to be on Blue Water. They need to make those early plays. If Viego, Nautilus, Jinx, they don't connect on the first few plays, just think of how tanky the Supernova team is going to get between the Scion, between the Crescent Guard Xin Zhao, the Lulu buffing up and empowering everyone, and then this Kog'Maw where if you fight around those W cooldowns, you just shred people. As I know that Shogo has always been a really big Kog'Maw fan, definitely views him as a champion that spikes earlier on. Isn't that like super late game menace that maybe Kog'Maw used to be in Season 2 when we saw him be a really core pick? But he spikes really hard at Rageblade. So definitely want to see if they're able to use that to kind of get some strength in the map. And then lean on all the tankiness that they have between all their champions to just make sure that these resets can't get in. Because if Diego's not getting resets, he's not as useful as the enemy jungler. I don't care what he's playing. So we're going to be really key here that Supernova can, again, just take a chill pill, play slow, their lanes, and get to a good state in the mid-game.
I feel like it's definitely one of those comps that's like a muscle or like a clam for Supernova. There are some meaty insides. You just have to break open the casing a little bit, and I think that's definitely what Blue Otter are going to be looking to do here. Few and far between, though. We have to talk about Quacker's Shen. As you said, undefeated there. But him on the Shen and Samikin on the Hui, it just feels right for Blue Otter.
Yeah, again, these are core comfort picks, even with music on the Viego being that big carry. I still really like the identity that Supernova built around the Viego, seeing that early on. But yeah, it feels like a return of the comfort a little bit here for Blue Otter. And again, their comp identity is pretty easy. I mean, we're playing Shen Jinx, right? We're playing for the Jinx. We're playing for resets. That makes you don't have to really explain that one, Mizel.
Easy peasy. I can even understand that one.
Ooh.
Levitate losing an early trade here. Gonna be focused on as Keel goes in for the invade. This is gonna be an early skirmish matchup between these two. Music gonna spot Keel going. Keel immediately goes in, goes for the 3 talent strike, gonna get it. Music getting a little bit low, goes for the Sun CC, gonna follow through. One more auto, not gonna be enough. There it is, the burn! Music falls to first blood. Keel's just outhands him.
Great look from Keel. I love this play. It's a set play. They know they're going to have priority in this dual lane early on, so Keel doesn't even need the help of the Cog Lulu to find the kill on the Music, and we're going to set Music pretty far behind. Liquid Yoink, 2 camps here, as Music going to be relegated to the top crab, and got to believe that Keel will cross map to try and defend his own top side after this. So really good early play from Supernova.
A little bit of ego there from Music for sure, but it is going to be Keel without burning his flash, taking that first blood and that entire side of his camp. So Music trying to get back out, get a little bit of something, go for the Scuttle Crab on top side. But it's going to be a nice reset from Keel to get back on the map, trying to get to his top side and stop any steals from Music.
I think if Music doesn't burn his smite, he might be able to steal away the blue buff, but we'll see where Keel goes. He is going to show his face onto the Scion. Stray is out of mana. It's a little bit lower on the top side. Okay, doesn't show on the ward. And yeah, that's all Music gets. So Music is a little bit homeless right now. He doesn't really have a camp to do. Isn't able to get anything done on the map. So a great invade by Keel. Definitely sets Supernova up for success in a game where, again, we really feel like Blue Otter has to be off to the races in this one. So the fact that Supernova can find a positive for themselves early and slow this game down, that is what the doctor ordered for this team if they want to push us to 3, and it's what's going on so far.
And I love that it's through Keel. I think Keel has a lot of directive given out in this team, and especially a lot of direction through his leadership. A guy that has taken the leadership reins across multiple teams that he's been on.
Pretty much every team he's been on.
Yeah, exactly. And he knows how he wants to play the game. And I think we've seen him at his best when he is just up in the face of the enemy jungler, and he just knows how to dictate the pace. So it's really good to see him there. He needs to continue pushing that there for them to keep that lead going.
Meanwhile, bot lane looks really grim right now. Of course,
tough,
Shogo and the Rhino were able to get a crash, got the wave to bounce back, and it's frozen upon by Levitate. I'm really surprised that Blue Otter didn't swap out of this, frankly, because they are going to get this wave in. But look at how far ahead Shogo is. He has a bigger wave and is already up a level. And we saw Levitate getting pushed back even more. So that's going to be a really significant lead on the Kog'Maw.
And that is the one place that's going to work out. Keel's looking bot lane. There is no vision, no knowledge, and Keel's going to find an absolute angle. They're about to crucify this bot lane. Levitate gonna flash out, but Keel is still there to answer. Another kill goes the way of Supernova. Music is here behind. The TP's double now coming through, but Sammy can get to join the fight. Blue Otter realized this might be the thing on the edge of the cliff. Shogo might get hit, though. They might get Samikin with that extra strike, but not gonna look for it there. As it is going to be Blue Otter pushing in bot lane. A lot lost for that, though.
And this is kind of disastrous for Blue Otter. They're going to get the dragon in the back half of this, but look at the lead that Shogo has in the bot lane. And Levitate actually might get zoned off of the wave of the top side. As I'm looking at the minimap there, it doesn't look like Stray was able to prevent him from getting to the lane entirely, but a lot burned for Supernova. They just win out on the play as they get the kills, they walk out, and it's only going to be a dragon for Blue Otter, but you think about double TPs burned at this time and waves lost, Mazel. That's not worth it.
Gonna take a look at that. This is
Oh, we're going way
the
back.
initial fight there.
Yeah, I mean, Music just has to get out earlier. The one thing I will give Keel is that he was able to get on the other side of the Viego, so body blocked him ever so slightly. Like, that's the one nice mechanical play that we saw from Keel. And then, of course, had his damage, had the red buff ticking. Music falls. Keel gets out. Sound first blood, steals 2 camps away in the back half, and so we got Supernova off to a good start.
Kind of start you can dream of. The kind gives you a little bit of hope in Supernova. As Grubby Tubbies, episode 1, going to be started up by Shogo and Co. And this is a return to form, it feels like, for what Supernova's expectations were. Rovek's going to take an engage on
Rovek might go
Stray,
down.
who's level 6. That might have been a little bit overzealous there, Rovek, as he is surrounded, taken down,
Hey.
and Feats of Warfare completed by Supernova.
I mean, bought some time for his top laner, but the play continues. This, oh boy.
Stand United.
Shen ult now.
Has to be used. Gonna look for the play on a Stray now as well. Levitate
It's not
doesn't really
winning.
have much damage early, and they have to be really careful. Quacker over expecting the damage that was gonna come through from the follow through. Now he's under turret, but he might just go down. They're gonna take that
Ow.
engage, and the pop from Stray is going to pop Quacker. 4-0 start for Supernova, but now maybe overextending.
Flash.
Rhino's gonna burn the flash out, and they should
Wait,
be
solo
fine.
kill.
Okay, Samikin. They got the solo kill before this one. Samikin gonna have to flash away. Asila is
fear.
nowhere nearby, and now Keel's gonna fall. This is absolute chaos.
Yeah.
And it's a shutdown going the way of Music.
I would love a replay if we could get it on this play, because I didn't exactly see how Samikin was able to take down Asila, who still had flash up. But again, a little bit of chaos here. And the team with the reset's going to end up thriving a little bit more. That said, Stray, they do not expect Stray to be in this brush. Stray is not on that bot wave. Blue Water has to be wary of this. Okay,
He popped the
missed.
trigger a
That's
little
enough.
early, yeah.
All right. That's a good break for Blue Water, because if Stray was patient there, that could have been deadly. Rovek's going to try and stop that base. Yeah. Not going to be able to do so. But as things kind of settle down, you called it out, Mazel. A couple shutdowns that went over to Blue Water, so they end up getting a little bit more out of the slop.
And they need to be, again, 1,000 gold lead in Supernova's favor is not where Blue Water want to be. And they need to be out in front of this lead before all these items come online, especially looking at the Shogo show set up here in game number 2 by Supernova. See if it does culminate in success. But again, you start seeing some of those overextensions come through. A little bit bloodthirsty for Supernova. Gonna have to calm that one down a little bit, but we will still have a little bit longer until the next spawns of objectives come up as well. And once we get to those first item spikes, once we have all those level 6s available, and we'll
Thank
talk
you,
about that
Prod.
after this as we go back to the prod.
Gee, okay, Asila, Samikin rotated first, and Samikin just shut down Asila. Did burn the ult as well. Seen off-screen, really nice flash out from Samikin too. Lands the fear in the back half. We did tease how good Samikin, again, known for an artillery mage player. I think that what enables him to be so good at these champions is his movement is actually really good, really efficient. And of course, his expertise as well. Seeing some of that on the way is... I will say, it hasn't been the best split that we've seen from Samikin so far. Did expect him to get the best of Asila today, who is a rookie in the league and has been a mid that we're still looking to see improve on the Rift. But Samikin, again, I feel confidently this has been the best series we've seen out of him so far. Let's see if it can continue, because they might need him to step up in this game, too, if they want to make sure it doesn't go to a game 3.
Finally on his way, able to have so much utility. I think that's what hurts so bad in that series yesterday for Blue Water is that Darkwings used it against them and was
that
very
game-
potent with it.
That game 3 draft was nasty.
And now we take a look at Shogo getting engaged
Wasn't
on. Shogo's gonna get caught. Heartbreaker out, and Shogo will be heartbroken. Levitate gets the kill.
Well, we stay able to utilize the passive there. Hashtag efficiency. It looks like it's a Rage Blade rush here for Shogo. Picking up a couple of pieces along the way. That's curious. As, frankly, his build right now could kind of go either way. Between the Bork, which we're used to seeing in the Rage Blade. But with everyone showing top, maybe looking for a kill on the Samikin.
Oh, the flash play on the Samikin. They actually take him down. Really well played. The shield not going to be enough. Asila with the flash and the direction in the mid lane gank.
I think Samikin played that one out as well as he could, given that double flashes were burned. The way he played that did net a second flash being used by Supernova to execute on the play, but still, the look from Keel, spotting everyone on the top side, knowing that he could pull that play off, and now with Samikin being off the map, does have a TP. We'll have to fix that top wave, but potential for both of our teams. Look at the neutral objectives as each are respawning on the Rift.
Yeah, that's the important section. Is Supernova do have 3 grubs to speak of. Blue Otter had gotten that first dragon. Quacker,
I will say,
ready and willing for the Stand United.
Denying 6 is important. I think I'm okay if Blue Otter get a Drake here, though, because, again, I don't... The Siege is okay from Blue Otter, but you have good... sorry, Supernova. You have good wave clear as Blue Otter. So I think that, like, Dragon priority for me a little bit more important, especially as the scaling for Supernova quite good this game. That said, it looks like Supernova... They're going to sack this. So we'll be 2 going over, and we'll see if they're able to do a quick dragon on the back half, as they do have control over the bot side of the map with all the resources that Blue Otter put up here to snag these.
Levitate saying you're welcome. See, helps him take. They just needed a kill credit on there. As,
plus 10.
Yeah, plus 10, exactly. Dragon is still up, though, but it looks like Blue Otter want to put a little bit of play around mid lane, get that priority going, and then move down here, as they do have a 1v1 going on in the side lane with Stray and Quacker.
I was a bit surprised we didn't see them like rip the dragon after that. Like after they sacked, Keel just played for a couple camps and base, did complete the now steal caps and Sunder Sky, both in the inventory for Keel, who was a bit of factor off of some of the early plays and kills. So Keel will be big.
Kills? No, you're fine. You don't have to correct yourself.
Oh, I lost the tongue
That's
twister.
a banger. That's a banger. That's like subconscious.
You know, if you think it's a banger, then try your best to use it later, Mizel, because I used it now and felt like a loser of a caster. You know,
nice.
Talking wrong.
Talking
no
wrong.
bueno.
No bueno.
Me no
It's
talk
almost
good,
like you're
you know?
here to talk. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm here to talk about, though, the fact that this is a much better state of things for Supernova, which makes me very happy to see. I think this team has a lot of respect on it, given to it, at least with a lot of the members that are on this team, the staff behind it as well. And getting to see a little bit of a correction in the writing of the ship here feels good.
Honestly, you know, you say that in terms of like Supernova from game 1 to game 2, right? I think we got to give a little bit of credit, though, to Blue Otter as well for kind of riding the ship within this game, Mizel.
For sure.
They've really stabilized things here off of what looked kind of be a scrappy, sloppy fight in the top side. But, man, like looking at the scoreboard, you're only down a few hundred gold, only down a couple grubs, and you have 2 dragons to your name to 0. It's not an awful game state to be in. I think the rough spot is that Levitate's just a little bit behind. And we have seen how big these Scions get later on, Mizel.
Yeah.
Especially as, you know, the LPL connoisseur, and one might say expert yourself. Oh, Levitate.
Rovex right there.
Scion's been very dominant in that league. And this champion, again, Jinx doesn't have that percent health damage to really push through this. So I have some concern later on.
There is some concern. We'll see, though. We're getting a heavy trade right now. 2 members of Blue Otter on top side taking a tier 2. Quacker is outplaying the under tower dive, as now they get the play onto Syla. The pop play, and there you go. Music gonna get the reset. Quacker is still alive in a 1v4. What the hell is going on? Buying his team so much damn time.
And that's huge because like we see Blue Otter, they're playing 3 lanes right now. They got the dive off onto Syla, so you're taking Orianna off the map. You'll trade that for Shen being off the map 10 times out of 10. Not to mention that your Jinx is also free farming mid, as Levitate almost solo got through that entire turret. So Supernova, like even with the play like, on paper, looked okay, right? You're gonna dive, but really poorly managed. There's so many tower shots were taken that did not need to be taken there by Stray and Keel. And it ends up being a sloppy dive that takes too much time. And look at that gold. Yep. It's now in Blue Otter's favor.
It literally just swapped like almost 1.5 to 2,000 gold in the difference here for Blue Otter now taking the advantage. We did say their composition needs to be ahead, needs to find these advantages, and they're able to get themselves back into this one here. Really nicely done.
Again, slingshotting back in. I gotta say, that's been good from Blue. Oh, Serpent's Fang for music. That might look a little bit early, but I think it's just.
I like it.
Supernova. They're going to continue to attack the global. The Quacker's going to be in much bigger trouble this time.
You're taking a lot of damage, though, from Quacker.
Shockwave coming. Yep.
You got the Shockwave in. Mega Death Rocket will go completely wide, and Keel will pick up his 4th kill of the game. They will also get that outer turret, so some standing gold and an evening of the gold state of the game.
That's a nice play from Supernova. I do appreciate how they're attacking the global. We'll see if they're able to defend this. That's a TP coming in from Scion. We might just see an R pressed. Yep.
Oh, there we go. Levitate gets polymorphed as well. Does end up getting out of the stun itself. Is looking for the reset after the turret goes down, but Rovak's now in some trouble. Gonna have to flash away preemptively as he's still going low. The knockup comes through, and Shogo now takes him down. Wind becomes lightning. Keel looking to dash in, has to flash out, still gets the distance play, and now the Stand United has to be used, but Keel still wants it. He's under turret. He's going low, but not gonna go down. Gets out of the turret aggro at the last second. Under the turret, though, Blue Otter can't find the taunt for Quacker. Samikin coming over now on the side, looking for the flank. Looking for the flash. The Ravenous as now it's coming through. The maw isn't enough, but the Spiraling Despair is, and Shogo is down. That'll be the passive going through onto Music. Doesn't even hit the damage there, and it's a hefty trade, but Shogo is gone.
That was a really close fight on both sides. I thought there were some good plays made by both teams as Keel, we talked about the Lulu can empower this in, plus the Cog. Keel was able to go crazy there with Rhino in his back pocket, but the back half, Samikin, the flash forward on Hui is not a play that you'd expect, but made for a big entrance in the fight, did take down Shogo, and importantly, that was done before the dragon spawns. So another kind of a slot fight before an objective comes up, but with everyone getting back on the map, Blue Otter, they're here first, and they're the ones that have control. So even though that fight got a bonus kill in Supernova's favor, I'll take the neutral objective at this whole point.
And now they will go ahead and start that one up, pull it out just in case.
And this is theirs. They're not even, they're playing for Rift on the side of Supernova Ole Miss, so they're giving this. Again, a lot of pressure, and I gotta say, like, Ocean Soul's a good draw for Blue Water this game. Like, these fights are gonna be slower when you have the Scion, the Ori, the Cog, the Lulu. So even if, like, you eat a lot of damage from maybe, you know, a Cog, Lulu empowered W, right? Where Cog can kind of step up and pump you down. You can step back with Ocean Soul and reset. That could be really important later on.
Okay, Keel's gonna use the Crescent Guard to make sure that he can get the eye. Yeah, Stray's coming in on the flank. Going straight for Samikin here. Supernova gonna flash away though. Shogo needs to be careful. They fully focus on him. He's going low, but not going down. He finally does. Pop by Quacker. Samikin takes the other side of the fight. Now Supernova trying to fight their way through, but Music getting the resets now. He's been looking for it, looking for another one, but that polymorph is massive. Now levitating Samikin. It's your due diligence. The Severing Bolt not gonna be there just yet. Asyla able to escape. Do end up looking for the fight now though. Keel going into the 1v2. Feels like he can take it. It's just all on his lonesome, and Blue Otter will take that as Levitate go on a killing spree.
Oh, Stray's gonna get hunted down too. I thought it was a great flash by Stray to get out and prevent the reset, but I think he's just gonna try and buy as much time as he can to make sure that it's hopefully an execute. Doesn't find it, goes over to Samikin, and another a big play is being made by both teams here, Lennon. But it's the scrap after the objective that Blue Otter got. On the Herald, yes, it was picked up by Keel, but Blue Otter in the end, they end up, you know, getting themselves on Soul Point. Yes, they drop the Herald, but they end up being up a kill. Levitate lives, so he's able to play the map afterwards. It's a big deal. He can keep up absorbing resources. And it feels like Supernova, they're really close to having this comp be put together, but the resets, like Music, just got it barely that fight that really changed the trajectory of that fight, because I thought that was really close to actually being a Supernova win.
And that's the thing about this composition is it can turn on at any time. If one person slips up, the reset city is a-coming. We're on first item for everybody. Silent going for the shockwave play on the Samikin. He is angry, and they're going to get the shutdown onto him. Even Spiraling Despair coming out there, and they're looking at a top lane tier 2 push now. Do really like the last two fights, Supernova. They knew that Samikin was down flash, and they were able to punish him twice. With Stray focusing Samikin the first time, yes, he lived in that fight, but that was a good direction. This time, Asyla proactively flashing to take down Samikin will turn into a top inner turret. That's a lot of local gold going over to Supernova, which kind of evened the gold graph and the score there. But will mean that Asyla is down flash for the upcoming Dragon fight, which will be a soul, something that Blue Otter can focus, whereas the focus right now is on Otacon. And I think this is a must-give. Yeah, I don't think, I think Blue Otter is going to have no answer. There's TP coming in just in case. He did just leave Quacker in the side lane by himself, but it's going to be a tier 2 going down there. Otacon as the trade, and you'll take that experience, you'll take that advantage, the 25% increase to buffs as well.
That is well worth it. I know they don't have any dragons right now, but those flowers can be really big. As fortunately, Keel able to base.
Stray was not able to, unfortunately. I don't know if he's going to be collapsed on it fast enough. Looks like he might be able to be fine. Yeah, that's okay. He's just going to try and clean up the back half of these camps. And again, we're going to get a replay of this fight. Everything, as you called out, was thrown on the Shogo here.
I thought the Rhino did a pretty decent job of peeling with the Syla. Just not quite enough. And then Levitate was actually kind of left to his own devices here in the back half of the fight. I think the back clicks there, not exactly necessary. Might have been able to get a little bit more damage on the Stray to get him down, looking back through that fight earlier on. Frankly, I think if Levitate doesn't back click there earlier on, that could have been a wipe, because he could find Ori if he gets an earlier reset there, too. And then Keel going in here, I mean, you're going straight face first into a fear. That was a mistake from Keel. I did not understand him trying to take that one. But did at least get his carry out in Orianna. Stray, of course, fell to the turret in the back half.
He did indeed give another kill over to Samikin, but very contested game number 2 in this one.
Yeah.
Still a steady lead by Blue Otter, and we have a minute until the next dragon comes up. Blue Otter on soul point of an Ocean Soul would be huge for their sustainability in these fights and fighting away Supernova's scaling advantage that's coming to fruition.
And for me, Ocean Soul is conditional at how powerful it is sometimes. I think this is a game where it's actually pretty powerful, like more powerful than what you'd imagine. Just have to be disciplined in terms of disengaging against this Cog team, but fights should be slower with the tank's top lane.
Look at music.
Music's deep, but hey, I gotta give props to Supernova. This is a must-win dragon fight for them, and they've done a really nice job of getting here early and carving out good control in the bot river.
It's not only a must-win dragon fight, it's a must-win series for them, for both teams. Looking at this one moving forward, 3 series left in the season.
Yeah,
and,
they only have 2 game wins. That's the tiebreaker. Like, that's really rough.
It's so tough. So you need every series win you possibly can get. Supernova realized the stress is on them. He has been down there in that bottom bush for like 2 minutes now.
He's like impersonating himself being Florida Man on the Rift, playing from Florida. He's about to hunt some crocodiles in this river.
Here. Okay, he's going to wait for it. He's going to look for a steal here. Blue Otter are looking for the fight on the other side. He sneaks into the bush, goes on to Shogo. Shogo's the target, but Shogo's alive. He's trying to walk his way out. He finally goes down, but wasn't enough time. Keel is the one now they're focusing on. It's not nearly going to be enough. Standing united and standing as one. Supernova are gone, and the Otters are finding it.
Oh my goodness, Music lived with barely any HP from a clutch stand united from Quacker. That fight was really close to being Supernova favored as Shogo was able to buy enough space and get his health bar back. We need a replay of that one because I don't know how much HP Music lived with. The stand united came in, it felt like it was almost too late, but it was just in the nick of time for Quacker. And it's been a banger first 22, 23 minutes, Michelle, but that was Ocean Soul, a big fight wipe in the back half. Blue Otter have full control of this game.
I don't even know if it's an epiphany anymore. It might just be a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. I mean, this is looking really good for Blue Otter. They found the way they want to win. It's through these kind of carry junglers with music and being able to support that around.
That was crazy from you.
Having some massive plays too.
Music and Quacker playing out that fight with like from the angle that Music took to get in, the proactive flash over the wall to save his spells to throw onto Shogo and the Dragon, into the timely stand united from Quacker. Yeah, like I said, need another look at this one. You're gonna see Music. He's gonna flash over the wall to follow up on the depth charge. Rovex flashes too. Everyone goes on Shogo. Levitate, Seneca can't follow up. But keep your eyes on Music health bar. The Pop's about to come in from the Cogmaw. He's at 0 HP. Just an impeccable stand united from Quacker Shen that is 2-0 this split, looking to move to 3-0. And that reset is what broke Supernova on the back half of that fight. That fight was played on a knife's edge, but Blue Otter winning it. That's going to break SN this game. Again, Ocean Soul secured. A lot of towers taken down in the back half of that play, too. And Lennon, this series went from maybe going to a game 3 where we really like Supernova's comp to maybe just being a 2-0 for Blue Otter, which would mean a ton in the relegation race, because not only would Blue Otter be up a series, they'd be up 4 games in terms of game score on Supernova. And that's really tough to overcome.
And now they're almost 6,000 gold up as well. And it was Supernova that wanted to pull the trigger onto a Baron, but now they're going to be forced into a fight against Stray. Just happened to give his body here, but it's still been a 4v5. Now it's turning into an even fight. Stray's already gone. Music gets the reset there as well. And Engage hits onto the backline, and Rhino is gone. Supernova are falling apart once again, and Blue Otter, you love to see them thrive. You might have to start adding that Shen to the ban list here, and the Zoe on top of it, because this Blue Otter team, they are absolutely finding their conditions and having that epiphany they craved.
It was a close series yesterday against Conviction, but they came out on top. Not today, as Blue Otter go back to the drawing board, and Music from Florida sends in the Hail Mary on the Viego, found the resets necessary to get Blue Otter the win, as they find a huge win for avoiding that relegation mark in NACL.
Music having the performance of a lifetime down there from Florida. The Nefiri into the Viego, into Keel. It's not even like this jungle matchup was that outmatched. Keel is a hell of a jungler, and we saw them going toe-to-toe in both games. But Music coming out the better of it, and that's some sweet, sweet serenity there for Blue Otter.
It is. I mean, the Heartbreaker was the difference for Blue Otter in that last fight with the Stand United, and it's Heartbreak for Supernova, who, again, they do have Pulse on the schedule, which is a weaker team, but 2 teams get relegated from NACL and move on to that promotion tournament to try and earn their spot back. Yes, they face Pulse. Yes, they face Winthrop, that are 2 teams that are a little bit lower in the standings, but that Luminosity Gaming, I think the big thing for me, again, the fact that their game score is at 2. They've only won 2 games. Like Apex Mission Impossible sitting at 2 wins. They've won 4. Blue Otter sitting at 2 wins, have now won 6. Winthrop sitting at 2 wins, have won 5. So, like, Blue Otter, like, actually, if the split ended today, Blue Otter is in playoffs with that win. That's how far up they shot from the standings. And Supernova, being down that many games in the relegation race, that could be really tough. Again, really important looking at that AMI schedule. They face Blue Otter later on. They have Dark Zero, CCG, and Blue Otter. If they win like any games, they're going to need to win a couple if they want to avoid that relegation mark. But that could be really big and put a lot of pressure on Supernova. Again, with just 3 matches left and 1 against Luminosity Gaming, like one of the titans that we have in this league. They have to win. Have to get there in series score and game score. And at the moment, they're very much losing that game score tiebreaker. So this was a really big match in terms of that relegation ramification. And we saw Blue Otter really step up and rise to the occasion and look a lot more like that Blue Otter team that a lot of people had high hopes for coming into this split based on what they did last split with the same stack of 5.
And you talk a little bit about the schedule for Supernova, and yes, there's maybe some possibilities there. If anything, this was an absolute must-win for Blue Otter. They still have to face Near Airport. They still have to face Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Yes, they still have to also face AMI, but it's so important for them to pick up these wins before they go into the top 2 Titans. And they're doing so in wonderful fashion, right? They had clear executable comps in both of their games. They went with comfort as well. And that's the shade of Blue Otter that I know everybody can get behind.
I really feel like, coming into the day, what do we ask for from Blue Otter? What was on our wish list that we wanted to see from this team? For me, see Samikin, be A little bit more set up for success, but B, just play better. This was Samikin's best series so far that we've seen in NACL. Had 2 great games. What else? Rovex, be that playmaker that has more positives than negatives, the way that he was like last summer, where I felt like Rovex played fantastic last summer. He hasn't been as good so far this split. He's been really good, or he was really good today on the Poppy and the Nautilus. And then see the other piece of Blue Otter perform, a step-up performance from Music, who for me has been having a good split. And then, Quacker on the Shen. We talk so much about him being on the carries. Quacker showing that he can be that role player as well. It doesn't show on the scoreboard, but that Shen was clutch in a lot of ways in this game. And again, this was a draft I really liked for Supernova. They got up early. And for me, concerning they weren't able to snowball this one through, as, this team, I like the fact they play fast, but it's just not together enough to be convincing enough to win these fights against their other NACL teams. And right now, Supernova very much at risk for relegation, something that I think no one had on their bingo card coming into this split of NACL.
Just a lot of overextended plays as well to be punished by Blue Otter, which rightfully punished by them. But this is 2 series in a row where we've seen a lot of better situations developed by Blue Otter. Yes, I think that series yesterday, again, I think they'll want back for sure. But it's the fact of the matter that we are seeing this Blue Otter team try to make this big push. A team that had a decent amount of expectations coming onto them into this new year after the praise and respect they built for themselves in that last season of NACL as well. And it's really nice to see it all come together. But if I had to name one thing that I think that epiphany meant, it's that Music has to play carries now. Like, they are building good comps around it. It's working well.
That could be. That was definitely one where the Fury was big. Viego, he was able to execute that one really well. Again, we'll kind of see how else what else we get from the Blue Otter squad. I think that Samikin definitely got 2 champs he's really comfortable on,
Yeah.
which matters a lot as well. I mean, his way, it's now 2-0 in the league, and Blue Water hasn't won a ton of games, so I think that's a big one to always look out for. But yeah, I mean, overall, really good to see Blue Water again, a team that we had higher hopes for both of these teams, but to really feel Blue Water, step into the expectation or what we saw like be good for them in the past year of NACL, with how well they played in summer and got a lot of fans from how well they played too, that followed them along. Just really solid series from them. I know it's a team that, whenever you're talking about epiphanies behind the scenes, Mazel, that's always a team that has struggled a bit. This team spent a lot of time together. It can be really difficult to find those epiphanies as a team when you've been playing together for like 6, 7, 8 months, right? Even with the breaks. So the fact that Blue Water seems like they found something that's working for them, coming together. We'll see what else we can see from these guys.
Yeah. And I do believe we are ready for our interview as well. We're going to get that gunslinger in the bot lane, Levitate, as we're going to go ahead and bring him in here to talk a little bit about it. Should be a lot of fun. Levitate, my man, it's been a little bit. You joined me on the desk in summer 2024. I get to talk to you again, man. It's been a little bit, but you're still having some great performances. What has been the biggest difference maker this week for you guys as Blue Water?
Yeah, Lennon keeps on talking about this epiphany. Did you guys have a team epiphany behind the scenes? Like, what's been cooking for you guys?
I think Bill tweeted that we won our first scrim block this week, which was, I guess, the epiphany. But no, I mean, relative to the previous weeks, I think our scrims actually have been improving, and we've kind of figured out what we want to play, or like we're getting there. I think the first couple of weeks we were kind of lost maybe in the meta. So yeah, I know it's not a great position for us, but I'm looking forward to the next weeks, and I still believe we can make that 2024 summer Blue Water run.
I mean, that was a huge win, and I know that you guys aren't where you want to be in the standings, but like that was a series that had relegation ramifications with you and Supernova like being close to that threshold of potentially being relegated. You guys really clutched up with that 2-0. I mean, was that something that was like in the back of your mind coming in against Supernova, or like that? Like, did this match mean more to you guys just being on the calendar, knowing that you've got some tough series coming up with Dark Zero and Near Airport? So it really felt like this one was kind of a must-win for you guys.
Yeah, I think there's obviously a lot of teams like holding hands at the bottom, fighting for relegation or no playoffs, or maybe the last playoff spot. And I mean, this match specifically was really important because not only for relegation, but we really want to make at least playoffs, or if we do make it as a 6th seed, like this win is really important. So I think, yeah, even yesterday, I think we're really confident going in, and we could have won if a few things went differently. So yeah, we're still confident going forward.
I like it. Now, you were our rookie of the split in summer 2024. Now, the growth from there, it's been a little while there. Have you had any big lessons so far this year that you've kind of taken into your fold, that you've tried to adapt into your style?
For me personally, I think the biggest thing right now I need to work on is consistency. I think there's some showings where I actually play really well, and I think there's a lot of showings or a lot of games where I make some very uncharacteristic mistakes, and I've had some pretty appalling performances, I won't lie, in the first couple of weeks. So yeah, I think if I can just brush up and just be more consistent, then we'll be in a good spot going forward, and I think I'll be able to consistently improve to a level that I want to be at.
It was good today. Always love seeing you on the Kaisa, and the Jinx game was a little bit harder to navigate, but you guys were able to piece it together with pretty insane late game fight there. I do want to ask, in terms of, it's unique. I think it's really cool that you guys stuck together going into the split. It's pretty rare, especially in this game and in this league, that you have teams that play together for multiple splits. What like for you? What's been some of the positives of that, sticking together with this group, and what have been some of the unique challenges? Trying to push each other when there's a lot of familiarity and a lot of joy with playing together.
I think the most obvious one is that after a certain point, playing with a group of players, it becomes like less personal, I guess, because you're just like more friendly, so you can be a lot more direct and open with each other, especially in like review and a team setting. But yeah, I think including us, everyone was a bit surprised because they kind of expected us to pick up where we left off, and obviously we've been off to a slow start, so that's been kind of a growing pain for us. But yeah, I mean, it's great just being able to be vulnerable and open with the guys.
Yeah. I'm sure it is. It's
Great to
been
see.
really cool to see you guys grow together. I want to give you a chance here before I let you go. Anything you want to say? Anybody want to talk about?
Yeah, I want to shout out my teammates, my coaches, and the staff behind Blue Water. I think, especially keeping up good mental after a slow start, it's very easy to get, discouraged. But I think we're still confident moving forward. Yeah, shout out my brother and my friends watching from back home in Atlanta. And last but not least, thank you, Honda.
Let's go, massive.
Oh, they train you well. They train you well.
It's a pleasure to get to catch up with you again, my friend. We'll talk
Good
to you
games,
soon,
man.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
Good
way
games.
to clutch up today. Yeah.
All right, we'll bid you adieu. We'll take it back from me to round out the day. And what a day it was. A vast contrast to what I had to go through yesterday in all 6 games. It was 4 games. I thought today was going to do it.
I thought we were going to get more today. Honestly, I thought that we were really going to get 5 or 6 with 2 decently close matchups on paper going in. But I think that, Conviction continues to really prove that they can be a top half team. They've been more competitive with those teams that have been the lower of the table. They've really been taking care of business. And Blue Water, it's good to see them bounce back. I know both them and Supernova, the season hasn't gone exactly the way that they planned. But to see Blue Water, that's a really big win. Again, that I can't emphasize enough how much that series matters or could matter in terms of the relegation ramifications, a spot that none of these teams want to be in. So someone was going to step up and clutch up today, and it was good to see that from Blue Water, especially with that really crazy late game team fight, which for me was one of the favorites I've seen from NACL so far this split.
It was a good one, that's for sure. And a little bit of a shutdown over on a Supernova. Feels really good to see these things happening because, as Levitate alluded to, there is a little bit of hand-holding down there at the bottom of the list, and especially that verge for kind of 6th, 5th place in playoffs. Still very much up for grabs, especially with this win by Blue Water. It puts almost everybody within a game of each other, and then obviously it gets down to the tiebreaker.
It does, but I mean, again, Supernova, I think they have a little bit of an easier schedule. Again,
For
they're
sure.
facing Pulse and Winthrop, but still sitting at 1-5 with 2 games behind and a series behind everyone else. That hurts. So we'll see if they can continue to pick it up. But I am getting word, Mazel, we do have our series MVP. And that's going to be...
It's the dog / Soul King. It's going to be a little bit of sweet music coming through here as the MVP.
Yeah, Florida Man, of course, down there with Illinois State.
Florida
playing
Music
from Florida. Illinois State's a top 4 finish in the NACE playoffs. Music playing from down there.
The hot dog.
Made it look like he was right at home, as it was 2 really good carry performances from Music. I know Blue Water keeps on hinting at figuring out, what the meta is, what they want to play, maybe some epiphanies behind the scenes. Let's keep our eyes out for what that exactly means for Blue Water as time continues. But today what it meant was Music playing carries and playing damn well.
True. Do you think hot dogs are the state food in Florida? Maybe that's why you wanted to go with it?
I will say, hot dogs, there are classy hot dogs and unclassy hot dogs. I feel like Florida has more unclassy hot dogs.
So then is the Fury a classy hot dog or not a classy hot dog? Which one?
Depends on the chroma. You got to use the right one to be the Chicago-style hot dog.
Oh my God, you're the worst.
No, I am the best.
You put a salad on your hot dog?
No, yes, it's delicious. I don't even like pickles, and I like it on a Chicago-style hot dog. Let's be honest.
Well, we'll have to ask Music what his favorite version of hot dog is, or if it's just a Fury.
I think it's one that's
really well played.
Oh,
God,
my
that
gosh.
is nightmare fuel. That is absolutely nightmare fuel. Music, a beautiful face as ever. Coming, huge shout out to production.
We just need the Blue Water team to put his face on that image now.
Oh God,
and
that sounds terrifying.
That'll ring with us forever. As we see
It is.
Fury.
It is a great series for Music. It was a great series all around. I feel like from Blue Water, you can have really good impact from everybody. The Shen is going to hold a special place in my heart for the foreseeable future. I was not joking. I think it might need to start looking at the ban table there.
It's getting buffs, and it's getting Q buffs, which, the Q buffs are the real ones coming in.
But you might have to start adding that to the list with the Zoe there. We'll see if that has to happen. But Blue Water take that win. We'll take a look at the standings now, see some of the fluctuations that we do have in it. Not going to be too much, as we were already kind of in prime place for where we were looking, but Conviction will be tied right there with CCG at 4 wins, and we do have Blue Water slinking their way into 6th place for now.
Again, if I could draw on that screen, I really would direct you to the two-win teams, right? The pack. We have Blue Otter, Winthrop, and Apex Mission Impossible. Of course, Supernova right below them too. Plenty of series will have to avoid relegation, but the game wins. What really matters? I mean, Pulse has won more maps than Supernova right now. Like, you gotta believe, Lennon, if Pulse wins the series, that can be dire for Supernova too.
Yeah.
Like, that would push them further down, right? And at this point, I mean, if Pulse were to beat Supernova, like regardless of what happens in Supernova's other series, I mean, that could be really detrimental to them. So that match at the back half of the split could be one to watch, but Supernova gonna have to make up a lot of ground if they want to avoid that relegation spot. And Blue Otter took a really big step forward in terms of bolstering them up the standings again. Went from climbed up multiple spots, and at the split end of the day, they'd be in playoffs with that win, which I think if you said that at the beginning of the year, people would expect that. From what we've seen so far, hasn't been the case, but props to Blue Otter. Again, a big match lower in the standings in terms of the ramifications. Relegation matters a lot in this league. Blue Otter took a huge step forward in terms of distancing themselves from that fate that no one else wants.
And I can't believe it, but that's the end of week number 5. That means we're moving on to the final 2 weeks of NACL regular season.
Oh.
It kicks off next week with CCG versus LG, which is going to be a banger. And then Dark Zero Dragonsteel taking on AMI.
Really feel like CCG has cemented themselves as the 4th best team outside of the three-headed dragon that is Luminosity Gaming, Dark Zero, and Near Airport. So yeah, that's a big one. And then, of course, Dark Zero Dragonsteel, frankly, we're going to have to see what happens with them, because the first thing I'm doing when I get out of here is tweeting that Niles clip saying that might have been the last time they played together at NACE. I think anyone that has been a fan of NACL, honestly, one of the cooler things, of course, we have some new fans this year, just with promotion, relegation, it being a new year, and then also the fact that Near Airport's playing. I feel like we have a lot more eyes following it. I've been amazed at all the people that have been so high on Dark Zero, like seeing them compete with Near Airport, Luminosity Gaming. Feels like there's a lot more support for those players than what we usually get for the top talent we have in NACL, and very deservedly so. I really feel like that the top 3 teams we have in NACL would be really competitive with the bottom 4 teams we have in LTA North right now. So the fact that we have the coach Niles saying, hey, this could be the last time we play together as 5, I think that could create a lot of excitement at home. If you've been a fan of those Dark Zero players, maybe seeing them play at that next level, definitely something I'm excited for, something that those players have really deserved, and we'll have to see what happens here in the coming week or two, see if we have any announcements.
And I'll save this clip just in case if nothing happens. Just in case, Cubby. Last check on the social reminders, though. Got to give a little bit of shout out. Make sure if you missed any of that action, make sure you go follow on Twitter and every other thing that's up there on that rotating list. It is also, though, just the fact that we are getting close to the end. Again, all of our teams having 3 series left. Yeah. It feels so crazy that we're already at this point, Cubby, but we're getting down to the wire, and only 6 teams can make it into playoffs.
Gonna have to see. 2/3 of the way done. Pretty good snapshot of where the league's at. And curious to see how things pan out. Gonna be an exciting upcoming 2 weeks. Hope all you at home are gonna be along board for it. I know that I will be, whether it's here or my co-stream. So excited to push through the split.
Well, we'll see you there next Wednesday, same time, same place, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
Darkwings and Chrome,
Step up, Manui having a hell of a game on this Poppy, and now they go all in. This is the last-ditch effort. They don't end up getting anybody off that initial phase, and the Keeper's Verdict going to separate the rest of Winthrop away. The final in-hit falls. Weaver's Wall to come across the buy time. Darkwing going to get a couple shots to the face for mobility. He's not going to go down just yet, though. Porter getting a little bit low. Conviction not necessarily confident to step up. Mobility willing to step up, though, and only 35 starts to fall. That means the dam is starting to break. The water is overflowing, and Conviction will take a game.
The mid-fight Rel Warps have actually been really clutch from him, as Winthrop, they weren't able to do enough early for me with his top position, and Conviction ended up putting the finishing touches on a pretty convincing 2-0 as they move to 4-2 and really move into our playoff talk and contention here, Mazel, with this win.
Yeah, them and CCG, that next rung right under the top 3, maybe even pushing them a little bit more. It is nice to see Conviction come here. Now, all right, we get this set up really well. Blast going out. Rovex even missing the Keeper's Verdict.
Hold on.
He still makes it out alive. And now the seismic shove. You miss 1, you miss 2. You're bound to hit the 3rd. And Sammykin will get the massive pick off onto Asylum.
I mean, it looked a bit goofy from Rovex, but actually it ended up being debatable. Lifetime as Keel goes in.
Oh, they go right back into the fight, though. This is a 1v4 for Keel, trying to get the pick on a Samikin. Samikin gonna get brought down low by Mob from Shogo, so they at least get some more stacks and finding their conditions and having that epiphany they crave.
It was a close series yesterday against Conviction, but they came out on top. Not today, as Blue Water go back to the drawing board, and Music from Florida sends in the Hail Mary on the Viego, found the resets necessary to get Blue Water the win, as they find a huge win for avoiding that relegation mark in NACL.
Music having the performance of a lifetime down there from Florida. The Fury.